early 70s of the first century. The spark that lit the explosion was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important center on the coastline. We spoke about this city in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. Here you can see a map where it's located halfway roughly between Tel Aviv and Haifa in today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but perhaps one of the most significant general elements of the mood of the era was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and bureaucratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. We spoke quite a bit about it in the context of the movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about it in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, with a this-world ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things would happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not patrolling properly. They're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving grip, taking bribes and all kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, Israel is never an area that is completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that land should be. It sounds familiar, right? This is basically the oldest story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea, as we shall see. In Yamnia, also known as Yavna, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated, but nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two mood factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the zealots were towards the right side of history. And that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees by and large. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space. The non-Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to evict them. The Jews must have had some kind of lease arrangement because they went and they petitioned the local procurator, Gessius Florus, who is known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes. He took their money with an agreement to hear their case and then promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local miscreant, it's not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone who's involved in the dispute, this individual went and performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way that apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws involving earthenware containers of defilement that are more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population in Caesarea. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was, again, recall, primarily a Roman-oriented city, not one of the more Jewish cities, what the tide of the rioting turned against them. what ended up happening is Gessius Florus turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place. The rest of the Jewish community fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narba. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem with a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar, as you can imagine. Gessius Florus, the procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest. And while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population. In fact, the local population even publicly walked around holding their hats out, begging for money on behalf of Gessius Florus to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city. And some people were killed. There was bloodshed. And the Antonia fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops in prison within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, who was actually not the king of Judea proper, and he was really king of a region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed at this point. He would later actually be participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrives. He was one of several zealot leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of upheaval, Elazar ben Hananiah suspended the sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was over. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus, at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to Rome, and this meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussion of how all these events in the Talmud as well, which had significant color through all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details of the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster, a fairly small number of troops, could not handle the riot anymore. And so Cestius Gallus, who was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map, he arrived with the Fulminata Legion, the 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now we should remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They had the advantage of knowing the terrain and they had the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Cestius Gallus entered Jerusalem, and he actually came into the city, he saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster, specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon Pass, narrow strip that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this long pass. And the rebels were able to ambush them, and they actually wrought terrible havoc on Cestius Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, less symbolic value, but real value, they actually captured all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to limp back in a humiliating defeat, and this meant that we significantly accelerate their efforts. Next, we'll explore the Civil War, when Rome decides much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops, to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching.
It's so interesting question. It's one of those that it looks like it's solid, but when you flush it, you can kind of tell by how it looks. It's probably not fully solid, but it looks solid in there. It's not like it's spraying out of my butt or anything. It's going outside, and if you flush it, it'll start swishing around. It passes the little test that if you just glance at it, it's going to be yes. Which is good, right? I think that's good.
The Roman Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, either to the year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There are a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here. The dramatic cliff-top fortress was actually the palace of Herod at one point, it was a vacation palace, and it's in a very forbidding part of the Judean desert, and it is essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, which are quite steep, at least on two sides of it, and very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to breach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located within the compound realized that there was no way to keep the Roman soldiers out. And so, in a very dramatic act, almost 1,000 rebels, and we're talking here about families, not just soldiers, but men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in Jewish history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well, and hopefully we'll come back to that when we get towards the end of the series. The Romans enacted significant punishment on the remaining population, and we will go into this in greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and moving forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea Capta coins. The Romans actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, they usually have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the laurel wreath of victory around his head. And on the right, there is a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which was one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. And there is a forlorn woman with her head in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea Capta means Judea is taken captive. And this was a form of propaganda. You know, coins are like messages that circulate everywhere and people see them and it means something. It was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of this Judea coin, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being, way out of proportion, large compared to the women to show the dominance of Rome. And in some, especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away in captivity. The Romans also celebrated this in Rome proper with the erection of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. Here's a better resolution look at it. You can see that they're clearly holding the candelabra called the menorah, which would have stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted, so it would have looked like this to the Romans. You can see on the left there's a sign that says Legos Judaeorum, or the law of the Jews. Perhaps that was referring to the the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. You can see they're really carrying the menorah. Right next to it says Candelabra Judeorum, the Jewish candelabra. And on the right, they have the Sar Judeorum, the holy of the Jews, which appears to be the shofar with the altar, with the padim, the staves that would be to carry it, perhaps. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in lecture. But the saving moment in all of this, we have glossed over, is the reaction of the Pharisees, in particular a rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, saw early on that the revolting Rome was doomed to failure. And in a rather dramatic moment, he had himself smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly. This is one of the details of the Talmud offers. And he makes a request of Vespasian, actually three requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew we have the phrase, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yamnia in Greek, and its sages, which meant that he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would grow, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through these scholars studying the traditional values and texts of Judaism. We will continue this into the future. Thank you very much.
I cannot stop my next routine to make it let's feel 100% convinced I have got to stop.
If we move forward about 45 years from the destruction of the temple and the fall of Masada, we get to another period of violence called the Kitos Rebellion. Now, it's a very mysterious kind of rebellion. We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about this rebellion, but we're not really sure about much of the most essential questions. But we should say one thing to begin with. Many scholars argue whether or not this is really the second Roman-Jewish war or something different. It's basically a primarily diaspora phenomenon. It's something that you see primarily outside of Israel, in other words, and not so much in Judea itself. But let's try and understand at least some things about this Kitos Rebellion. The Kitos Rebellion occurs at the very end of the rule of the Emperor Trajan. The 5 decades since the destruction of the temple have been absolutely terrible for the Jews. There is a tremendous amount of post-destruction trauma that is definitely spiritual in nature. I mean, the Jews had invested all of their spiritual understanding of how they related to the infinite through the temple. And even when the temple was corrupted by a priesthood that was essentially something that could be bought from the Romans, there was still this idea that somehow the temple was the hinge upon the entire universe turn. Now with that temple gone, what exactly would Judaism do? What would Judaism look like? It was a phenomenal demographic evil. You have literally tens of thousands of Jews taken off in slavery to Rome. You have refugees who are scattered throughout the entire region on the eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian and Greek peninsulas, around the Black Sea littoral, and further east to Mesopotamia. And you have the same kind of center in Israel as you had before. Would the Jewish people survive this tremendous challenge? The Romans, for their part, did many things to make things worse for the Jews. They certainly want to stamp out any possibility of a future revolt. And so there were all kinds of measures put in place to try and demean the Jews both spiritually, psychologically, demographically, and financially. the Fiscus Judaicus was instituted, and this was a replacement of the mandatory Nachasisa shekel, the half shekel tax that Jews had from biblical times paid all over the world for the upkeep of the Temple of Jerusalem. The Fiscus Judaicus tax took that money and made it mandatory, but instead of devoting it to the upkeep of the Temple in Jerusalem, it was directed to Rome and to the upkeep of the Temple of Jupiter. I mean, really offensive kind of thing for the Jews. And at the same time, the messianic ferment that we saw with the birth of Christianity was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before it would have its final defeat, at least in the 2nd century, under Polycarp. Now, Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became involved in a very heavy war with the Parthian Empire, which was the Persian Empire that controlled Babylonia. The Parthian Empire would ultimately fall, and in their successor empire, the Sasanians, that's when the main elements of the Talmud would be put together. But at any rate, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is, this region here that you can see is sort of like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was briefly controlled by Roman troops. Now, what's interesting for our purposes, and connecting it to the Tito's rebellion, is that the Jews in Mesopotamia apparently sided with the Parthians against the Roman invaders, which is perhaps not surprising. Jews had been living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning they've been there for 800 years. They certainly have roots sunk deep into that territory. And when the Romans came in invading, they took up arms to defend their homeland alongside the Parthians. This obviously was not taken very lightly by the Romans, and Lucius Quietus, who was a commander in charge of the region, was put in charge of also devastating the Jewish population and quashing any resistance to Roman rule. So this is one element of the Titos rebellion, is Lucius Quietus' early participation. There will be another chapter with this story as well, and maybe I should give it away. The word Kitos in the Kitos rebellion is probably from his surname, Lucius Quietus. That's probably how we get Kitos. So it's named essentially after him. Perhaps because of his notorious activities putting down the Jewish rebels in Mesopotamia, or I shouldn't say the rebels, the Jewish defenders of Mesopotamia, but it could also have to do with his later activity in Judea. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a diaspora affair. It was certainly not limited to Mesopotamia with the advance into Parthian Empire territory in the year 114. We begin to see it also develop on the coast of North Africa in particular. Let's have a look at this map here, where you can see the extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan's death in 117. Let's see. First of all, we have the activity in Mesopotamia, which is related to the invasion of the Parthian Empire. But then we have some interesting things happening in what would be today Libya. The Kitos rebellion had major activity in this town. The pronunciation, I know some people are really thick with pronunciation. I looked it up and I've heard it pronounced as Cyrene in English. In Greek, it would have been something like Kurene. So I'm probably going to say Kurene, and I'll probably be wrong, but this wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, this is one of the locations of major rebel activity during this period. And then we also have significant activity throughout Egypt, and then finally in Cyprus. And once all of this diaspora activity is discussed, we're going to look very briefly at Judea, where, of course, there was the Ptolemist Kitos, the Kitos rebellion itself, as described in the Talmud. Let's look at Kurene first. The various sources that refer to this assert that there may have been some kind of messianic issue to this, because there is an individual who is referred to as Lukuas in one source, and Andreas in a different source. It is possible that this is the same person. It was not at all uncommon in the ancient period, especially in Greek and Roman areas, for Jews to have two names, a Hebrew name and a Greek name, or a local name. I myself have two names, right? I have a Hebrew name that my friends know me by, and I have Henry, which I publish under and stuff like that. So anyways, but he referred to himself in one of these sources as a king. So that implies some kind of unusual political, although some of the church historians suggest it was sort of a post-messianic thing. Under this Lucullus Andreas, there was a report of Jewish attacks on Roman temples and public buildings in particular. It's an interesting aspect of this revolt is that it seems to be one that is definitely attacking Rome. And again, remember, it's just a few decades since the destruction of the temple. And there are a lot of Jews who are very angry. And let us not forget that there are a lot of Jews who were originally rebels in the first war who have fled to various cities diaspora, and they could be in this uprising again about the year 115. Now, one of our most important historians that tells us a little bit about the People's Rebellion is Cassius Dio. He is a Roman historian who was active at the end of the second and the first half of the 3rd century. And he's great for a lot of things, but there's certain areas where we just don't know how seriously to take him. So, for example, when he describes this rebellion here in Kyrene, he puts it like this, and just listen to this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Kyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would, here we go. They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. But that's not all. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they gave to wild beasts, still others they forced to fight as gladiators. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. It's just so bizarre and so un-Jewish. Certainly Jews have gone to war, and it's not impossible to imagine atrocities happening when Jews, like any people, go to war, but these are over the top. And in fact, when you look at Cassius Dios' other treatments of barbarian attacks on Rome, they also appear quite, portray. I wanted to read for you the passage where he describes how the Britons deal with the attack from the Romans. And oh my gosh, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me, Cassius Dios is liable to exaggerate for dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions between the years of 115 and 117, widespread Jewish rebellions. Who were apparently, the Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone off to fight against the Parthian Empire in Mesopotamia. And once again, it's similar kinds of targets. Temples, shrines, for example, the shrine of Nemesis at Memphis, public works, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Roman Empire. Seems to have a very political motive. The economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface, and other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that is really an attempted uprising. It is fascinating to think, though, like why are the Jews all over the diaspora? They really think they're going to throw Rome off, but they obviously are somewhat coordinated in doing this. There was, of course, a harsh military response from Trajan, who came back with heavy forces and many killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, which the Talmud says was so large that in order to know when to answer Amen to the person leading the prayers, they had to wave big flags. You could see the flags and know that it was up to that part. So this is the period of the great synagogue of Egypt, of Alexandria, Egypt, was destroyed. Jewish property was seized, and basically at this point, by the time we get to the end of the Parthian War, the Jewish community in North Africa goes into decline, and it will not rise again for several centuries. We can say the same thing about the island of Cyprus. As we saw earlier in Cassius Dio's discussion, no Jew may set foot on that is Cyprus, but even one of them is driven upon its shores by a storm, he is put to death. Jews Jews were banned from the island after a rebellion there. And in fact, this statement is supported because there's no other evidence of Jews ever landing on this island until the 4th century. So hundreds of years of Jews gone from the region. What happened in Judea proper? Where the Talmud refers to this phrase, the Titos rebellion. We know that Lucius, you remember him from Mesopotamia, he was the person who put down this rebellion. He is sent back by Trajan and appointed as governor in Judea. We don't know a lot about how he conducted himself in that area, but we know that there was, at least the Talmud refers to some acts of violence, and we know that Lucius Quietus brought in a second legion to support the Judea. I wish we knew about this particular rebellion to see that it takes place across the diaspora. It's we will be coming back to it in the future. But move on to a much more powerful and significant rebellion that had a deep, big scar as psyche, and that is the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you very much.
I'll say Tennessee, so you say Tennessee. Tennessee, we're already in East Tennessee, West Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. That's where one of
the Bar Kokhba revolt, so named after its leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, is often referred to as the Second Roman Jewish War, the first being the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 or 74 that resulted in the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. And then there's possibly another conflict, the so-called Kitos Rebellion that we discussed in the last video. Some people consider that the Second Roman Jewish War, and this would make Bar Kokhba the Third Roman Jewish War. But unlike the Kitos Rebellion, this is something that happened entirely within the boundaries of Judea, and certainly constitutes a full-fledged revolt against Rome that required tremendous energy for the Romans as well. So much is unknown about the Bar Kokhba revolt. We do not have really extensive sources describing it. I'll go into a little bit more detail, even to the point where it was not until the 1960s that we were certain what Bar Kokhba's name actually was. It appears that his name, based on some Greek language documents that were discovered in the Dead Sea region, Greek having the advantage of being a phonetic language with all of the vowels written out, which is something that is not true of Hebrew. We refer to him as Bar Kosiba or Ben Kosiba. That was his proper name. The Bar means son of, and Kosiba is the surname. He was known as Bar Kokhba to his followers. A slight pun on the name. Kokhba means star, the son of a star that has kind of like messianic overtones to it. But to his detractors, he was known as Bar Koziba, with a Z instead of an S. The word kazav in Hebrew meaning deception or lies. But his actual name was Kosiba, and he's known popularly in the way that Rabbi Akiva, one of his most important followers, called him Bar Kokhba, the star. It's hard to underestimate the importance of Bar Kokhba in the Israeli civic mentality, because Bar Kokhba represents the last living president of the Jewish polity until the 20th century. In a moment, I'd like to talk to you about Dr. Yegael Yadin, who wrote a very important work on Bar Kokhba, who describes the moment when the current president of Israel in 1960 first saw an inscription that was written by the previous president of Israel some 1900 years earlier. It's really important to see this as a sort of a culmination of the strive for statehood that had a 1900-year hiatus. Or we can see this graphically is in the Knesset Menorah, the sculpture that stands outside the contemporary building known as the Knesset, which is where Israel Parliament sits. And in this candelabra, you can see that there are many historical figures that are represented on the arms of the candelabra. Zooming into the center, you see that the three central uppermost branches have representations of three distinct leaders in Jewish history. The first is Moses, who is shown here from a biblical passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites against the Jews on their way from Egypt to Israel. And as the passage there describes, as long as Moses is up in the air, heavenward, then the Jews would succeed in battle. And when he lowered his hands, they would fail. So he was supported by his two lieutenants, holding his own in the air so he could retain that position for the duration, representing a military victory with an appeal to God at its very center. On the left, you see, David, we should understand that the left here is on Moses' right, the higher level of authority and status. David shown here as a young man holding up the severed head of Goliath. It's an important passage that describes, again, a military with supernatural assistance from God. Significant of the two, still right at the very center of the candelabra, is this representation of Bar Kokhba. And unlike David and Moses, he is represented here in an attitude of decline, in an attitude of defeat, because after all, the Bar Kokhba rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he is shown here as a powerful military figure and as a tragic one as well. And that's the story we're going to go over in the next 15 minutes or so. Our sources, as I mentioned, are somewhat limited. We have an important Roman historian, Cassius Dio, sometimes called Dio Cassius, who is somewhat problematic because we only have him in an abbreviated form as we shall see shortly. We have Eusebius, an important church historian, Cassius Dio being active in the basic century. Eusebius, about 100 years later, one of the church fathers, again passing references. And then we have some amazing passages in the Talmud and in the Midrash, but they are not necessarily historical in the same way that some of these other historians are conformed to Western sensibilities. There are also some famous and important discoveries in the 1960s, primarily archaeological discoveries conducted by this man, Yigael Yadin, who is one of these amazing Israeli leaders who was at once both a war hero, very highly placed at the top of the Israeli defense forces, and at the same time an archaeologist and a scholar and a very gripping writer. I'm going to produce a little review of his treatment of Bar Kokhba in a separate video. Absolutely fascinating account, very much worth reading. So let's try and understand what we can about Bar Kokhba and his rebellion from the sources that we have. Here's a children's book. The Hebrew translation is The History of Israel for Children. The Bar Kokhba rebellion, you can see a very heroic figure and rallying the troops against Rome and so on. This describes the rebellion that took place from the years 132 through 135 of the Common Era. The leader, of course, as we said, is Bar Kokhba. In the Midrash, he is described as a mythic figure of phenomenal proportions. An extremely brutal and ferocious warrior, not unlike some of the depictions of David that we have in Tanakh and also in the Talmud. The Talmud says, for example, and this is kind of like, you have to assume it's a kind of a hyperbole that is not uncommon in the Talmud, that to test their bravery, Bar Kokhba would have all of his recruits have a digit sliced off their hand, which is, totally forbidden in Jewish law. By the way, kids don't try this at home. But the rabbis complained and said, Bar Kokhba, what are you doing? How long will you mutilate the young men of Israel? He said, well, what else, how else am I going to test their bravery? And they suggested, well, have them uproot a living tree from the ground with their bare hands. Will that do? He says, yes, that will certainly test it. And so that's how they were tested, as the Talmud says, that they were tested for their strength and their bravery. I don't know how to take this on a literal sense, but when we see his writings based on the archaeological discoveries in the 1960s, we definitely see that he was a very determined and very insistent leader, often demanding retribution of his followers if they did not comply with his demands. He was known to many as a possible Messiah. And let's remember, in Jewish terms, a Messiah, Mashiach, is a human being a political leader who will effect a military unification of the land of Israel, who will bring in all of the exiles, who will bring in the ingathering of the exiles, and initiate a period of great peace and prosperity for Israel and the world. And many saw Bar Kokhba as that person, including famously Rabbi Akiva, who towards the end of his life supported Bar Kokhba as a possible Mashiach. He was contradicted by several of his colleagues. One of them famously said to him, Akiva, you will have grass growing from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah, meaning this is impossible, and you will be dead, and Bar Kokhba will never be the Messiah. But nevertheless, the notion of Bar Kokhba as Messiah certainly inspired many to follow him. Here is, by the way, one of the amazing finds that was uncovered by Dr. Yadin in the Dead Sea region. You can see at the very top right, it says Shimon Bar Kokhba Nasi Yisrael. Shimon Bar Kokhba, president of Israel. Unfortunately, there's so much we really don't know about the war. One of the most basic things that we don't know about this war is why exactly did it start. So Cassius Dio, the Roman historian, gives us an account of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius Dio's account has not survived antiquity in its original formulation, rather as what they call an epitome. We say in English, the epitome of something, we tend to mean something is exemplary, the best, and but in classical terms, it really means an abbreviation, meaning, oh, this is too big, too long to read. You give me like the clips, the short version of this. That's what an epitome was. And so we have an 11th century epitome by Johannes Kittilis that's shown here that gives us, unfortunately, passing references to Bar Kokhba, and we don't know exactly what Dio wrote, but we're hopeful that this is correct. Accordingly, the reason for the revolt was that the Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after his Aelia Capitola, right? As his middle name Aelius, and to build on the site of the temple to God, instead a temple to the Latin god, the Roman god Jupiter. And this, according to Cassius Dio, inflamed the population of Jews, and a rebellion ensued. Now, according to Hadrian's own biographer, Spartianus, who wrote De Vita Hadriani, the life of Hadrian, the Roman Empire, had nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple. It has to do with a ban on genital mutilation, something which the Romans had frequently issued, but it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well, but it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision. And in fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed in some degree by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees, but that these decrees followed the revolt, meaning it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of the Judean state in the previous war, or whether it was the Messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt, and then later the Hadrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Asara Urge Malchus, that have formed an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, but rather after the rebellion as a response. It's not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insights. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appeared to have been initially quite successful. Bar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem, apparently, and marked that event with the minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then restamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would restamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetragrammaton, that's a sella in Hebrew, and at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom, you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, urn, and trumpets. But what's interesting is that you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are palm fronds, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the arbanin, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase "mihi et legionibus bene," which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouins who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Yugael Yadin and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove them. So you get a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was tefillah. Tefillah is a, 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 2,000 years, right? Photography, 1960. This would have been used for a single blue thread in the fringed garments worn by religious Jews, the so-called tzitzit. Local analysis of particular dye, however, in these threads indicates Chokmah rebels were apparently holding on to some Teferet. The Talmud says was a problem in the era because with the technology of the day, it was possible to know that this was the actual Teferet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or it was made from a vegetable, which would have rendered it fit for the tallis, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops, and all were calculated. And that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Kokhba had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal. And even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain. So that indicates that it was really a pitched battles one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number, 580,000 casualties, over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy. The grace after meals includes a blessing, which specifically was composed in memory of the martyrs of Beitar. Like the name Bar Kokhba, resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth scouting movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts, was a very important movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Likud party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, our Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you very much for watching.
Junk mail. I know I've heard junk mail is coming out. I get those things all the time on PO box. It's like, what does this mean, junk mail? But what is even going on? Yeah, it says something. Yeah, I think they're putting mixing it $6 with some of the junk mail. So people are thinking Q1 junk mail it might be a good idea to start reselling.
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? You might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification, but that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the more important things to think about is, did this, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really points, for example, in this article, Shana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave philosophical and religious, indeed sociological and insight issues to people who are more. That we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? And you can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear. Two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept, the principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now, that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews of that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, God forbid, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn, but let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. Here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non, do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et mincha me'acharai, v'abdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem b'chem, v'yishmecha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods, and the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? A strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, and normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translation, and in many cases are already. And this translation is a little bit. We look carefully at this. It's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in he, yasir, which is male, masculine. For it's really will turn your child. Your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine. Your son, which in this case would mean your grandson. Okay, so let's understand this word. It says he, meaning your in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law because it's feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me, and following God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who was born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who was born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, according to the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, At the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Flerovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020. A very beautiful work, stable for sale in many galleries today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually called. That in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments the long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that turned have brought with them their non-spouses, meaning that intermarriage is wrecked. Then in chapter 10, one sends away foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married Jewish wives, families are broken up, wives are sent along with their children. You can imagine how difficult this might have been, how harsh it must have been. But, beyond the sympathy for the humans involved, it seems like a very statement of the natural involved in effect in the century before the Common. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points later, and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish Philo, who will speak out in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke extensively, and even Paul, and you have to understand that in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, vary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. At any rate, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great, and he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, yeah, they went through this and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that Rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the Rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah onwards. And again, a little theology here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. So to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the 1st century of the Common Era, some very prominent seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by then the Mishnah is taught, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so. And any deviations from this are taken in very seriously. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that, Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular of whether or not is Jewish, one of those third type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms. And when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are, expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunities to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel in both the biblical context and in the larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Kranjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kranjek, also pronounced Kranyet. I actually had to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use. But in America, they tolerate Kranjek. At any rate, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call film Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, to try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes this a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put them together on a mimeograph or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand the, simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and in ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the human population. We have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following this controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in the media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Sivos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushback on all sectors of the Jewish population, and it's just another example of the project that kind of expresses itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, its difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezerat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple, but on the other hand, there was relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and not Leviim and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. And our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhba caves a while ago, and I'll speak about them a little more, we find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. You find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees in that either. I mean, so it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century. And if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archisynagogus. That's right, as the right side of the top line going into the second line says archisynagogus, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of inscriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles. As we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward, I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the project test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute. Now, there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, are nameless, or they are named in relation to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, the daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to the man. Sometimes they're identified with their character or skill, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are really hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them. But there's some fascinating when you include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Aishat Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where he's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape him. And another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves these and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah is that one in the written text and one in the oral tradition to understand, as Jews have for hundreds of years. And one thing to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why my Persian tradition is a name for Aisha Kolar, Zulaikha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, Rashi quotes, saying, why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the witch of her sons, Esau and Jacob received the blessing, and in fact, he engineered Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, Sana, it's hard for me to think in terms of the Hebrew pronunciation, English pronunciation. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli the Kohen in the book of Samuel, And Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God. And in fact, she becomes the model of our prayer. We even have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Dikri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. I know, fascinating examples. So we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel, Alia. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are
Welcome.
Smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters. Nevertheless, they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in the previous year. Occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the hill that may have belonged to Bel, but for the most part, we're totally reliant on the biblical. And so therefore, the kinds of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full of the text, find everything we can about that. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel. And that is that, we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly attuned to adopt a monogenous view of religion to a more ancient view in which there's a very radically different experience of Judaism by men. One can certainly dispose of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion, or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition and the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which by the way will be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that, God willing, in a few months, is to divide them into four different quadrants, shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. A negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover, right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay, fine. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, I hope you're listening. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time? Let's say the prayers of Judaism, which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning, a fixed window called afternoon or mincha, and a fixed window called evening or ma'ariv. Right? So this is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the key point. Women are obligated in three of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. And women are generally considered obligated in that, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. And that would be drinking the forks of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in a negative, it's a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to school when you're a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come to the sociological realities or the other way around. And I will leave with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies, women's studies, and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world. We see the more Orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool, and one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the accomplishment of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely, disappeared from the regular canon of text because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to move into the future. So kinds of religious structural help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience even in the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, that is women into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of the care of the dying and so on. Again, say, and it would be inappropriate, it's universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that no. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolutely average woman, and I'll give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the 1st and 2nd century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
You guys do anything special? You do your shows? We're willing to bring to rise. Yeah. I'm trying to get booked. Yeah. I get you guys booked in Carbondale. Yeah, would you pay for a flight? I could find someone too, yeah.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent,
Yeah, we'll see.
and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, its challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity. Let's look at three exceptional examples, and we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average women in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the three examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. These three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Restream, who was a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the cave of letters and other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology, and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was one of the pioneers the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. I can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. Anyway, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the second century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back early in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Gloria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hanani ben Zeradia, one of the martyrs of the Asiatic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba revolt. So that helps us date Gloria, besides the mayor, her father, this is event of her lifetime sometime in the second century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Point has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures, in the period of the Talmud who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Machanisa, something like that. Gloria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for direction in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool, he asks him to come to Leo. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk over my women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said which way to look, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. And you get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique of things that she says. But that's a mere aspect of her teaching. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with his father and his sister, and also with the children of Rebbe Meir, who died in one particular Sabbath, two twin boys. Terrifying kinds of things that the good Lord. And she's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halakhic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity, and an amazing woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded 1,000 years after her life. on as well. So anywhere else in it appears in a very authoritative comedy, a great sage. Nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Uriah's life, but it describes her end as being very ignorant. I believe that up to rabbinic scholars to debate the nature stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are around the year 26 to the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa and his wife Syphilis. Now, you recall that there were a few puppet kings in Roman period in Judea. Some of them were powerful, like her great, who was Berenice's great grandfather, if I calculated that correctly. And those were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa the First was one of the latter category. He happens to be a Vedic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections, things like that, to one Martha. Of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alaba, really essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous philosopher, Philo, who got her in another lecture. She married her uncle Herod Polio of Tarsus, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship. Rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among women, but the Jews it would have been extremely scandalous belief. But anyway, she was like at the peak of her voice. She was referred to as Regina, meaning Queen, Leia, also Queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later in this capacity earlier. Married a third time to King II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism. Here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the revolt, that being the year 66. And she was, which is interesting in terms and Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course it's a whole David on Thomas, in which basically a person has some kind of sentence for it, they want to be true, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, like their hair, and then at the end period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they offer a sacrifice. So she was there when the revolt, some kind of, what kind of person she would be if she had that out. She stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessus Florus, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor of Vespasian, later to become Emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem and the Temple. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She her sister were regarded as among the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was a dozen years her senior. That himself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a beleaguered and conquered people, and said that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund's very interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been involved in allowing the scholarly Vinyana to persist. We recall that the Yochanan ben Zakkai for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with the people that allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died thereafter in the year 7. So she's a fighting, exceptional individual in the sense that she's a top of society. She's involved in things that royalty are involved, with marriages, setting, and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with huge political issues to the whole. This is clearly in contrast to the majority of them who left no trace on the political record. But it is easy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemencia di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. I mean, her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization.
Welcome.
Far outside the Jewish awareness of her.
There she is.
Let us now turn to our final exception. We looked at Luria as an example of exceptionality in that she was announced.
Are you ready for me?
And Berenice, because of her high level political activity, as accessory. And now we have a woman who is exceptional.
Is Dottie there?
We suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. I'm speaking about a woman named Babata. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Babata that goes into this in much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region that we spoke about a couple of years ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the female remains been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents.
That's okay.
That all linked to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents. Also, like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? They were in a polygamous relationship, not unheard of at that time. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the had appointed to the care of apotropai, or like custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more
All but
control
one.
over her children and wrested from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs.
I'm going to get these three.
It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents, our passports and things like that, in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her life and activity.
Nice
and it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the 2nd century who was not without means. She's probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charge of her life, and she was clearly an agent involved in her life. So we should not imagine by Babata's example that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There are some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command. So perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important, detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it reveals some startling things. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we analyze the Babata archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating
That's what I'm talking about.
Jewish women into
That's what I'm talking about.
Time, but the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish spread in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Get something. Hey, not that bad. You got 5.
At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. Now, this has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really, we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile. In Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus. That Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a little bit of a misnomer because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction
I'm
of
going
the
to get
temple,
this.
and there was an
No
expulsion
doubt.
of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually
89.
expelled from the land.
I win, you
in the
win.
first century like they were, with the also limited population
ma'am.
transfers that happened under the Assyrians and the Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were 10,000s taken off into slavery, but the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel, hence the experience as a galut, as an exile nation. It's worthy pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state, meaning logically Jews can still in exile even if they're living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept
I'm gonna get
of
no doubt.
a diasporic and exilic condition to Jewishness. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move to the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora to the Bar Kokhba. Recall that the first Roman-Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple year and also the fall of Masada. And as you see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself. But
you got a
the
chance,
process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the hatched lines that
what a comeback.
the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galil to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved in particular north to the new center.
All right,
exist and
make this your game.
Banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew. And so renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf.
Talking about
in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and Greek peninsulas, and in Asia Minor as well, Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities in the context of the Quitos rebellion a little while ago, and there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spent some time there, unwilling to the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You'll see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine. I looked a little more carefully, and I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile.
That's what I'm talking
even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I think I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. So therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the lower Nile. You know, the cities of Cairo and Alexandria. So there is a very important military, a Jewish military colony, Fantine. I'll look at that in just a second. And in fact, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when King Menashe of Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents the tremendous irrigation powered Nile. And down very southward, see the little red part? There are some cataracts, which means that the river restricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land, and that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition, and that's where robbers would lie and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have a military outpost there. We know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in papyri and in ostraca, right? Those clay bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is clear about prohibited any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, and Samaria, the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider, of course, valid. The Arak El Amir in Jordan, and Leon which would be in Egypt, under Chonia. This is referred to as Chonia in the Talmud, Onias IV. So what is going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our area of expertise today. We have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block and check off the Kranjak test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Mitachia, which seems to be related to the word batach, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 type of construction engineers, or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region, not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Tammuz is definitely not a Hebrew name because in Hebrew, Tammuz means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That it was certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Toti. If Anania were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, to get the child. The whole thing is really bizarre. Also interesting, though, and again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Talmud could just start a divorce on its own, which is something that rabbinic law does not permit. Lots more to say about that. I hope to come back to it in maybe in the medieval period when we look at women in Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt in the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism and was especially influential in the early church. There's a funny story about how the Septuagint was written. According to the legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hushner, who's a very important Rosh Yeshiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on anything, that's a miracle. By the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the local situation. You recall, Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities in Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there were a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in their society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, very important, who approached the Bible primarily in a Greek sense, with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential, again, on the Christian tradition, and not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade. They openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not the two. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, interesting idea, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered, places where you should not transgress and you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were, mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you so much for watching.
Congratulations on the match, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Paul Cosman.
So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the first settlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrian Babylonians in the 8th, 6th century. Those centuries were periods that were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate in exile or Galut in context. But even those exiles were short. They only represented a small portion of the population, the majority of the population in Israel. In British, probably gender imbalance, because men may have been taken under some women, but many Jews, the majority, in Israel. Here's a look at a map, and you can see we're going to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called simply Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts," this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, "the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply you there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to be carried away captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace." This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. the notion that this exile is due to this diaspora, to use the term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work to build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worshiped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. They have somehow abandoned their God. I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of as universal and as being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, is not interested in taking care of them in exile. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rings famously throughout the generations as a mitigation for the newfound exile condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So, one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Mirashu archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from 5th century from the B'nai Mirashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when the archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there's lots of names, right? It's a business archive, receipts and agreement contracts and stuff like that. 8% of names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. They tell us because so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right? Meaning God-given. So they all invoke the name of God in some active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of names in this archive, and they're located in 28 out of the 200, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of theophoric names in the separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Mirashu archive was uncovered. And one of the things I find really amazing about the Mirashu archive is not only are the names theophoric, but the Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I would be Hillel ben Yaakov. Right? Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. Like the reasons for these things are not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's name and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You can see that there's a real scene that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something? It's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Chana Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there's a real teshuva movement, and they start giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's good. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Mirashu archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong of Jews who are active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily move into that first, but we see that in Egypt. We see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? With David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government and so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this. So much stuff to talk about. I wish we had more time. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylonia, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There is a so-called Nefute, which refers to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean, and of course it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of the vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about Babylonia. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exilot, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester. But this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership. In particular, as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academy studies, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic and Hebrew synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories, gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Neharda named Aeneas and Asinaeus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create, for about 15 years, their own kind of like robber state, which is kind of like a little warlords. And these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian army, Parthian Empire, and finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guy. More to say, but I think it's too far away from it. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One lecture about diaspora coming. Thank you for watching. A few minutes to say a little bit about the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's about all of this, but I just want to kind of match their briefs because we will be returning to this collective. So here's how that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire on a hatch line, and as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, which is shaped like a boot, and actually that's Canadian there, and then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which is really like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century, and then of course after Alexander there was much more presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population development. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they observe it. For example, the whole business with food and Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. So generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course, it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction, socially and legally, coming up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well. You can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow missing, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to religion unless you convert. This is like a strange idea. Really? I can't just like be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you gotta go through conversion, whatever that means exactly, but certainly it means circumcision. And Jews would eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood, like for example, total what's to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, any kind of worship of idols. You read about that, and Greeks and Romans would say, what is the problem? I often go to the not standing anthem is played at a football game. We consider very rude. And by the way, I use this example long before it became one of the social justice and Black Lives Matter and so on. But it has been used to take the football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they would for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism. And you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating, that's not really, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. They are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud, it's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the yard site, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Kind of spooky by modern sensibilities, but nonetheless really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated, like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You see he's patting a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of pathos across 2 millennia. The inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic is probably lower if the first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well, and the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. And that's considered much more than the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the images. It's really cool to look at these catacombs, and there's so much research that can be derived from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include a little bit of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place there. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews and military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are, of course, to the Antiochus IV, who was associated with Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that like that. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues, even well before the year 70. And also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They referred to with the Greek term proseuche, or synagogue, which basically means like gathering places. The synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious text. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions from Josephus and Thielen and the other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's quickly do the Iberian all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They refer to each other with geographical areas like super Babylonian, which is one of the terms used in the Bible. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sparta Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adria. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century. A reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: there's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is Mia, and then a new word, Salo, something missing, Mula, and then the word An, Uno, Mens, Quattro, Dia, Uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A. Junia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is the 4 dashes right on the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And this she is our first indication of Jewish Solomon's but let's get on to talk about more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion with diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which we begin right after. Thank you very much. Hello, and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question: how did people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because don't get it. I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at, and provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath and then go into the next event. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized, so it's gorgeous. You really get it like, yeah, life in history was actually in kind of black and white, as they used to dress. Let's do a quick recap. So here's on, you can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that would be ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The challenge of working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up, the amazing story, becomes the vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew. Humanistically, they would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Or Hebrews, which comes from Eva Hanahar, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to sort of elide them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates that. I'll let you go. The next event, of course, the Bible, is the Exodus, which was sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Meneptah stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When we move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization, governance in the land of Israel, and then that culminates and described in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what would become a united monarchy. This is the Golden Age, followed by David Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land expands significantly, both in terms of territory, in terms of influence, and so on. Unfortunately, after Solomon descends into civil war, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in the map. Then if we move 4 centuries, we get to the Assyrians, when Israel's northern kingdom is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer in common in the ages. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer. Lots of people were left behind. Many of them might have been blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off into the north. There was then another invasion, which is the southern kingdom of Judah, and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem, and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially elites, off to Babylon. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived, because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them, and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165, called the Franco Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual and cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids. And they reestablished a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hasmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not freed from the cultural winners, and they ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invade in the year 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade. They're kind of invited in because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He wanted to be Joseph, and he had a very long rule in the first century BC. Tremendous amount of public works and building and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the first century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the second temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. It was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this was in a much more devastating Roman action, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region and the Galilee, was more significantly depopulated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. However, that this is not really the same term that secular scholars for Westernization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s, the fall of Rome. But at this, we start to see really major change in the Jewish population. So, all the tremendous challenges that developments in common Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? I mean, that's something that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First under the Assyrians when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks when their level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. I mean, this is like repeated loss of sovereignty, the Jews keep coming back nevertheless and reestablishing some level of self-rule. If we jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again after 2,000 years of absence, which is really mind-boggling. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement. Right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially the elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. You know, if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we would see in the modern era? Third, full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Syrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them. You know, and the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. You know, these are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of antiquity. repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating and discouragement. See, you're like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar Kokhba revolt, the First Roman-Jewish War, the Titos Rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. And finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness, with the destruction of the temple twice, and the displacement of people to another land, how are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges today? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to report, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence, because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance of the period of the creation of the Talmud. Also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula, and so on, you'll see huge surges in Jewish population. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period. And we'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinct existence over so many centuries despite so many challenges. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome to another episode of the Jewish History. Now, just like the last class, when I offered up this question, how did the Jews survive antiquity? And I let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question. There's no advance that is even more so. I have some thoughts on questions of what is meaning of Jewish history, and give you some sense of where I'm coming from toward the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder and things like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question. But that's not the sense that I'm using it here. You may ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? I mean, are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gotten to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, you know, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to know, please tell me the story already. Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into like big theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment, the scene between the ancient period and the medieval period. And this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on, well, what does it all mean? Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope to at least pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rothman, shown here. Just recently won the Rothschild Prize, fantastic scholar at Bar-Ilan University. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Rothman. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him and he was very gracious in sharing his thoughts. We're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History. And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rothman uses this term meta-history in the kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past. So, like, for example, if physics is the study of the physical universe, bodies in motion, mass, velocity, things like that, then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story of this history? You know, of course, that the word story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question, you have the Tzemach David, a very interesting book written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gans. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gans, David Strauss, a great local historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents a kind of early encyclopedic view of history. Not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology. Like, in this year this happened, in this year this happened, and so on. Not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked of you, and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happen to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. As if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and are not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I hate using the word impact as a word, but I couldn't help it. Like, Jews were inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. So that's another question that we'll have to get into later. But he separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, a much more advanced historical scholarship going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Brett. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte and Mittelgeschichte. Basically, Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, that narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constant, oppressed, dispersed, pogramized, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they that are phenomenal since the world civilization. They're writing these amazing, they're developing, they're engaged in so much productive work. Oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in the new location they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Gretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Gubno, another great encyclopedic historian, who criticized Gretz for missing out some really important things and not including them because they really didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Gretz tended to look down on Eastern European Jews in general, and specifically Hasidism and the Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Gretz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, the attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Gretz wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Gretz, and this is part of the challenges with the grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to, come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach. And especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians, and there are accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backward superstition going in the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something that Shimon Gubno wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves, and Hasidism is, of course, very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. Shimon Gubno was very much enamored of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with him called diaspora nationalism, in which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. And what have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and we should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that's been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible to continue? He says the reason they continue is because they advance beyond what is required. That they have developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something which we strive for. This is real. Everything coming from the Jewish thought, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should develop. And rather than, trying to, fit in with secular society, we should encourage development of specifically Jewish cultural projects. A lot of fascinating things to say about his worldview. So everything in his grand narrative looked towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't need a state. They can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. And you want them to go back to a more barbaric age? So he definitely, his grand narrative, soft-pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there, of course, are many Zionist historians like Benjamin Dinor, who said, no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jews to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben-Zion Greenaway's model, but maybe we'll explore that later on. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Salo Wismeyer Byron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Gilmel at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities and that the monolithic approach of Gilmel, which is influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at, how the Middle Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, and that is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It's associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de hors texte." There is nothing outside the text. Now, what exactly does this mean, and what is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. The document has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and two other odds and ends of date of it. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born on such and such a date in this little town in northern Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernists would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents, and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document hasn't been forged? Who says that this document isn't the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they're really hiding a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine. Well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things that other documents. So now you have two documents, but possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistaken, written down, or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? How do you know that the thing memoir claims to remember actually happened? What you have, fundamentally, is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to actually happen. You're stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling because if we cannot make any kind of generalizations about reality beyond the texts and documents and archaeological finds that we discover, how do we make history with it? So, Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier Juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, you know, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such thing happened because there's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. In the words of Palmanta, "Dies eigentlich gewesen war." What actually happened. We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything, you know, like when we find the Teldan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David, does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can like use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time, or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? You know, everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advanced winds of postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. If you can't write about a large period of history, because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully multiple points of contact. You can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution. And you can't say, well, a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare trying to figure out, is it possible to write anything larger? Any survey history? So here's a black and white photograph of you that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. This is what I look like as a historian. And so, since we have so many beautiful photographs, I want to stick this one in. So I have to give credit to Michael Bachef, who is this amazing photographer, who doubts me to shoot because he's put together a book, and I'm very proud to include it in his subject. He really had a unique gift to be able to find that little who is this, and then put it out onto this lens and into these things. So anyway, that's the picture. Here's the question. This is the situation with how historians write. The documents not claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize with any degree of reliability. Why isn't it there? It's like any other novel or play or something like that. What is the purpose of everything we're doing? Is there any distinction between history and fiction? So there certainly is a difference between history and fiction. And I'm going to follow this argument that Professor Rossman makes in his book. And the way that we can get to that, however, requires a little bit more of personal sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic written by this man, Max Eisenman. Not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data and storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 13 years or so old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house in a paperback copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see from the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I've never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that book. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it is an incredibly popular book, published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple different versions. This version here says basically, 1.5 million copies print, second edition. But this version, this cover says something very significant, edited and revised by Ethel Dumont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel Dumont made to this book. She herself is also a published author. She suffered a head injury and wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in second edition, but in the first edition, published in the early 60s. So we don't know a lot about Ethel Dumont's involvement in this, but let's not think of this as an exclusively male pursuit. She passed away in 2013. So Max Dumont's approach to history really emphasizes indestructibility of the past, and that's something that made a big impact on me. So let's return to our question on ism. Now that I've told you a little on adolescent children encounter with history, I'll refer to something that Professor Russman calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am to do my best to approach these texts that we use, the data points to write history. I am going to be as conscious as I can of my own focus toward the grand narrative, towards meta history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max Dumont's first presentation of the Indestructible Jews. I'm going to share these biases with you. When I am troubled by force, I'll let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max Dumont. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, for your part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hope to hold myself to. When you respond in the comments or in emails or whatever, I hope you will continue to be respectful and understand that I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of, religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, or not Christian enough, or not Muslim enough, or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, working with the data the same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement. But I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened. DS identical gewesen war, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own capacity at the same time. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my narrative, and for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Roth, phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing projects of Jewish fame, and that is the massive Encyclopedia Judaica. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times, it was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rosman's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it in the 1950s. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history," note, of course, that it's not a gender-neutral language, but there you go, 1950s. "Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgachat pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the survival of a Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter. The author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher imminence. So in other words, what Dr. Roth is saying is that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's very hard not to see a higher imminence on every page of Jewish history. That's my inspiration. I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact is, you're listening to it at the very end, so if you've fallen asleep, I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, back to the standard kind of narrative description of the Jews of Mesopotamia. Fascinating period. Thank you very much for that.
I could do 50 push-ups at a time, and I'd go in the middle when I left. Just touch everything that was supposed to be these people are getting sick tonight. I don't give a shit. They're making me wash fucking dishes. People are getting sick in this motherfucker. And they're not going to be able to figure out it's me. Whatever. You have fun someday. You got to make it work. That's a place where I TT'd in my pants one time. I had a horrible set in Wyoming. And then I'm in the bathroom doing a key bump, and my penis is out.
The period after the destruction of the temple in the 70s, and then the Second Roman Jewish War under Bar Kokhba, in the 130s, is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. And so they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain group integrity, in order to maintain their identity, and in fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the first century before the Common Era up until the early third century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago, what exactly is the Mishnah. But these are the teachers who will play an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which would, of course, be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Amoraim means teachers, Amoraim means speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of the time basically comes to a close at the beginning of the third century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Talmud in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a sort of intellectual storehouse. And the Amoraim will then be exploring and discussing it as a whole in the two lectures from now. And let's look at this period in a little more detail. At the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in Talmud in which Yochanan ben Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome, Yavne, the Chaman, give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabbi Gamliel, and many others. So I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications and illustrates, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening among the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bavia 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Achna. It's a particular design, and the rabbi is arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it goes down to two main sides of the argument. Eliezer, a God great sage, who to follow the teachings of Shammai. And perhaps I should just make it at this point. Shammai and Hillel are two of the greatest of the Zuk of the generation that preceded the Tanaim. And their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created two large schools, the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of choice. You would associate a particular school, follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amount of disputes over the, but those disputes were honestly solved amicably. This changed after the destruction temple, however, as there is a concession of thought primarily around the opinion of Hillel. Right? On the one side, we have Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol, very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai. And on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding the deal with this. That is the house of Hillel, where it's the base Hillel. Hillel is passed away for a long time. What ends up happening is really, the Talmud says, the Ezra says, if the follows my opinion, this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, it doesn't matter. We follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's how we decide things here. Then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows mine, let these carob trees be uprooted and be sent along the road. The rabbi, and then that actually happens. And then the rabbi says, it doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally, he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Midrash crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point, the rabbi says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And to the walls, they don't collapse. They sort of like stay in a viewing place. And then finally, the same argument goes on. Rabbi Eliezer says then, the law follows me, let the heavens proclaim. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. This looks like a slam dunk, right? It's all these supernatural phenomenon supporting Rabbi. You can bring as many proofs as you want, but lo b'shamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is followed in this case with this oven. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the last but very interesting reason. That is associated with the tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was really honored, of the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in the year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion. I don't know why me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion of huge storms at sea. They all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want, or the interview, or we can go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beit Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it has on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and a very important starting point for the organization of Jewry from there on after. But it's so cool to think that it's now in heaven. There were two institutions that were especially Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out, primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchy. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these light arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north, where it was located in a few different places, so it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period that we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Nesiyut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have really good sense of exactly how it functioned. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Nasiim, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, Rabbi Judah the Prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate or misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, a larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some chronologists, like the Seder Olam, which is the Order of the World, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have Megillat Talmud, we have a few ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happen and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Babata archaeology, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Bar Kokhba. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frown on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society, and on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number, of about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important to the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of description of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans will discuss in a later lecture are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference. And they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of structure things that are useful for them as soldiers as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here they don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull. That Judaism is a very competitive theology at this time. For one example, have a look at Helena of Adiabene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells Talmud as Hilmi Malka, that is Helene the queen, and she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives her a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb that was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was in fact Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So we thought that a very important, powerful, political woman like Helena of Adiabene would convert to Judaism. It's just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times, in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian Center in particular. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, shit. Okay. So there was an aquarium store for 8 years there called Old Town Aquarium next to Taylor's. Yeah, I did aquariums in Chicago for the last 8 years. But I used to be a chef in Memphis, and where'd you work? Maybe 2 or 3 young, Doug. Over at the beauty shop across the street from the deli. Yeah, the beauty shop.
So continuing.
We ate there when we went back to Memphis a month ago or whatever. I enjoyed it. I just had a pretty good sandwich. And then one of the chefs messaged William
Our discussion from the
plus he was like busy with work.
transition of the Sinaim to the Amoraim from the period immediately following the disastrous 2 revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate in Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah, let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order. After the year 219, which is when Rav, a great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back, and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which dates from the 9th and 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poor documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. That represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia in the development of the Talmud is when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we know very much about the region of 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Torah itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities, like Rav Shvir Gaon, who wrote the first Talmudic history, described what was going on in the region at the time. The period of Zoroastrian resurgence, actually during the rule of Shmuel Malka, Shapur I, also known as Shmuel Malka, he every now and then in the time of the and it represented where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in its format. But let me leave that to later on in the series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale, the two major rivers, the Hebrew, the Nahar Duglat, or Tudeka, which is the Tigris, and the Nahar Prat, or the Euphrates, and they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see in the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish thought. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you're born on the other side, you're in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva, the great academy at Surah, at Nehardar, and at Umbazita. The story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Nehardar is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivas, Surah and Sambhadita would last for and extend well into the Muslim period. There's a great academy, the Centers of Jewish Study, where the Talmud would be developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Surah to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop in Maharda for lunch, maybe stay the night, and then walk to Pumbedita and have lunch there the next. It's amazing how we're talking places that have such phenomenal global significance. Jews studying the Talmud are really so close to each other. Even by, and the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Nasi and others in Israel, when he returned to Babel, he ended up establishing the yeshiva of Surah. His colleague Shmuel went to Maharajah, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are the three really big early yeshivot established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly was a yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot and fold them backwards time to what they must have been like. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. Maybe more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early period. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot were doing. But we should understand that we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but the Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they cornered the market in curse bowls, and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of data. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the some kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power. There was these did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in America, Reish Baruta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel, just like Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was a descendant from David and had that unique leadership role. So to the Exilarch was reputed to be from this line of David and so on. There's a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data, Parthian period, but in the Sasanian period, you have their name, they went with rabbis in the time of the sun. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses because our main lens is within view of the world. So we've already talked about Luria as one of the exciting women of the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that occur, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She was associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what might have been normally considered women's domain. We really don't have the detail. And we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye. He wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was an orphan raised by an uncle, but the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as Tina. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, one of the most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, Amra Le'im, my mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing with the detail. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi, I was just learning a passage of Magi today. These are, of course, important in the Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to them, they come far away from the east, drawn by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important O. Henry story. The Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenaz ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but if you see the commentary, you see that's exactly what they're talking about. So also some, because the Magi regard the fire as having another sanctity and as a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth, so they frowned upon Jewish burials. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich, detailed book, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would like to have had just doesn't come through because it's not considered relevant data. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that next video.
The Kirkland slides when you're there this past year. I think this past year I saw some Kirklands and we weren't able to make it in time, which was kind of sad. I still just had my 2 sweatshirts from 2 years ago. So I need to get back on top of that. But whatever, it's kind of my bugaboo going to Kirkland signature. It's crazy down there. It's here, but it's kind of fun living here. All right, Jasper. Well, wonderful to speak with you. Thank you so much for calling in today. Having wonderful rest of you. You got the whole day ahead of you. Any plans? Yeah, I'm.
Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is, and that's a crazy, impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down into a few minutes is going to be a very daunting idea. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is, let's say, the structure of the Talmud? And so probably the best to understand is to have a look at a modern printing of a Talmudic page. You can see here, and this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of Talmud. the first section we have to look at is this sort of coral color, the pink color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has like, general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it really is not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, we will have a discussion that will include literally tens and hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally with a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in this. And this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriate. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language. But nevertheless, it's something that would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, if the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, I have to be talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then it'll start discussing when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, we tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner, and the Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow the discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing, Gamar in Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than the Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph of the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean, or say the Sea of Talmud. And just like, you can't say the sea has a particular source, that it all comes from one place. It's just there. And then you have to enter the sea at some shoreline. Some places might be, nice, easy places to get into the water, like, let's say, the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with Lost and Found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rock fjords with water crashing and like trying to jump into the middle of, Menachos or something like that, with sacrificial law and things like that. Very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. I'm already talking about it. Embracing, use the metaphor of Rabbi Delta Shev, is on the right. He is Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century, which Shadowin will speak more about it go on in this course. And his descendants and other students, the post from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially the area of the text. And I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, the prime real estate, many more in other books on this particular page. This gives you a sense of what the document is all about. The structure here, the fun of it is basically to explain Mishnah, because the Mishnah demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier by Doug Bashevkin, and I have to give that up because he runs an amazing website called 80.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big bush ideas, and I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Simon Sean here, who is an expert in God. He wrote a great book, Halakha, and I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why the Talmud is so important. So Chaim Simon introduces the audience of the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1983 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is Nomos and narrative? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of dense legal, sometimes peculiar discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretical details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with, a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They're they seem to be thrown in there, and some commentators have felt that it's kind of random. It is hardly random, not really intentional. And what Professor Cover has to say is that in order for a legal system to work, and the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system, it's called by some the Constitution of Judaism. Big constitution, you can't fold it, carry the pocket, unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, with the story behind the law. And this is really because if a society, argues Mr. Clever, Professor Clever, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing the narrative behind them, then ultimately that's the type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. It could be made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found, even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept code to their request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of wanders between big discussions of nomos related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative events. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast from the Talmud, put it in the source notes. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud in this context. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have videos on the Talmud as well. I'm very much involved actually producing a daily video on the Talmud. It's studied in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio a day, the size of one page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Dafyomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing, and it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years or so. I'm enthusiastic about it. I hope so. Okay, hope you found this video useful, and look forward to speaking to you some more.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I cannot recommend that at all.
Are you thinking about having kids ever?
Maybe at some point. I mean, I'm just getting older. I'm 36 now, so now if I had a child, I'd be some old man by the time they're my age. But yeah, I think at some point, now that I'm not an alcoholic,
looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. There's 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Gulov that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain in the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because as I'll show you on a map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which was once so huge, and it's just barely hanging on it. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the region, and so on, developed infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers, and we see the population actually increases at the time, but the balance of the population will change, and the local population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is Israel, where Jews are very satisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews, and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nisiut. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Nisiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in further centuries. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sun of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Messiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of the Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrin. And in fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renamed Nova Roma, the new Rome. It was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Roman Empire. And as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it conquered in 43 by the Turks, see this new name. So it becomes Constantinople, Istanbul. The last detail, while we're at it, relevant to our period, but we already went to the 15th century. When Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, standing itself as the third, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, you have the second Rome, or Roma in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is, or at least self-understands, as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which is part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians. And this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 6th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca, and I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history, it's really not only Mecca, also Persia. Because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire, and you can see that there are three big chunks of Jewish in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel, in places like Antioch and Damascus and Syria. And then you've got another big in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual communities, and you come all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France in the Mediterranean. You've got throughout Hispania, Spain, and then you've got South Africa, like even Carthage and Crete in there that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just above where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which would become very powerful, and ultimately Babylon, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614, and Israel will very fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the 629 he is in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we'll see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine, I just want to point out one area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstock called The Throne of Julius, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Abkarib Asad who, in the turn of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I hope to discuss not too long from now, when the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Karib Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar du Nuwas that lived about 100 years later, and presumably Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data suggest that this kingdom was Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions. For example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Gittites as being Jewish, and they want to be buried in Israel and all kinds of things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in southern Yemen at this time. I know they went to war with neighbor Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study that. Anyways, let's go back. Bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but it only lasts a very brief time because in 29, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts about 15 odd years. Muslims conquer it in the year 640. Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. And so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the diversus Judaeos tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching. One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic. It's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who we'll speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But what's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against a background of Judaism, and largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the end. Some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment and people speaking and hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this versus Judaeus tradition. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here. I have to tell you as a quick side, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: André TV, Les Portraits et Vies dont il est grec et païen. So, is the portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païens means. I think it means peasant, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of these, like Socrates, for example, to be taken from but that are from the period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others, but otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really cool. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with a Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot and things like that? And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing. Whereas Christians are much more thinking about, the more spiritual aspects of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted them to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews. You are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And I like. It doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is what does it matter to you what I call myself? I could call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, the Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obduracy. Definitely a kind of not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is a very important early theme in the Church Fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially of Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly at any rate, at the work of St. Jean Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these vrai portraits, another true portrait of St. Jean Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather, captures a certain of his style. At any rate, he is a 4th, early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because there's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there. Things like that. Like, there's 7 basic laws. Just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course, the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which I won't go into in this class, but Jews are welcome to come to synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch. That is a fairly open society. Non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they want to within Jews. And he was really upset with this. This was making it very difficult to clearly identify, what it's about to Judaism. Things he's very upset about is non-Jews participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday, right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover. And this was apparently not happening. And so he's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like $25 a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread, and it's just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless, it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. He refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense, but if someone says to you, hey, Jew, in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos Goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things for you. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews. That non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in, Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christian specifically, and that the Jews have to, be essentially shunted aside. There's a lot of in Chrysostom's sermons that suggest that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more about the adversus Judaism, or perhaps more generally about the Church Fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite Church Father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's an enjoyable to read about him. This is one particular beautiful visioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had personal doubts of theology and religion and so on, and he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was like really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean in this particular beautiful late Renaissance picture. It's in the forest or something, and the little child was like with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him, and there's the halo indicating that it's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole." And the child says, "Exactly. There are some things which, you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore you have to kind of like, let go sort of approach to it." Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine had to say about the Jews, which was very useful and positive, actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments for Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews, very similar to Jewish theology in this case. But the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing them? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings, is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. And this will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential for Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah, And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, Augustine is saying the Jews should be preserved. Now, they're not uniformly positive. They are like, he uses the metaphor of, you'll recall that in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to live forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated, he was not to kill. That anyone who would slay Cain, the mark was to indicate they should not kill, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalms, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a policy that Jews should not be killed. God, they should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers, like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with, huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine of witness. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and the discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called Piyut. Thanks very much for watching. In the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state and the church and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative at this period in time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially prominent, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and the 2nd century. If you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got inscriptions like stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including here these synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in the land of Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, the Italian Peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is way over here on the right. Fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the first century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship, and they had to kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the destruction of the temple. So in other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah and in the Talmud and the Midrash, the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs and things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is Greek, meaning place of gathering, is a Jewish community, CC, for a minority population. And it would fulfill religious, but it would be a sort of gathering for discussing affairs, for educating disputes, kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. And if you look at the prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well, with core elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements and other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources that we have. Professor Tal Ilan wrote a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4. Have a look in the notes, and I'll give you a reference to that. In that, of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something in contemporary synagogues as well. You'll have like a plaque here and a plaque there, and you'll have a plaque on top of a plaque. Everyone who gives anything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that have survived, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic, and I wish we knew more about that, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in this series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. Here is a beautiful wall painting from Dura Europos, that remarkable synagogue that is so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. You can see there's Mordecai on the left on the horse. He's being walked along by Haman, I think. It's fascinating. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out. For example, public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer a triennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What others would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements of this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be drasha, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Haggadah Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a concrete and kind of legal sense. And there's much more that is agadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that it does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretation, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different meaning infinite interpretations. Maybe not the Haggadah Midrash or legendary Midrash can go in directions even contradictory. And the collections of these midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this time. This is when we to see the textual version of books like Genesis Rabbah, for example, which is now widely studied as the course of these kinds of midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and is the rendering the text into foreign language, most specific, commonly Aramaic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, they don't have a precise understanding of what's going on. So it was very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have a Maturgaman, a translator, standing next to him, or would be a him, repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several Targumim were composed, perhaps the most famous is that of Onkelos, which is traditionally printed in the standard editions of the Torah, the Tanakh, but there are several other Targumim, especially of other parts of the Bible, that were circulating and were widely used at this time. But it gives you a sense of how the synagogue is evolving. What do we do in the synagogue? What do we say? When do we say it? How long does it take? What do we add? And so on. One last detail, and I know I'm going through it very quickly. I wish I could spend more time with it. The development of something called piyut, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees an effervescence of an attempt to, kind of encapsulate the prayer. Specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing in the spirit, such as the Shemona Esrei, the Amida, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the literary and aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, like longer discourses on events that are described with very sparse language in the biblical text, but expanded upon in an imaginary and artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these taitanim, of these poets, creating liturgical innovations, that many of which are preserved even to this day. The instant piyut, of course, would reach its apotheosis in the Gaonic period, which is several hundred years distant. But this is the period of time in the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today. That piyut becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that was discovered in northern Israel. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish at this time. I hope you've seen them. We're going to go to Spain in the next series of lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
DC, from what I hear, I've been to DC a few times, but from what I hear, you're really kind of separated physically from your relationship building in the state capital. You have the same.
Let's continue our discussion by looking at at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. And what I mean, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. Put in other words, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we will be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in a triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, I don't know, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, but because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we're going to discuss in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold, and I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history as most historians have defined. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigoth period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, you have a sub-period of Visigoths that's called the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switched from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. That represents a really significant shift in terms of how they that ends with the year 711. Now they're up to the invasion of Muslim forces. So this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islam. Most of the activity is focused in the southern Eastern Granada and Cordoba, but there is here. This is what's often called the golden era of the Spanish period. Somewhat of an overblown term, but nevertheless there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern section, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period, because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim, that's also very significant for our study of the Jews, because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, will have a very different orientation towards their Jewish minority than we would see under the Muslims. And finally, of course, there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with a forced conversion, and also a mass migration in 1497. You have what I'd like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still a very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula. And there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of a new faith. And along that spectrum, you quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal and then sometimes a generation or two later left Portugal only to readopt their Jewish identity during the diaspora. So the crypto Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself,
Nothing you can
Portugal,
sing that
but
can't be
really what
sung.
happens in their diasporas as well.
Nothing you
So
can
that
say
will
that
take
you
us
can
right
learn how to
into
play the
what they
game.
do. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have
Nothing
before
you
us.
can
We're
predict
going to
can't be
concentrate right
made.
now on the early 70s.
Nothing you
Here's
can
a
say
great
that can't
map
be saved.
from an atlas that
Nothing you can do that you can learn how to see it in time. It's easy.
It gives you a sense of the scattering of
All you
Jewish
need is
populations
love.
around the Mediterranean
All you
basin
need
in the
is
first
love.
to the 3rd century. So it's a little bit rough because
All you need
each
is
black
love.
square is the same
Love.
size as every other black square, and that's
Love is
clearly
all
not
you need.
reflective of the size of the Jewish population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities in Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless, Antioch, still gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of Jews that extends all the way up to London and into what would be later Germany, but of course Spain is an extremely important region. And you can see from the shading, a kind of darker orange is where it's really drawn by the end of the 1st century. It's concentrated in the eastern Mediterranean, what would be Asia Minor. But by the time you get to the 3rd century, you've got some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way on the Atlantic coast in what would be the Iberian Peninsula. So who are these Jews? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Obadiah. The biblical book of Obadiah refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Harad. The modern Hebrew term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from Obadiah. The plural usage for Sepharadi is the adjective which would be used to refer to one person or to things which pertain to Sepharad. Now, there's really no good reason to assume that when the book of Obadiah specifically calls a place Sepharad, that it is referring to what we call Sepharad today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography, that when Jews visit far-off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when they don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis. And when the Jews married in Germany, they said, okay, here we go. Let's call this place Ashkenaz. Right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and hence we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless the term has stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct group of people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless no real reason to assume that in the book of Obadiah that actually refers to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later which refer to Ashkenaz. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, 1st to 3rd century, we've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, and very common of shifting of the between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is reference to Spain and some familiarity. But how early did the Jews originally settle in the region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are
You say
not
why?
true. For example,
I say
in the
I
16th
don't
century, one particular
know.
writer came across
Oh
a
no.
gravestone that apparently read,
You say
"Here
goodbye.
lies Adonia
When
Lam,
I say
who was the
hello.
tax collector
Hello,
for Solomon."
hello.
Now, that's
I
like
don't know why you say
incredible.
goodbye.
It's,
I
and I
say
mean that literally
hello.
incredible. It's just
Hello,
way too much to
hello.
assume that
I don't
Solomon,
know why you
we're
say
talking
goodbye.
like,
I say hello.
1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some, tax collectors going as far as Spain.
Do
So,
you
and
say
the fact that we've lost this particular reference and it is dubious, probably not a reliable source to suggest that there were Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but is also regarded as quite spurious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era.
I am.
Also, kind of a far-fetched thought. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interest to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their argument rights for privileges to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them with the local negotiations they have. This would be especially in Europe when the medieval charter put into place, but that's what I said right now. It also indicates a level of kind of an obsequious appeal to Christians, specifically saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time, particularly when we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, Christian sources like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and you can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result of it. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out and found its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left you see is a mysterious dark-skinned woman. In this particular representation, she looks kind of blue-skinned. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit brown. A lot of questions like, who is that woman? She's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah, but she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them. Or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly, part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone was partial, and again, like the gravestone of the purported Adoniram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there is an inclination to be more tolerant of it. This is from Adra, and the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Unia, a girl's name, Salomonula, the daughter of Solomon, let's say Unia but Shlomo, An uno, 1 year, mens quattro, 4 months, dia
Lady
uno, 1
Madonna,
day.
children at your feet, wondering how you managed to make ends meet.
If it is
You guys money when you pay the rent. Don't you know that when I was heaven sent, Friday night, I lived in a suitcase. Stealing money, making like a nun. But the money is okay.
right down
See
to the
how
grave.
they
And without
run,
no
waiting without you at your breast. Everyone managed to be the rest.
have this, in hand anymore, but it is a sort of indicator. We have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the first century in the Christian scriptures. In Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain.
See
And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility is because Paul used to specifically those people as they attract potential Christian converts. That Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population, and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were a market for the ideas that Paul was, disseminating at these times. So, quite possible that if Paul wanted to go to Spain, he wanted to go there for a good reason. Meaning there were Jews already living there who would have attracted some proto-monotheists who would consider Christianity as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Ibiza that has 2 Hebrew letters. So it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It's quite a bit earlier. It's also first century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council at the time of Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of the council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining, that is forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong observation that Christians have not allowed Jews to bless their wives. Pedro can't say to his friend Baruch, hey, you're Jewish, I know you have a close connection with the big guy, come by to my field, and anytime you see the pain, the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line and all of these issues. It doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, Jews should not own Christian slaves. Okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crops, that sounds sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws in the books here in America that also, prohibit a person from riding his horse in certain areas of New York City. He rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with special carriages. So it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking out law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt if you just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that they're actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something retail that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in, especially when they are, building new cell phone towers, right? So look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it might actually happen that people are riding horses and interfering with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretched example. Anyway, so it's possible the Council of Elvira was actually about real Jews, and we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca in the year 418, is also quite tendentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, and he specifically numbers the Jews. I mean, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons, he depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes, but there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as you shall see this reported in much more authentic sources 400 years afterwards. And say with some reliability that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the size and the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to the Visigothic period.
Most Americans believe that a woman or a girl should have the autonomy to make those decisions about their own body.
I think most Americans probably would agree with that, but I think also most Americans are very uncomfortable with the concept of late-term abortion.
Sure, yeah. And I would say,
what are your thoughts on late-term abortions?
Well, I think if you look at the data, the late-term abortions that happen are almost exclusively to save the life of the mother. Because, I mean, now you're talking about people who have picked out a name, or bought a crib, people who want this baby. And so the only time this happens is
the Visigothic period, in particular the period after Recared's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods of Jewish history that I have to say I've ever studied. It's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre beyond belief. Here's a map that gives us a sense of where the Visigothic kingdom was located. You see the capital there in Toulouse, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula and over into what would be southern France.
Jojo was a man who thought he was a loner, but he knew he couldn't last.
And initially,
Jojo made his home in Tucson, Arizona, or some California grass. Get back.
And what I mean by that
Get
is
back.
They followed Bishop
Get
Harry
back to where you once belonged.
Hence the term Aryan with an I.
Get back to where you once belonged. Get back, Jojo.
That obviously.
Fuck.
But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for
Jojo was a man who thought he was a loner, but he knew he couldn't last. Jojo made his home in Tucson, Arizona, bought some California grass.
What we're discussing about
Get
the
back.
relevance of the
Get back.
Islamic period.
Get back to where you once belonged.
Human meaning
Get back. Get back.
And this was
Get
the
back to
heresy
where you
from
once
Catholicism.
belonged.
So
Get back,
when
Jojo.
Recared converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marked the beginning of the truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. Let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I had in the cover
Get
story.
back.
This is Antonio Munoz
Get back
Duran,
to where you once
the version of
belonged.
Recared. And
Get back.
Recared is obviously in the center
Get
there. He's got
back.
this heavenward
Get
gaze
back
and
to
he's
where
obviously
you once
entranced
belonged.
by his spiritual transformation.
Get back, Joe.
And he's got his hand in Bible there. It's been held up beautifully by some kind of church official. Really powerful image, I have to say. That's the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this conversion. And I think it's significant
was another man.
many of us, are
All the boys around me said
regular
she gotta
converts
come
in
she
other
gets it while she
communities.
can.
And they're beautiful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than were born into that faith community. About religious conversion, I think you could say it about political conversion to different political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they will be saying something like, excuse me, isn't that lashon hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that that may irritate Jews who are raised in a tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities they may already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the unfortunately tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can be. And so what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings, and we have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's like an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and to a certain degree even in the 20th century. I want to walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. And one of the most important ones is that we have an absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped perhaps, or for whatever reason we are talking about, this is 1,400 odd years ago, the records never survived. We just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislations, and it's even possible that in the absence of any kind of secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been a legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your good faith,
trying to get to Holland, France. The man in the Mac said, you gotta go back. They didn't even give us a chance. You know it ain't easy.
It's hard to imagine that.
You know how hard it can be.
But on the other hand,
the way things are going,
there's one and in some cases, the imposition logical impossibility.
found you moving down by the same.
Forcibly baptized all the
said, if you make it okay, you can get married if you don't lose the same. You know it ain't easy. You know how hard it can be. The way things are going. Better to the Amsterdam Hilton. Better to the bed for a week. You are in the head, but you're only trying to give us some peace. Yeah, you know it easy. You know how hard it can be. The way things are going.
on the part of the Gothic
Saving up your
until
money for a
711.
ring or your
It's a
close to
remarkable
chest.
image that
Last
captures
time the
I
wife
think
said,
very
oh
brilliantly
boy,
the
you're
sort of
dead. It won't take
atmosphere
nothing with
that
you
I
but
get
your
in my
soul.
mind
Sing it.
Gothic. Alonso Cano, 17th century, king of the Visigoths. I wonder if there is a certain bit of history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do a little more research on it. 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later, maybe the fashion and things like that. I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression I get of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's work is spot on. Let's try and understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over? Or do you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're in fact Christians. So we have this situation where in the Visigothic period, and again, think of the echoes to the Inquisition that we'll discuss later on in this course, the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, of going back to their Jewish ideas and especially practices. This occurs several times over the course of the century. One possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians with baptism, but then they're not really trusting that they have a new Christian status which distinguishes them from the old Christians, and they're not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted. This could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized and raised. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaism, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews traveling for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, the individuals had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any practice. This is a level of interference into daily life that is wholly modern concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements was kind of like a 8th century GPS. So bizarre, but nevertheless, that's the kind of thing that they were demanding. That Jews had to regularly check in Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it seems like way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we won't see for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which was apparently meted out even to children, was something called decalvatio, which it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut, don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right?
Here come on
Now,
flat top,
someone
he
who
come
was accused of a fairly
grooving on
minor
slowly.
crime, like
He
maybe
got
refraining
Jew
from work on
eyeballs,
Saturday,
he
which
wants
is kind of like a
holy
classic crime in
roller.
this
He
context.
got
And they might receive
down
this Del Carpaccio
to
might
his
be
knees.
shorn of their hair, like
Want
especially
to
embarrassing
be
for women.
joke up,
And then,
you
you know,
can
it's time
do
to walk
what
around,
he
people would identify
please.
them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping, I mean, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head. You know, like in the American Wild West.
Toe
That
jam
would be a
football. He
devastating
got
kind of
monkey
punishment,
fingers. He
especially
shoot
for children.
Coca-Cola. He said,
It's
I know
possible
you.
to imagine that that is in fact
You
what
know
by Del
me.
Carpaccio, especially when you look
One
at some of
thing
the other
I can
punishments.
tell
So
you
one of
is
the
you
more
got
serious
to
charges
be
was
free.
a marital
Come
relationship
together
between a Jew and a non-Jew.
right
Once again,
now
remember that term Jew might actually
over
refer to
me.
a new Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have his sexual organs amputated. Wow. And a
He
female
got
partner would have
production.
their
He
nose
got
amputated.
one with
Horrific
something.
kind of
He
punishments.
got
These do sound like kind of Visigoth in nature, like the Dark Ages had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this, but nevertheless, you see this the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are repeated confiscations
What up,
of
Frosty?
wealth and repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of this in the medieval period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times during, I think it was the 14th century, the 13th century, and then they're re-invited, and that would be the 14th century. They're re-invited back in. So did that happen, and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, you know, show whoever reads laws that in fact they are adequately persecuting those Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting or that they were hiding or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the laws as being something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 7, is one of those strange kind of Pinterest views of history, and it, absent other persons, it's hard to know the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called line of history that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigothic period would later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, very important 18th century thinker, who wrote that you see here tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les vues de l'Inquisition. And he was referring to the Visigothic era. He said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and actions of the Inquisition. Phenomenal. But it was useful beyond this. We see elements of this idea of limpieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then this label of new Christians, and there was kind of this coalescing of thought around the idea that the Jews were somehow racially distinct from the Christian population. with a lot of the medieval world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. But remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is, the cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the new society in which one entered. So here the idea of purity of the blood meant that you had one of societal members on their bent, on their ancestry, another group who belonged to the same faith, but were of a different ancestry and therefore were somehow legally shunted aside. That's something we see in the Visigoth era, possibly, but we see it in the Inquisition era. And one of the brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust, someone named Dr. Ludlow, who wrote this massive volume work, early work, really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic text. It's called The Destruction of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 5th century right up to the 20th. And I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era, and I thought, oh, come on, it's like history backwards. And I really delved that, what, there really is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust. Specifically, the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we do not see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, modern communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic era. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigoth law codes. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that would only mature and reform in the 20th century, but nevertheless I think it's worth contemplating. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula. You can see in this map here coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, we were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to the peninsula, is to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the invasion. There is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive development for them. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths. It was entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, but of persecution of the
When I find myself
Let
in
us
times
continue
of
our
trouble,
discussion
Mother
of
Rabbi comes to me,
of Islam and the Arabian
speaking
Peninsula,
words of wisdom. Let it be.
Thanks very much.
And in my hour of darkness, he is standing, speaking words. Let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. What's the words of wisdom? will be.
Let us now turn to the
Broken-hearted
Arabian
people
Peninsula to
living
understand
in the world agree. There will be an answer. Let it be.
extremely
As
as we look at the birth of
there is
Islam,
still a chance that they will see that there will be an answer. Let it
before we get
be.
to some of the really
Let it
meaningful elements, I'd like to
be. Let it
begin with
be.
the proto-dominant
Let it be. Let it be. There will be an answer. Let it be.
I'm really happy that I can use the word proto-dominant. I think it sounds so cool, but really just basically means like kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Muslim lands. Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the convivencia that we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Al-Andalus, the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish Muslim history, at least in the past. Let's hope there's another high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars of the relationship of Jews and Muslims is Abraham Geiger, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the movement called liberalism. But what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. Was hat Muhammad ausgeübt und aufgenommen? What did Muhammad take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It was very important to influential message, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had retained for much of the period. And historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this is one of those rare historical books that sort of seeks out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish golden age that I mentioned earlier, and you see all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture, there was this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Moorish feel to them, such as this remarkable Dahan Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking cool minarets that a bit of a Slavic kind of look to them as well, but less very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well. Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it, all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this amazing synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krauss of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo movement, and really looking forward to hopefully getting back there. As long as the pandemic subsides, then I'll be there. I'm going with an amazing institution called Gymnasium. My colleague, Dr. Mike Hugo, is bringing together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself here in this cool picture, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be, God willing, my part will be, God willing, in October, so if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which was called at the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Gretz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we've spoken about in previous classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Gretz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Gretz, among the kind of like many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provided, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow, it's so much worse in Christian lands, isn't it? This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted it unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to be Renaissance, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism, and creating these wonderful literary works. And the implication was, Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews have only brought negative things to Germany. His notorious slur against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, the Juden sind the Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea at the Muslim as an ideal one is something that was heavily, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th, especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see, the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record, the approach to the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the growth of the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years earlier and was now catching up to the Middle East. And they began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to the land of Israel. And so many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking about period, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate and even-toned way to characterize these things. As the British historian Gilbert put it, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that they would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period on this topic is Professor Cohen, who has done a really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these two areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the Church Fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of socioeconomic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods, like the 13th century, and the king is very powerful at other periods. And sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis the Jews do not coincide with the church's interests. And depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can pull the Jews in one direction or another. The nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have, absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way as Muslim lands. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusion from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. These things do not necessarily pertain in Muslim lands. Fourth, there's a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, you begin to see the gradual expansion of what I like to call an ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands. And this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, you don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional identity. You have much more of a pan-Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in the European model. So these are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The golden age in Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period, and I'm looking to speak with you about it shortly. But nevertheless, placed within the larger context, hopefully these ideas give us a better sense of the characterized cultural experience in those realms of British history. Wow, shocking. Okay, thanks much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you for watching.
For whatever strange reason, if you can find someone who really does profess these thoughts that, generally you want good for other people, and you genuinely want the world to be a better place.
Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century.
Real joy in watching people succeed.
There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period, and there are various degrees to which you can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to a figure of Jephthah during all of Moses. Nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we get to Josephus, about 500 Jews sent to the region in the 1st century. This is entirely possible because when you look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, in the region what we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Hinyar, which fascinating kind of footnote to history in this sense. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hejaz, which is, as you can look at, see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agricultural output, and there are numerous noted Jewish communities that are shown here on this map with the solid dots. We should point out in particular the presence in Mecca, which will be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew sounding term Medina, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims in this very period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam founder of Islam, Muhammad, had interactions with Jews, to be sure. And as we discussed in the book, there's no question that elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as prayer multiple times a day, the diet restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's early encounters with Jews were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with the Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this period, based on sources that we have, the 3 biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity. It's like a people. It also is a culture that involves, certain modalities of dress and certain kind of patterns of economic activity, and of course, a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior. Much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction at all. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims, unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. But you could easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that ethnicity and that culture. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes, with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there were many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took 2 wives from Jewish captives who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence followed an alliance which was betrayed was at the Lake of Khaybar. And in fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his work on the history of Jews and Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bab, he shouted out his child, "Jews remember Khaybar." It's actually very large in their thinking with regards to the understanding of the modern world. Perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I've only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you some of the sources that are in great detail, that what happened to whom and what precipitated certain violent episodes, I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies and many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically, and those are things that we're going to see in two very important documents, one which we're going to discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Imam. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gil, who is one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the Constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, Jews, you will have a level of protection. You will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. Extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile, but at the same time, the Constitution also extends to them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange this for a status. Also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews do not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical. Okay, come back to this side in the next video as we talk about the Pact of Umar, what it means for history moving forward. Thank you very much for watching.
Younger with more energy. Well, why do you have energy if you're old? If you take care of yourself. I think there's a lot of people that learn a lot over time. You've got your situations where you've got like your Nancy Pelosi's where they're clearly using the system for extreme wealth. They're generating preposterous.
Pact of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and in every time. A lot of variations from the pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inside a particular ruler or particular time and place, but nevertheless it does give us a sense of the location of Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands and really contributed quite a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second caliph, who reigned between 634 and 640. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the caliph known as Umar ibn Abid al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there is a problem with the text because most scholars know that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th. But what's especially important for our purposes, at least from the early 9th century onward, this document defines and regulates Dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society, which is not as high as believers, as much, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm. It includes the Christians and later the Zoroastrian as well, and in certain contexts it refers even to Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Pact of Umar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Pact of Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is, Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and so on are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew, they could only be repaired. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed in the breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, for an exchange of funds, but nevertheless the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which it was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not allow public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, or the pact also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity than Jewish activities, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Pact of Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of like constrain it to make sure that it doesn't hinge on the religious sense of the dominant population. So particularly happy about that, very pleased to accept it, that, practice was filtered. Secondly, small symbolic discriminatory practices. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctions that set them apart. Again, often these practices were ignored or bribed out of existence. The Jews could not ride with swords; they had to use barebacks. And whether or not these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, the Duma, nevertheless they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, so on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, in the jizya, but also in maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited in Islam. And then there were, things like they could not build their houses taller than Muslim houses. The same would apply to religious structures as well. So it was kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims were the dominant population and had superior rights, and Jews and Christians and so on were a subordinate population. Again, protected, and this is something that Jews really appreciated, allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, because the Pact of Lamar at least defined areas where Jewish activity was protected. The implications are huge, because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures being in place for their maintained activity. It's true that there were at least symbolic placements that kept them in a second-class status and theoretically prohibited them from expanding in size, building new synagogues and things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong prohibitions to their advancement. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the Pact of Lamar with the doctrine of witness that we discussed when we looked at the church fathers, because this provides us with a kind of counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews in Muslim lands as opposed to Jews in Christian lands. The Jews in Muslim lands had to recognize their subordinates, but nevertheless had a tremendous amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were to be preserved in order to later provide testimonies for the truth of Christianity, a theological purpose which posited their future existence, at the same time kept them in that subordinate status in Christian lands as well. So ironically, the Pact of Lamar is kind of like the Muslim version of the doctrine of witness, and it's very similar social and economic implications. And we'll have to see in the next few lectures exactly how that out within Muslim. In the next lecture, however, we're going to go to the continent of Africa to look at the fascinating and not well-studied history of African Jews, and this takes place within the Muslim order. Thank you very much for watching.
That's $400 a month after tax. Now I also get it per diem when we're in session, which is a little bit more, which is helpful. But the reason I say that is because there are systematic barriers to a regular person running for the job.
I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the
ability to support your family or sustain your life or pay your bills.
Jews of Africa. And this is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of Jewish history on the continent. It includes, towards the east, Egypt. You can see the Nile Delta in this satellite photograph. It includes really important regions like Tunisia, Morocco, which have long established Jewish settlements, because when the Jews were exiled from Israel in the first century, they followed a path that had already been trod by many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa, up into Spain, and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe. But it also includes simultaneously settlement of the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and so on. But the coast of North Africa is a fairly well-known area for Jewish history. We've already treated it a few times in the previous lectures, and we'll come back to it again in future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because much of the history of Jews really is integrated with other things that are going on, particularly in the Muslim world, and so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia, and that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century, and then later on when we get to the spring semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. Most of those are migrants which come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however, and so it's better for us to treat them later on in the semester, a little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time. And South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, but I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we're already discussing. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also, when we get to this point. This is not to say that Jews are only found in these 3 regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African people who claim Jewish descent. The so-called Pasha or Beta Yisrael, we speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the only African tribe that is associated either by themselves or by others with Jews. But in the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, I'm going to concentrate on this right here. The profound writer of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tulip Parfit, who has written some amazingly important works that focus on the history of the Jews in this region. Is especially well associated with the Beta Israel, and some of his works are really wonderful to read, and they're quite huge in scope. But he identified, I think, is extremely important for us, and that is the misapplication myth. The state, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century Nuremberg Chronicle, where Noah, after successfully, braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness and naked. His 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this, and Shem and Yafet, not exactly as portrayed here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to respect his dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham, and for reasons which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan, or Canaan. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. Kind of a fanciful association. The word Ham in Hebrew means hot. It's related to the word, one of the words for sun. And the medieval argument is that Africans receive darker skin because of their exposure on the equator to more sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look in Dr. Kurtzworth's a little bit more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simplistic. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. From this Hamitic myth, we have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites who may have, come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations, and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this Hamitic myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin, perhaps most of which is Olaudah of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a book about his experience that had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. Wrote about child memories of association with Jewish practices of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origin, of course, is really over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with the people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and was served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reasons you might have at the time. Now, one last comment before we look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which will give us a first look at the real Jewish history in Africa. We should understand that there are many different populations that use the words black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa, and specifically look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about any other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. It's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserved study, but not necessarily historically linked populations that I'm going to discuss. There are movements that call themselves Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with the ancient Israelites, sometimes with people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews supplanted the true identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, as the real Jews would have of a darker hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular. We may come back to it later, but right now we're just focused on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively genetically colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating in the next video. Thank you for watching this brief introduction.
Discussions about things. There's a lot of people out there, particularly in mainstream media, in corporate media, that just by nature of the format of those things, they're grifters. They latch on to whether it's a right wing perspective or a left wing perspective. But they're the champion of that perspective. They argue with it, and they don't see humans. It's professional wrestling. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah. When I was growing up, I loved professional wrestling. You did? I did when I was in high school.
The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying the history of Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar. And I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical, or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experience. I'm going to video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to the land of Israel. It was really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it for quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, they simply existed. But they were discovered by the European. Important figure in bringing the attention of a Jew population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer, who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on field trips, he actually encountered Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating way, and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had been about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Bildad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that authors have identified with Ethiopia. However, difficult because its story that he recorded is questioned by historians. More likely, he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he describes really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself, and he recorded what he had heard from others, and so there is some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura, or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. A much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Ladbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married. I mean, could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. And so Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interactions of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. As you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion about where did they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews in Israel. According to the Kebra Nagast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty of Israel. Echoing account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia, across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon, who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So, ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral traditions of Ethiopian Jewry, this is several stories that may account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those Jews who left Egypt in the period of the Exodus, perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel, who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion.
There he is. That's who I wanted. Baby, it's your big day. Within 24 hours, you are going to be the funniest person in the whole continent. How you living, pimp?
Good. I can't stay for long.
What's your first? Such a highfalutin comedian as yourself.
I should probably write it okay. I should probably do that.
Yeah, dog.
I don't know.
You don't know what your first joke is?
I'll tell you what.
Doug, like every comedian has that.
Sorry?
Like every comedian has that. That's why they're comedians.
Yeah, but I have ADHD, so it's hard for me to remember a joke.
That's every comedian, dog. They all do.
Ah, shit. Then I should be good at it.
Well, they usually have jokes, which helps, you know, with the whole comedy thing.
Ah, so that's what I need. I need jokes.
You need, you really just need, how long is the open mic?
5 minutes.
All right, you need a lot of material then. You don't have to fill 5 minutes, though. You can just do like 1 minute, right? All right. Why don't you tell them that story about, hey, this one time I was in an adult arcade and this giant whore from Reddit was gonna suck everybody's dick in the room. And fortunately, I was number one on the list. And I couldn't get an erection. And it was like trying to defuse a bomb with 20 other guys watching me. Yeah, dog, that's a funny joke. The defusing the bomb part is hilarious. Where the fuck did he just go? What the fuck is this shit?
Time and have no real way of validating them. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Chimyar. You'll recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century. And they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Chimyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means. Living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Judith, Yodit, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Profile changes, farming and going crafts, pottery, other types of types of profession, still only represented in the mosque, but gradually their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it. The term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they call themselves the Beit Yisrael, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Ayhud. Pardon my pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Ayhud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beit Yisrael, calling them Israelites, were recognizing their Israelite origins, knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin. They used this more specific term, Beta Israel, or Beta Israel, which designates that they were not following the same faith as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they would call it that either. Now, the term falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or less person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beit Yisrael, a period of their low ebb in terms of their political power. They were gradually in the 19th century pushed out of ancestral land holding mentioned earlier, and so the negative part of them was falasha. They were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of which would be beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haimanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Now, perhaps we, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. Doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past, with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachers. Karaism, which we're going to discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just the understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Nida. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Finyarim or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word Oraita in Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity, and also the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of text, probably take from the Greek, and use those as their central religious text. There are some things that are on in the development of Ethiopianism, which are not similar to what's going to within Judaism. This was a significant consequence for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that in a much later lecture, but I will note at this point that scholars like Rabbi Obadiah, chief rabbi, one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, However, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud, and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic tradition. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Gold. And this is one of rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity. And it's the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to the targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called Falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books of the time. Much of the actual preaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named King Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beit Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia, with which I am not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beit Israel went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era, and several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there was some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease. Ultimately, the march ceased at Tigray in Ethiopia, and many of the survivors simply stayed there, and others tried to make it back to Lake Chad. So this is like a low point in many ways for the Ethiopian Jewry, but it will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful and absolutely inspirational. And I look forward to speaking next about the Khazaria, strangely a related topic. Thank you for watching.
For the little guy. And I think we're at our best when we do that today. We're at our worst when we stray from that. So I still believe the Democratic Party can get back to those roots. I hope last year was a wake-up call, especially the Democratic Party. Change. And we can do different if we're going to build a new coalition to take on the issues that we care about. That's why I'm a Democrat.
Let us now return to the Middle East, to the heartland of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, for the immediate post-Talmudic period, which is associated with the leaders of the academies known as the Gaonim. The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used. Like to say a person is a would mean to say they're a very arrogant person, but in this context it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnabi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim of Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of circle which has Baghdad at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, Surat, and Medina, and so on. Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic Empire and also of the Gaonic Empire, which mirrors much of it. What I really like about this particular map is it has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and influence, to a certain political influence as well. They also have that brown with Jerusalem up center there. That represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmud learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written, one in Babylon, known as obviously the Babylonian Talmud, the other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud, and the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked with each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, what we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and further east all the way out to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Gaonim had such an assist in reaching these far from Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diasporic communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. You no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in inter-regional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot, and the Gaonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called the miru teshuvot. So in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called She'elot u'tshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses, and sometimes in English this is known as the responsa literature. Singular would be responsive. And so there is a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests, they send funds to support the Academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in the community that ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of the municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little about how the communities wish. But so there was this between the diaspora and Baghdad, periphery, and the south that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period we're discussing. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between Jerusalem Center and the Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad eclipsed Jerusalem. Let's also think of them too about the impact of language, because incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews thought about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course Hebrew and Arabic are very close related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take there in terms of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urban. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture, and although there were always elites active in culture and commerce and so on in the small cities at the time, it was a period of the Islamic conquest that Jews began to shift towards urban posture, shift towards craft, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims tax the general tax. Jews, of course, requires to pay a tax that was on the ritual, the head tax, jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated that you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipt if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called a haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax burden. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. You know, Jews have to be very gregarious people. They need to walk to synagogues. They need to be walking distance, have a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural evolution. This is Professor Marina Rustow, very important scholar of the Geniza, which we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture or so. She presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Geonic expansion of influence and the discovery of a new method of communication that is specifically through paper. Historically, when new technologies have been developed, Jews tend to be early adopters, especially when it's associated with information technology. You know, the Arabs call the Jews the Kitab, the people of the book, but it really are the people of information. And so any way that we can communicate more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look at the history of information technology up to this point, and it'll be clearer what actually happened and made a huge difference. So here's perhaps the oldest form of recorded information technology we have. It's a cuneiform tablet. It is basically a clay tablet that has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. I mean, this is a piece of clay. It lasts a long time. It's really hard actually to destroy it. You can break it, but then you just have to piece it together. Really handy for archaeologists, but heavy to carry around, awkward to store, difficult to read. You know, all kinds of things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution in information technology at the time was parchment, which is very widely adopted by Jews. Torah scrolls are written on parchment. And this is essentially treated animal skin. Much more to record, store, and carry than cuneiform. And parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't recall that often with our contemporary methods of communication. It can be kind of a blunt way. Specifically, once you write on parchment, then if you want to use that again, you can take some kind of like flat hard object, like let's say a ruler, a stick, and you rub it really hard, and that doesn't erase the letters, it significantly breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is called a palimpsest, and you can see here in this fragment from the Geniza, there is in the back, the original text is a Greek text, and then written on top of it is a Hebrew text. Now, it's not very beautiful by contemporary standards, but it is rather useful that way. If you're familiar with the classic Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, where Elisha ben Abuya says, someone who learns in old age or learns as an adult, to what may this be compared? To writing on rubbed parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to like erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain in a very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, Elisha ben Abuya says, now if you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better. So writing on fresh parchment, nice and fresh and high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product, and the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt, where they use lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see from this Egyptian document, holds color well, It can be very beautiful, and in fact, it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into like square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex or a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the first century, and so it was adopted by the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. Note, of course, the early Christian movement is, of course, also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the second and third century and onwards, and many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian movement. It also has some technological weaknesses. A papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it can be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is where we are in our Babylonian period, is of course paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians went to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus, and of course, paper lasted for an extremely long time. So, in the period of Onan, the rapid expansion of the use of as a mode of communication used across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Onan to really accelerate their influence. A lot of correspondences happen back and forth, both religious and spiritual, also of course economic. A lot more writings are produced, are being copied out. Think about it. To produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create enough parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to places. So this is a period of great expansion and consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah, that the Geonim really are able with the communication methods built by paper. At this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life. Not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was hearing this lecture, I had one of those flash momentary inspiration in my own biography, the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a big wave of a historical moment. Let me share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock outcropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to and sit and think about, life, the universe. You can see I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there is no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old growth and the river net to create a paper that would serve the burning interest of print readers. Gathered around this paper, which included my grandfather, Alav Shalom, and Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid fighting the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War, and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become, in Yiddish, a shmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson and Son. It's not the big roofed building, it's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, and my father, who is the son and the outgoing son, and of course then my mother and I, we lived in a little apartment on top of the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the Talmud, and paper just got more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because few people read actual newspapers anymore. And so the demand for paper has dropped so much. And my father, Oliver Shalom, understood in a very prescient way that the future in Islip Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Gaonim on pages of paper. But now I work primarily in the material, which is entirely digital. This, as we're engaged in today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper.
Look at this
Actually capture this.
This motherfucker throwing up gangs, man.
Really come to a brand new scope in information technology transfer. I'm very excited to be at this cusp of this great new moment for the popularization of Talmud history in general. Okay, sorry for that little tangent. Let's go back to Assyria. The Gaonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Rav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he's asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course he's written much more formal language, how exactly did Talmud come to be? And, what do we make of these kinds of conflicts and how are we supposed to use it and so on? And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript, and he goes beyond the period of the closing of the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the Institute of the Gaon and a sister called the Exilarch. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about these, really talk about the growing conflict of the Gaonim as intellectual and spiritual leaders, not only Gabi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at this time. The Exilarchs, who are recognized by the Muslim authorities, as they were prior to this by the Persian authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term Exilarch in Aramaic is Reish Galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited for the position even today in most synagogues. There's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today here on Saturday mornings for the health and welfare of the Exilarch. The term, of course, Exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Gaonim and the Exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Gaonim, of course, the person who would reach the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the Exilarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was a very important thing. And there was a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were Exilarchs who were much more pious and much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an Exilarch named Buskanai. She was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, And when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses. He took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Bustanai. Now, Bustanai married her, and he had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the new Muslim ruler says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis and the Gaonim had difference with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halakhic way to accept it. Specifically, they argued that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exilarch would not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns. But there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out, he says that even though I am descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. So it's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Gaonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, I mentioned one of the most important of the Gaonim ever, this very unusual and creative figure named Rav Saadia Gaon, who in the late 9th and early 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics, commentary on the Torah, engaged in very heavy polemic with the Karaites, we'll discuss in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem who disagreed on something as important as the calendar. Specifically, when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year? And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date than that in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian. He was from Egypt. And in fact, one of the big surprises was when the exilarch actually appointed him to lead the army of Surah. And they later on had a conflict with Rav Saadia Gaon. He had originally hired him for the position. They had a major conflict. They were eventually able to patch it up. But this is the kind of environment in which there are a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Gaonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Saadia Gaon, and that is his conflict with Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population that I turn to later on in this, but it is in this when they really begin to see significant growth. Unlike the Christian Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes Talmud as a major source of to negotiate the text Torah, the Karaites reject that tradition and argue that original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. There are so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity, Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anan ben David had proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exarch, but was passed over, and some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites absorbed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see in this map the many centers that they established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. Now, when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been forced to kind of evaluate this movement from within the context of the highly polemical religious literature that exists on the topic. That is, Rabbinites like Harav Saadia Gaon criticizing the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing Saadia Gaon and others. So it's very difficult to get a sense of how Karaism was actually lived in real life. The Geniza, however, offers us a brand new picture of what it must have been like. The Geniza is basically this massive trove of documents which would have been thrown away, except for an unusual habit that the Jews near Cairo had of everything written with Hebrew characters. Not just religious books or prayer books, horoscopes, things like that, but also bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, children's doodles, all kinds of amazing things are recorded in this massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century, and in fact is still being deciphered even to this very day. At any rate, when we look at the Geniza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the Mediterranean basin, we see that surprisingly, Rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews get along. We're talking about the religious elite that have strong antipathy toward one another. In most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side. It's difficult to have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another, and by and large, the portrait of Jewish communities indicate that Rabbinite and Karaite Jews got along a lot better. We would think they would if we were looking at the literature that the religious heads have left for us. So we'll probably have to back to this again as we go a little further in this history. But for the time being, overview of some of the religious, social, economic, and even technological aspects of the 7th through 11th century in Baghdad. Thank you very much for watching.
That bill passed by Representative Republican. Someone I often agree with. He's a good man. He's from far north Handle, where they saw historic wildfires. Wildfires also flooding, and would have, I think, saved some of the lives in the country on the weekend during those catastrophic floods.
So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Gaonim of Baghdad
Dan Patrick, Lieutenant Governor, who controls the state Senate,
were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by the Muslim conquest, and we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of scholarship that emanated from North Africa. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholarly literature, the Maghreb, which is means literally the West, and it's an Arabic term, the Hebrew would be Ma'arav, that encompasses these countries here in modern day terms. Basically, Libya, Algeria, Morocco in particular are the most significant for Jewish purposes. And as you can see, the population density is highest on the coast itself. As you move further south, you get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population growth there. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas Mountain Range in Morocco and so on. Let's have a look here at a satellite photograph so we can talk a little bit about the origins of these long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in Africa from the first millennium before the Common Era, like let's say 900 BCE. But it's not necessarily Jewish, it is Phoenician. The Phoenicians are a maritime civilization that, of course, were involved in Israel as well, and they have settled many places along the coast. Their language is closely related to Hebrew, and so that was kind of like a cultural and linguistic entree to North Africa that was especially significant as we have more migration there. Now, one of the most famous cities is Carthage, which would be in Tunisia today. The legends of the earliest Semitic settlement suggest that some of the earliest populations to settle there after the Phoenicians were some of the early Canaanite peoples. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children, who did not form, let's say, Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is, Abraham's children by Keturah, his second wife, which the Torah describes his children by Keturah as being sent east with gifts, with them Asian food. But it's also possible, according to Josephus, to think of them traveling west. So they would have been descendants of Abraham. Augustine, in the 4th century, we spoke about him as one of the church fathers a while ago, he refers to the local term that people use for themselves in his region of Canaani, saying that this actually comes from Kanaani, which means Canaanite. That some of the earliest peoples were those that may have been expelled in the conquest under Joshua. There is a legendary thought that the peoples of North Africa may have descended from the Girgashi people that are mentioned in the Torah as one of the 7 Canaanite nations that are expelled in the context of the Jewish conquest of land Israel. In terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua himself, his tomb is apparently venerated in Clemson, which is in Nigeria. Unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but nevertheless, this is kind of like part of the lore of the region. The fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region, speakers, suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migration there from the 6th century onward. That is, after the destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar and the expulsion of Jews to Babylonia, it is in that Persian period that we begin to develop Aramaic as the lingua franca of Jews, having Hebrew as the language would suggest that, yeah, in fact, these peoples would have come quite a bit earlier. But at any rate, whatever you make of these various legendary possibilities, there's no question that strong populations there in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Lots of documentation of boatloads of captive Jews after the First Jewish War being sent throughout the Mediterranean. Have the migration after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We know of Jews, for example, in Cyrenaica, that Kyrene actually had a revolt against the Romans in the year 117, the Kitos. So there's no question there's lots of Jews living here around the turn of the millennium. There's some interesting archaeological discoveries, such as a mosaic that was originally thought to have a church that was discovered in Tunisia, but looking at it a little bit more closely, you can see it says right there in the middle of the text, Sancta Synagoga. It says Holy Synagogue, and in the little medallions on either side of the text, there is the very classic Jewish representation of the menorah, which makes this a prime candidate, of course, for first century Jewish settlement in the region. The Muslim conquest in the 7th century is especially interesting. We have a lot more historical treatment of the discovery of Jewish tribes living in North Africa. A Muslim historian Ibn Khaldun says they came across these Berber tribes. Now, the term Berber is acceptable in English, although it is originally a derogatory term that was applied by the Greeks to the indigenous peoples of North Africa. Lacking, respect for their local terminology, they referred to their language as being kind of like a gibberish. They would say bar, 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 and hence we get the term in English barbarian. But ultimately, the term was transvalued and it was used to refer to these peoples without necessarily having a negative connotation. Now, among these multiple tribes, several of them were actually practicing Judaism. And the Muslims were surprised to see, wow, significant Jewish populations among these peoples. The earlier Semitic context, the earlier migrations of Jews, no doubt had an impact on the local populations. The conversion to Judaism was especially pronounced among the nomadic forms of the Berber civilization, the so-called Boter branch, that were less sedentary, and actually quite warlike, which is fascinating to see. In particular, you see there's a lot of legends regarding Queen Kahina of a tribe called Jirawa that is associated with Judaism. In fact, the term Jirawa may be related to the Hebrew term ger. Ger means convert. Although there are lots of questions surrounding Queen Kahina and trying to understand whether or not she was actually Jewish, if the Jirawa were actually Jewish at this time, but she is nevertheless in a major part of 7th century history for her ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local population. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic and warrior clans is the distortion of what is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbeinu Hananel ben Fushiel, who was in the 11th century, actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. Today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is in real estate. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, gives you an indication of the antiquity of his works. Now, he has been originally from, and that just is how important the community of Kairouan, which is not the same as Cairo. Kairouan is located in Tunisia today, but that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his standing. Even more famous than Rabbeinu Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov Al-Fassi. Al-Fassi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco, and he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Al-Fassi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halachic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth of debate, looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions, and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics or biographies or recipes or observations from the natural universe. All kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material, I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Alfasi said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud, and he removed all of that other stuff called a Gadata, which I personally find that much more appealing in many ways, but that's just me. He removes all that stuff, and he recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting his commentary as necessary in the narrative, sometimes with clearer conclusions, and he made a much more strapped down, pragmatic. This is how the Talmud derives the final legislation that eventually became a major building block in the entire firmament of Jewish law. Hugely influential text that is usually printed at the back of every Talmud tractate in traditional printings today. I should mention, before we leave this, that another author, about 500 years later, Ibn Khabib said, what? All that other stuff is so good. Whereas the Al-Fasi removed all of the Agadata and kept only the Halakha, Ibn Khabib said, I'm going to all of the Agadata book, which is pushed under the title Ein Yaakov. He and then later his son completed the work. And that was a wide study text for many hundreds of years. It is somewhat faded in recent centuries, but hopefully it will get some renewed attention because it is absolutely fascinating. Okay, so that's a very quick look at the Jews of North Africa. I hope you enjoyed this brief video.
There's a lot of species diversification, and people just do not know, Joe. They just knew that it was 2 million acres a year. How many acres in the United States? I don't know, 2.2.
One of the most fascinating periods, I think, in Jewish history is a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula between about the 10th and the 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so have gone back and forth on this. And so I thought I'd just very quickly give you a sense of when was this golden era? Why do people call it a golden era? And what are some of the criticisms to say it was not so golden after all? Okay, I happen to have given quite a few lectures on this topic and of people in this topic. In the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very moment to speak about 3 of favorites, and actually 3.5 of my favorites. But I'll put in the links below some directions to longer videos in which I explore the lives of these people in a fuller length. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spanish Jewry. When we last discussed the Iberian Peninsula, it was under the control of the Visigoths, who, when they converted to Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees were implemented, because we really only have the legislative side to look at to try and examine the history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation. With punishments like amputations and the imposition of a police state to track the movements of Jews, all kinds of really strange things you wouldn't see for centuries later anywhere in Europe. At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume between the years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expansion across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the flourishing of a sort of a Jewish Muslim synthesis or of this kind of cultural coexistence that will be so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But by the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. one of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age is the notion of the loyal and wise Jewish advisor, meaning you have like Muslim rulers coming into the era, military rulers. They've got to manage a restive Christian population who resents their presence, and the Jews serve as an excellent intermediary between the interlopers into the culture and the indigenous population. They're literate, they're numerate, they're urban. There's all kinds of advantages to using the Jews who themselves have no special connections to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime of Visigoths. So the Jews fit that role very nicely. And over again, you see this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and Jews are there to fill that gap. It's not clear at all that, as some 19th century historians will argue, that Jews somehow betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims is not at all outside of the realm of possibility. And as they are very advanced, require them to go further north, and they leave behind a thinner and thinner layer of administration, were able to staff the positions to control the population, tax them, and so on. So that's probably where we have the functional origins of this interconnection. Jumping ahead a little bit, of course, this is reversed over the next several hundred years in something called the Reconquest or Reconquista, and that refers to the Christian movement from the north down to the south, slowly pushing the Muslims back out of the peninsula. As you can see in this map here, which covers the period from 914 till 1492, which is, of course, the expulsion of the Jews, and shortly before that, the complete conquest of the peninsula with the fall of Granada in the south. But as you can see with the color coding here, gradually over the course of half a millennium, these Christians begin to slowly work their way down, with significant consequences for the Jewish population, as we shall discuss a little later on in the semester. So speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Chastai ibn Shaprut to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who bookend this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th century. The area in which this golden age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which is known as Al-Andalus, the Muslim region, and it works within a Muslim cultural ecosystem, in particular the attitude to poetry, and that we shall see as being so significant. I'd like to suggest, I don't think I've ever seen this term used before, but maybe I can coin it unless I'm stealing it unconsciously from someone else. There was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not nearly as amazing as the Golden Age, but there were a few really important figures like Nachmanides or the Rashba, some phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the Golden Age was coming to a close, and they existed within the Christian cultural ecosystem, with quite a different experience in many ways, as God willing we shall discuss as we go further along in the semester. So basically, that's what we're talking about, these 200 years between the conquest of the peninsula in 711. It really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century, when the Reconquista begins to slowly make its impact on this brief and fascinating period. Okay, now what makes it so golden? Perhaps one of the most significant is something that is known in the scholarly research as convivencia, or as I think the Spaniards would say, la convivencia, which always makes me laugh, but it means literally the living togetherness, right? The coexistence, which is a little stronger, I think, in Spanish. The idea that these are, very diametrically opposed cultures in so many ways. I mean, Christians and Muslims and Jews, they had a lot to argue about, and they did argue in many ways, and there was a lot of violence involved in the history between those three parties. But for some reason, during those two 100 years, there was a tremendous amount of a living togetherness where they appreciated each other's culture in ways that we don't see for much of the period. There's really several key examples of this convivencia, which is not, a perfect round convivencia of, Jews and Christians and all sharing equally. It tends to be lopsided toward the Muslims in terms of authority, for example, towards the Jews in terms of fiscal activity, let's say. But and I say the Christians are probably at the bottom end of this triangle or this circle, but nevertheless, it represents a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Was it really as great as we will describe in the next video in particular? First of all, understand that one of the reasons why this happened at all is because Spain is so far away from the center of Muslim culture, which was in Baghdad, right? In fact, in many ways, the Spanish Caliphate, the leaders of the Muslim society in Al-Andalus, declared themselves a separate and independent caliphate from the caliphate that was based in Baghdad. They were so far away. I mean, we're talking about distances that took days, weeks to travel. And so it was kind of like being in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far from central authorities, and they could act independently in many ways. That's why you see in many times a kind of relaxation of Muslim orthodoxies, such as, for example, the consumption of alcohol, which was a very big part of the kind of evening salons that would be held, where Muslims and Jews and Christians would get together and declaim poetry and a lot of wine. This was something that you wouldn't see happening in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later. So the supervisory control of Orthodox Islam did not have the same kind of impact as you would have in the center. There would be ups and downs to this. There would be invasions from North Africa, from much more doctrinaire Muslims who would insist those values. But for the golden era that we're talking about, there's a lot of center versus periphery issues, which are very significant. And by the way, the same thing also for the Jews, because their center of gravity intellectually was still in Mesopotamia, with the great academies Sura and Pumbedita themselves moving to Baghdad. The Gaonim were based there as well. And so they're very far away from the actual authorities too. Let us not forget as well that although we speak about this convivencia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like mi casa, su casa. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. There was no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activities. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of a very important figure named Shmuel HaNagid that we'll discuss, God willing, in the next video. His son, who succeeded him, was unable to live up to the expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples, perhaps, is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of La Convivencia, but in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embodied the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give you just a little bit of historiographic perspective on why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th through the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to this is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation, a major theme that we'll, God willing, speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this Heinrich Gretz, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated incidentally into a beautiful 6-volume edition at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the bar mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you go to Europe in the 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior in the late 18th century. They had made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria. Things were indicating that Jews were getting more rights. Germany was not yet unified. There was a patchwork approach to how Jews should be treated. And there was also that brief-lived revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to 12th centuries. Look at what happens when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on them. So by sort of elevating the Spanish Golden Age and this noble Sephardic ideal, the 19th century historians really tried to create an image of this perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow. The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are some major caveats that take away from it. But at any rate, now that we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age, in the next video, let's look at 3 figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period, and maybe you'll see why it really was so fantastic. Thank you very much for watching.
This is only one part of the dumpster fire that is the big beautiful bill, but it's going to take this whole thing off the tracks, and that's why it's killed. Now, we issued a statement, which is like a gut shot. If you're in my position, if you're like tracking this thing, since August, and it said, "Oh, I listen to the American people," right? Well,
in the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the Golden Age so golden. and we talked about some of the questions about exactly how golden was it. In this video, let's look at actually 3.5, or if you want 4 figures who exempt the golden age and give us some sense of really what was fantastic about it. Let's start first with Hastai ibn Shaprut, whose years are approximately 910 to 970. He is really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. There's a fascinating story that actually you see in a couple of these figures where he is drawn to political authority because of his literary. He was, like many other Jewish of this period, a doctor. There is, of course, a long historical association of Jews with medicine. A lot of reasons for that. It is a field that demands literacy. It's a field that is it's a political profession. You can be a doctor anywhere. It's not tied to land, which sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on land ownership in some cases, and the fear of expulsions that lead to losing all the time, things like that. So Jews have been associated with medicine for many, many centuries, and the multilingual qualities of Jews in the Middle Ages, being conversant with Hebrew, frequently with Arabic, and with Latin, several languages, means that they're able to access many different texts. And being a doctor was something among many prominent Jews at this time. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas in which he excelled. He was even invited to treat the prince of a neighboring Christian country for weight loss. He apparently was quite overweight, and Hastai ibn Shaprut was one of the earliest diet doctors who was able to shrink his waistline significantly, and that led to his increased fame. He was also known for having discovered the secret ingredient in a long-lost medical potion, a panacea really, that would cure all ill, called teriyaka. And although it's been lost since then as well, there was this idea that if you could just make this one perfect medicine, it would cure everything, kind of like aspirin for everything. I always think it's kind of interesting that the term teriyaka sounds like teriyaki, and that Canadian food, which, as you know, is something a lot about. And, he's drawn to political centers partly because of his literary qualities. The story goes, and again, there are a few different versions of this, and it applies to several figures, but a servant girl from a local government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to Ibn Shaprut, who's running an apothecary shop, and she asks him to write letters for her. She dictates the kind of ideas that she wants these letters to say, and he writes them beautiful, poetic Arabic for her. Later, her boss out about these letters. Wow, these are beautiful letters. Such attorneys and such beautiful calligraphy. I want him in, and then he's promoted and promoted. And in the end, what happens is essentially made the leader of trade, which makes him essentially the southern chunk of the peninsula. And he ends up, for the purposes of international trade, communicating with kings far and wide. His multiple languages help him. His ability to compose a literate helps him tremendously. And his authority just expands and expands in this context. He never loses sight, however, of his responsibility to Jewish people. And frequently, he uses his position specifically to defend and battle tongues, writing strong letters to Constantinople, for example, writing, as we saw in the previous video, letters to inquire about the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria that he's quite interested in. So he's using his position and his skills really as a leader of world Jewry at the same time as he is representing Muslim leaders in southern Spain. Now, another thing that makes him especially well connected to the Golden Age is his establishment of a scholarly basis for the Spanish Jewish community. He redeems a shipwrecked rabbi named Moshe ben Chanoch, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch, I should say redeemed, because quite often you have the situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers, and then they're sold in the slave market. There's a very large phenomenon of Jews pooling their money and redeeming co-religionists from slavery. So Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch is redeemed by Chastai ibn Shaprut, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch is quite learned, he's an Italian rabbi, he says to him, you know what, why don't you stay here and establish a yeshiva here? This yeshiva was incredibly successful, and the establishment of this yeshiva set in motion a Spanish Jewish scholarly tradition that would eventually become the pinnacle of scholarship in Europe, particularly in maintaining very fine texts, because Talmudic manuscripts, of course, they're being copied by hand, and quite often there are errors and there are multiple versions circulating because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe. But the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of getting the text precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in Hebrew grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before 1970 will recognize it and the connection to the shipwreck. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Anyway, let's go on. Another example of the activity of the Spanish age that I find especially perfect in the time of Chasai and Shabrut is the mass poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalist Menachem ben Saruk and the interloper Dunash ibn Labras. So the story goes like this. Everyone's a big supporter of poetry here. There's a strong Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish Jewry is heavily influenced by as well, and there is a mass industry created for poetry. Poets are called in fire to original poems for weddings, for funerals in particular. That you have these gatherings, frequently of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who will sit around the table together and drink wine and will, write poetry that they have sometimes on the spot, sometimes in terms of competitions, whose poems are the best. Really saturated with poetry society. So Menachem would compose poetry in Hebrew based on biblical norms, and very beautiful, powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chastai ibn Shaprut that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire for his entire life. However, this newcomer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this newfangled Arabic poetry, and he says, you know what, if we just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels, and this is a huge discussion about what's going on here on a grammatical level, but basically Hebrew is written without vowels traditionally. The vowels are added later, and in fact it's typically printed without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go with each word. So that's just to make Hebrew easier to learn. But there are certain vowels, like the shva, for example, that can be pronounced two different ways, and that alters the way in which a line of poetry could be read. So Dunash ibn Labras said, you know what, if we just apply some of the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic and fit with poetry much better. So there was a huge uproar that literally led to riots in the streets of Granada. I mean, literally Jews fighting each other physically, fistfights, over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem ben Saruk, or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley type, has brought to our society by, contaminating Hebrew poetry with Arabic meter. In the end, of course, Dunash ibn Labrat wins, hands down. He colors the next 1,000 years of Hebrew poetry. Most of the poetry that Jews love today, songs like Dror Yikra, which is recited at the table on Shabbat and so on. These are, the Arabic inflected Dunashib and Labrat versions that had such a huge impact. And even Chastai ibn Shaprut abandoned his support of Menachem ben Saruch in favor of this new poetry. But you get a sense here of how cultural the society was and how literature played such a huge role. And it gives you also a sense of what we've lost in the last 1,000 years since then. Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share the poetic legacy, but has a more military trend. Shmuel HaNagid, whose years are 993 to 1055, so just slightly overlapped with Chasai ibn Shaprut and moved into the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military, and get this, phenomenal, he served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for 16 years. Incredible. Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following orders of a Jewish general? And this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He retired. He was a phenomenal individual. And he was a pharaoh. We know this because he wrote a lot of war poems, of course. And poems are so surprising in the sense that they express such a range of the human experience you don't find in typical poetry at all. He has, poems that describe the heat in many ways to King David's poetry in the Bible. And in fact, he referred to Shmuel HaNagid himself as the David of his age. But at the same time, he was also a tremendous Talmudic scholar, and he wrote a book on Talmud, which is still studied today. And I'd like to pause us for just a second and reflect on this. One of the amazing aspects of the Spanish Golden Age, and in this context, Maimonides is an excellent example. Even though he fled Spain as a youth, he's a great example of how this is. It is highly unusual in Jewish history that you will have Jews who are at the same time highly expert and valued and world leaders as Jews per se in things Jewish, like, for example, the Talmud. And at the same time, they're highly valued and expert in secular fields that are essentially, followed by non-Jews. So you will have, for example, lots of tremendous geniuses like the Vilna Gaon, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, some phenomenal rabbis who make tremendous contributions to Jewish culture. And then you will have secular figures like Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, who make phenomenal contributions to world culture. But you will rarely have figures who are very well expert and recognized for contributing to Jewish culture overall, and at the same time contributing to secular culture overall. You will not have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is also the Rosh Hashiva in Lakewood. It just doesn't happen. We don't have those kinds of figures. Jews tend to specialize either in things Jewish, or when you get to the modern era, things secular. And they excel in both areas. Thank God, there are lots of people who made their names and have their light shines across the entire for what they've done. But it is only really in Spain where you see people like Shmuel HaNagid, who is equally famous as a general and as a Hebrew poet and rabbi. Maimonides, one of the greatest physicians of the world, and at the same time, one of the most stellar thinkers simultaneously. This is something that is really Spanish Golden Age, and we will see over and over again. It is fascinating. But let us go back to Shmuel Hanagid, and by the way, the term Hanagid means kind of like the prince, the leader. It was probably applied to him by Rav Hai Gaon, who was one of the leaders of the Jewish community in the yeshivas in Baghdad. And this recognition of giving him his title, Nagid, an homage to his political position and scholarship. And we will have this term used, this title of Nagid, used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and the fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons, who would fly them back to his son in Granada, and who would then, unwrap them and assemble them in a diwan of his corpus of poetic writings. He wrote not only war poems, but also drinking poems, love poems. He wrote boast poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon where kind of like the poetry slam thing. You can imagine like rappers who are, arguing with each other and dissing each other, shading each other to use these kinds of like contemporary terms. He wrote those kinds of poems as well. Really surprising range of voices. Have a look at the work of Peter Cole, who's translated a lot of these. Absolutely fascinating. He wrote 3 main collections. One is called Ben David, if I remember correctly, alluding to himself as like King Solomon, the work of his youth, which is mainly the poems and so on. Then there's Ben Mishlei, which is also a work attributed to King Solomon. The book of Proverbs, which is kind of the work of his middle age, kind of like wisdom poetry, and it reads a little bit like Mishlei. I'll show you that in a second. And then he wrote Kohelet, which is kind of like reflections on mortality and things like that, the work of Solomon's old age. Tremendously successful poet, just as he was as a general. Here's one of my poems from Ben Mishlei. And I'm going to read it in Hebrew. You have to give my attempt at Sephardic accent, but that's you hearing the sound of poetry, which is really gorgeous. Translated so you get a sense of where he's coming from. Dedicated to people who feign intellectual capability without actually investing the effort in learning. So it starts. אשר יגע וקנה ספרים, וליבו מאשר בם ריק וריקם. כפיסח אשר חקק על הקיר, מחת רגל, ובא לקום ולא קם. A translation, about a person who exerts effort and buys many books, but his heart remains completely empty of them. He's like a lame person who draws legs upon a wall, even 100 of them. When he tries to get up, he cannot. So the idea is, you think you'll get a reputation for being learned just by buying books and putting them on the wall. But all you get a reputation for is for buying books and putting them on the wall. You actually have to learn the books to be able to know what's going on. Listen to the last lines. You heard the phrase, "Reik v'reikam, lakum v'lokam." Very, very beautiful kind of sense of how language moves. And I really enjoy his poetry myself. Sorry to torture you with that. Let's, one here. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that there's 3.5 figures I like to talk about, maybe 4, depending on how I'm going to talk about it. One of the most fascinating little footnotes that I wish we knew more. I wish we could say fully, this is a 4th person, but we only have 3 poems from this person. But she is quite unique because she is the only surviving female Jewish poet of the era, and one of the very, very few surviving female poets of any era in the medieval period. Her name is Kasmuna bint Ismail. Ismail was the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe himself. So many have felt that this might be Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter. He does actually refer to the loss of a daughter at one point in his life. Unfortunately, we can't connect these dots completely, but nevertheless, it is fascinating to think that she may have been Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter and not outside of the realm of possibility at all. We have those 3 little poems preserved in Arabic in a 15th century collection. And let me show you a couple of them. First one here. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadows, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone and without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Now, the powerful metaphor here, blackness of the eye, is apparently a very common one you find in Arabic poetry, and it is a sign of beauty, meaning that she, like the deer, has dark eyes, and this is considered a very attractive thing, but she is nevertheless, with a certain amount of tristesse, expressing her disappointment at the hand of fate that has left her alone. This is the theme that runs much of her poetry. Poems is all we have. But here's another one. The introduction of that collection says that, a way of kind of like putting this in context, he says she, Hasmuna, looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, I see an orchard where time has come for harvesting, but I do not see a gardener reaching out a hand towards its fruits. Youth goes back to somebody I do not see. Beautiful of love or love unrequited. That's just an insight into what must have been happening with educated women at the same time as well. It is highly unfortunate that we don't have more examples of it, but nevertheless, thank God we have this. So, Chasdai ibn Shaprut, tremendous builder, active as a diplomat, as a foreign minister, and of course as a doctor. Shmuel Hanagid, this amazing general warrior poet, and his daughter possibly, Hasmuna. The last figure I'd like to speak about is Yehuda Halevi, who is, we discussed before when we looked at the Khazar Empire. He is, of course, famous for his really bold work, the Kuzari, which frames the three great monotheistic religions that are competing to some degree in the Iberian Peninsula as a three-way debate. This is something you could not imagine being written in Christian Europe. It would just been completely, beyond the realm of tolerance. Whereas in Muslim lands, in Spain in particular, as a result of La Convivencia, perhaps that's why he could get away with writing this. At any rate, he wrote it late in his life, and to be fair, he did leave Spain to make Aliyah to Israel. But at any rate, he did write this phenomenal work, which is indicative of the freedoms that Jews had at the time. Like Chasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also a medical doctor. It was something that he didn't really intend to do, but you know what? He was not able to put together a living as a poet for hire, and so probably at the insistence of his mother, he became a doctor. And he earned his living primarily through that. And he had many tragedies in his personal life that, if you're curious, please have a look at the links in the information box, see a longer video on his life and works. But I'd like to also close by just giving you a look at some of his amazing poetry as well. This is a eulogy that was likely recited at the grave of a young girl. We know that he lost a daughter, just like Shmuel Hanagid did, and it's written with such power that it's not hard to imagine that he wrote this for his own daughter. Unfortunately, sources don't claim one way or the other, but let's have a look at the first stanza. The translation is from Hillel Halkin's remarkable work, phenomenal biography of Yehuda Halevi. Actually, this comes from an online version of just of some of his poems. Have a look on the web and you'll find these. These are great. The first stanza, listen to the sound, please. Ha iti hashochat ki lishod nahir nosei aronech ve'en chalki mimech rak zichronech v'achonenes afrot tzionech et asur lishonech be'enech yamavet yachriz be'enech u'be'enech. Let's read English. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the world's gloom. Leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave clods to kiss, and your memory. Ah, death has come between you and me. This poem goes on. First it's speaking in the voice of the father, later it will speak in the voice of the mother, and finally speak in the voice of the dead self. Describe how terrible she feels that she was not able to live her life toward the marriage canopy, and it's powerful moving. In the sounds of it, you hear the uniformity of that final syllable feels like it's like a brick wall. It's so solidly constructed and such a permanent barrier like death separating you and me. Moving poetry. But he, Shmuel HaNagid, wrote to right across the entire spectrum of human experience, love poems and very light-hearted poems as well, and truly one of the great poets of human civilization, just in medieval civilization. Okay, I hope I conveyed at least some of my excitement about the period, and I encourage you to have a look at the longer videos if you want to see a little more. But for now, thank you very much for watching.
Yellowstone population, anything. Work with the little tribes up there to bring those animals in, and some go to the tribe, and some go stay on the prairie.
Jewish life in the Dark Ages. We have to understand, what do we mean
the reason that they're allowing for these old bears to be shot
by this term, the Dark Ages? So it is a term that comes largely out of Western European historiography, which for a long time, like let's say 18th century onwards, tended to view the flow of Western history as kind of like being a really high point with Greco-Roman civilization, and then with the collapse of Rome, and especially its sacking by Vandals in the 5th century, it hits a real low where you have kind of Conan the Barbarian ages, and there's not much happening, and no one's writing, and people are superstitious about all kinds of things, and it kind of sits there until it goes back up again with the Renaissance, which literally means the rebirth. There are definitely some kind of ladder-like steps up from the Dark Ages, the Gothic period, and so on. The High Middle Ages, which kind of goes from about 1000 to about the year 1300, and you start seeing the beginnings of the Renaissance and some really exciting things happening that leads ultimately to the early modern era, the modern era, and so on. But the key element of this is it's very Eurocentric. It's as if the most important thing that's going on in history is whatever's happening in Europe. But in reality, when you look at world history, most of the universe, most of the world was not dark at all. And I think you could say that about the Jews as well, who are at this point not especially wrapped up in most of Northwestern European history in particular. So let's look at what Jews were doing in the Dark Ages. We've seen this map before from the beautiful Barnaby historical atlas, and as you can see, there are two really big centers of Jewish activity during the Dark Ages. Again, we're going to kind of taking the traditional view of the Dark Ages, which goes from the fall of Rome, and like let's say 405, 476 are major dates, or 5th century dates, all the way up to about 950, 1000. You're about 500 years that are really dark for Northwestern Europe in particular, not much happening. It is the collapse of Roman civilization that leads to that. Our Roman civilization is largely taken over by Byzantine civilization, the same kind of Christian culture, although many very significant differences. Not Catholic, for example, would become later called Orthodox. The more formal split wouldn't happen until the 11th century, but definitely heading in a different direction. It's kind of like the second Rome based in Constantinople, which you can see after you talk now. But I got off on a little tangent there. What are Jews doing during the Dark Ages? So we've got two really huge areas of Jewish activity, which are quite intense during the Dark Ages. You have that large ground circle, which is the region around Israel, where you have lots of activity. You've got lots of halachic activity, intellectually, being able to Jerusalem Talmud with the activity of the patriarchs, They're organizing themselves. They are, sort of negotiating a relationship with the Romans, which is not always so easy, and then later with the Byzantine overloads. But there's still quite a bit of historical data emerging from the Middle East during the Dark Ages. And then, perhaps more significantly, I wish the actual circle was bigger because it would give more impact. But Baghdad, oh my, there's so much going on there with the transplanted yeshiva of Kumbadita, Sura, with the great intellectual centers of the Talmud that are just pumping away all kinds of stuff during this period, right up until 7th century when you get the Muslim advance. And when the Muslims take it over, then they have an even greater explosion under the Gaonim, which we spoke about a few lectures ago. In fact, that's where we use this map. And the Baghdadi culture, the Mesopotamian culture, kind of like radiates all the way out through the Mediterranean basin and has its impact felt all the way out to Cordoba in Spain. You see, there's a major Jewish community, and it was during this period. It's true we have a lot of the Visigoths and so on, but we also get into the beginnings of the Spanish Golden Age, their roots during the period known as the Dark Ages. So these two areas represent the light that was coming out of the Jewish community in particular, and really has a very different kind of picture than what you think of with Northern Europe during the same period. But neither is, of course, the Middle East and the Mesopotamia are in Europe. So what is happening in Europe in particular? So the most important areas to be sure are in Italy. There are just not that many Jews living in the rest of Europe. We have tiny little settlements in the Rhone River, for example, infinitesimally small ones in the Rhine River region, and like just little outposts as it is. But in Rome in particular, and in the south, Bari and Oria, you have phenomenal centers of Jewish population where they are deeply involved in all kinds of Talmudic work and all kinds of historical work, poetic work. We have some beautiful remains of Jewish catacombs in Rome in particular that gives a sense of the extent of their civilization, and they're really doing a lot. In many ways, as we saw earlier, with the tracing of Ashkenazi culture from Israel proper through the Italian peninsula and then into Northern Europe, this is a period where there is a lot of culture going on in this area. I think some of my favorite expressions of Roman Jewish culture, extending towards the end of this period of the Dark Ages, is the remarkable work, the Aruch, which was written by Natan of Rome. And this is essentially the first dictionary of the Talmud ever. And it was a brilliant dictionary because, of course, don't forget, Jews are working in many different vernaculars. They're working in Latin, they're working in Greek, but the texts are in Aramaic and also in Hebrew. And, you need secondary materials to be able to negotiate these texts. So, Natan of Rome, who had a family name Anav, meaning the humble one, he composed the first dictionary of the Talmud, and it's beautiful, it's brilliant, not only because it's not simply a word-for-word translation of the words that occur in the Talmud, it provides examples of how those words are used in the Talmud, and ends up becoming an incredibly important finding aid, such that, for millennia, a millennium since it was written towards the end of the first millennium, many Talmudic scholars use the dictionary not so much to understand the translation of a given Aramaic word, but to know where it's used elsewhere in the Talmud, because it is essentially kind of like a concordance as well as a Talmud. Great, really amazing work. So there's lots of scholars here in Rome and in southern Italy. Many of them would later be transplanted to northern Europe, to Ashkenaz, where they would essentially become the nucleus of the Jewish community there. And we'll speak about them by going a lot more next week. But that's really hardly dark at all. Jews are doing amazing things in this region in terms of poetry, in terms of literature, in terms of music, in terms of literature, in terms of art, in terms of music, in terms of literature, in terms of music, in terms of literature, 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 and scholarship and so on. And the whole concept of the Dark Ages doesn't make that much sense when you think about Jewish history. Also, we have not a tremendous amount of historical data about what Jews were up to in the Dark Ages, especially when you move outside of Muslim control lands into European lands. But one really interesting is a reference that occurs in Muslim historiography to the so-called Radhanite merchants. Clear from the context of the discussion, the Radhanites are Jewish. They are clearly roaming the world and in multiple area trade. The term Radhanite is up to a lot of scholarly discussion. There's a huge debate as to what are called the Radhanites by medieval Muslim historians who describe their activity. My favorite understanding of this term is that it comes from the Rhone River, which is in central France. You can see here it basically bisects France here, ends up in Marseille. And this Rhone River is a very important waterway. Begins in central France and then comes out to the Mediterranean. As you can see from this map here, arc line indicates specific routes the Muslim historian describes as part of the destinations of these Adamite travelers. And they're selling stuff, by the way. They're buying and selling all over. And the sort of dotted lines indicate the extended trade routes that we know would meet up with most of those places. So it's not at all out of the question to assume that there were Jews who were traveling literally all over the world, engaged in a whole variety of trade as they were active throughout the region. Before I leave that map, let me also mention that the Jews are deeply involved in one of the most important trade routes, which, as you can see right in the center there, it goes from Antioch through the Euphrates River down to the Persian Gulf. This is one of the most important trade routes for the silk trade. Jews were heavily involved in the early silk trade, which was a major reason for the dispersion of Jewish ideas. The spread of Judaism predated the spread of Christianity, and in some ways actually prepared many of these territories for a monotheistic faith because of these Jewish movements going on. One of the things I happened to read just today, which fascinated me, is that the silk trade, especially when Rome was active, the Jews of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers were especially involved in reweaving silk. Meaning the Chinese, who were the people who were making silk out of the cocoons of certain types of silkworms that grow in mulberry trees, the Chinese liked to make their silk into more thick, durable cloth for their clothing. The Romans, on the other hand, said, no, we don't like that. We want it sheer and filmy and something that you drape over and something quite a bit more racy. So the Jews were actually weaving that they often took the silk cloth from China and then they reweaved it. They actually pulled out the thread and then remade it into much more diaphanous cloth that would be sold at a much higher price in Rome. Funny little detail there. So anyway, the Jews are definitely heavily involved in this international travel. Now, what is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy or a self-affirming, because the Jew common language, Hebrew, they have a common legal system such that they're all bound by the rulings of the Talmud, and they can rely on neutral body of judges who will not judge them by the vicious laws of a specific reason. I'm going to get more in just a second. They also have a strong co-religionist bond, such that it is not at all uncommon, and in fact it was widely common right up into the 20th century in Eastern Europe, where a stranger could show up in a synagogue on Friday night and say simply, hey, I need a place to stay for Shabbat, and he'd be taken in for meals. I have a place to sleep. And once the Shabbat was over, he would say, okay, here I'm selling or silk or whatever it is, if you got anyone business was self-affirming. The diaspora of the Jews was actually the foundation of the international commerce that they would be engaged in right up until contemporary times. There is a long historical tradition for this. And we will explore the economic aspects of this, God willing, in a lecture later this summer or later this spring, I guess. So hang on, there's lots more to say about that. But let's go to the roots of Ashkenaz. So I referred to the Jewish legal tradition, which is extremely important when you consider the kind of situation that was going on in real Dark Ages Northern Europe. Now I'm talking about the region of what would be today France and Germany and so on. So we're talking a really weird, backward, pre-Christian kind of environment where they adjudicate trials, for example, by ordeals. Like this is a drawing of the so-called ordeal by water, in which you had a person suspected of some kind of criminal activity. And so the best way to see how well they did is if you tie them up and throw them in the lake. And if they don't drown, then they're innocent, because the gods protected them. Or even as it slowly begins to morph into Christianity, God protected them, singular God. So that's definitely not kosher by Talmudic standards. Another version of the ordeal was, two people are in a legal fight, and one of them claims he's totally innocent, so the judge can say, all right, we're going to boil up this vat of oil, and we're going to drop an iron ring in it, and you reach into that boiling vat of oil. If you can take the ring out without being harmed, that will mean that you are obviously innocent. And if you are not willing to do it, it must mean that you are guilty. Like, yikes! I would not want to be anywhere near this kind of legal system. Give me the Talmud any day, rules of evidence and testimony and things like that, please. So, and one last thing, of course, which I'm not sure how Jews felt about this, but there was the trial by conduct or ordeal by combat, where you could defend your innocence by simply going hand to hand with your litigant. And this is probably not historically accurate. I'm talking about, but I kind of liked it. And this is also something that has no basis in Talmudic jurisprudence. So luckily, Jews largely exempt in Ashkenaz from of these trials or deals. And they were able, even in these kind of really barbarian kind of environments, able to have their affairs treated according to Talmudic law. This was an arrangement that fitted the Jews and benefited the region because they were the traders. They were the people who brought goods in. And of course, they're in a tiny minority traveling up and down these ways, with valuable goods. But if the society cannot support people engaged in this kind of trade, then it'll simply stop, and people don't have the goods that they want. So there is kind of an investment in the Jews that
How are you?
Illegal. And we see in the Dark Ages, Jews are granted this in the huge number of communities that we see them appearing in Northern Europe. It's quite fascinating. At this point, we begin to see the nucleus of something we will, I'm afraid, have to discuss in much greater detail later, but the nucleus of the formation of the Tehillah structure. This is the formal municipal self-government of the Jews that they developed very strongly in Northern Europe, although it definitely has similarities to what was going on in the Muslim regions as well. The Jews essentially formed for themselves a small state within a state, at least at the municipal level. Later on, when we get to about the 16th century, we'll see that it expands really to a massive level in Poland and Lithuania, where the municipalities are individually connected with one another. But essentially, the Jews in these tiny little struggling communities, we're talking about less than 1,000 people in any of them, are granted the right to govern themselves. They're granted certain protections in order to largely benefit the trade, and later, as we shall see, benefit the tax structure and the tax revenue of the crown. Again, I'm sorry to be talking about this now because we're going to spend at least one of these videos talking about Jews in the medieval economy, and this is crucial. But what it gives us for now is the possibility of Jewish social independence, that they are, through the Kehillah structure and through their legal autonomy, able to run their own affairs and create their own social safety net with education, with support for the elderly, support for orphans and widows, support for poor brides, all kinds of things to ensure that the Jews are self-sufficient as a community and contribute to their ongoing survival, despite the relative barbarity of the Dark Ages in Europe. So that's just by way of introduction. I want to give you that kind of background coloring as we go on to speak now about the Rishonim, and I think the contrast is going to be absolutely stunning.
Area has literally thousands and thousands of barrels. You have boxes of them all. Just all of them are dated, certified. Time period they came from.
Yeah, so like, why was that chunk of ground he used for that long, right? Yeah, if he's got that many, it's not because one group of people camped there for a couple of days.
It's thousands of years.
In order to start talking about the Rishonim, we should talk about what
Right off the Colorado River, so they have a lot of resources.
that term really means. So Rishonim literally means the first ones. Rishonim are the first ones. The first ones are what? So you have to go backwards a little bit and learn a little bit of Jewish theology here. There is this concept in Jewish theology that actually is quite important for understanding how Talmudic jurisprudence in general works, and it's called in Hebrew Yerida Hadorot, or the decline of the generations. This concept essentially argues that earlier generations, from starting with Moses' portrayed fluently by Charlton Heston, the generation called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, that actually heard the first two of the commandments spoken by God, that was like a pinnacle of a kind of spiritual wisdom that would be fading generation after generation. Because they had all, and I'm not going to go into the material here, but it's just understand, the generation of the Exodus had achieved such a closeness to God from that moment at Sinai that every subsequent invariably leads a decline. And this decline is not necessarily intellectual in nature. So, for example, when Talmudists are trying to determine a specific law, the rule is not to go to the earlier authorities, but go to later authorities because they tend to have more facts at their disposal. Like, for example, if you wanted to know is a microwave for cooking, you would not ask some rabbi who wrote about things in the 19th century because he would have those kinds of facts at his disposal. You have ask someone writing in the late 20th century to be able to discuss it. And there's a lot more for this, but essentially the intellectual capability of later generations is not questioned. It is the spiritual capability, the sensitivity, the ability to penetrate to the core issue that is considered to decline from the moment of Sinai downward, through the prophets and through the sages and stuff. So the major people, or major groups that we're speaking about in the medieval period begin with the Tanaim, and these are literally the teachers. They are associated with the Mishnah, and their activity is more or less from the year 200 before the Common Era to 200 of the Common Era. The following generations are called the Amayim. Torah means literally the sayer, and what this refers to, or the speaker, what this refers to is that this is already a term used in Babylonia in particular, where the vernacular was Aramaic and the texts of the Tanaim were in Hebrew. So you were sure, a rabbi would give the lecture, and then a professional human speaker would then repeat it in Aramaic translation so the population could understand it. And the say of this generation They refer to themselves as the repeaters, the seekers, the Amoraim. So these are the sages associated with the Talmud from about the year 200 of Common Era to about the year 500 of the Common Era. An Amora may not override a Tana. An Amora does not have the same authority as a Tana because of the idea of the decline of the generation. However, if there are two Tanaim who disagree, and an Amora
Welcome. How are you?
Argument with another Amora by quoting one of those Tanaim.
Yo, what's going on, Velvet Mar? Can you hear me?
They borrow from earlier times to prove later arguments.
Velvet Mar. Hello. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you. How's your day going?
When they were, but they blend into the period of the.
Can you hear me? Hello. I hope you're having a good day. Feel free to talk if you wish. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoying the morning. I hope things are good with you. Hope you're having a wonderful day yourself. How'd you find out about me? Well, maybe someday you'll tell me. Anyway, feel free to enjoy.
The Gaonim, which we did speak about a little while ago, and these are the post-Talmudic authorities primarily based in Mesopotamia up until about the year 1000. And now we get to our protagonists, the Rishonim. They're called now the first ones. They're clearly not first when you consider them within the scope of the prior authorities, but they represent a distinct chunk of intellectuals who are writing particular kinds of things roughly during the period 1000 to 1500. I've rounded these numbers up, obviously, but this is the era of the Rishonim. And what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about what they did, why they deserve their own name, what makes them so special, and they are distinguished from the later authorities called the Acharonim, literally the after ones, or the later ones. The Acharonim definitely also have a very distinct style, very different from the Rishonim, and I'd like to spend time about that, but God willing, when we get to the fall, we'll talk about the Acharonim. Note that they kind of stop at around the year 1900. I think it's because in the 20th century, although there's no real kind of dramatic break between the people who were writing in the 18th century, 19th century, but by the time you get to the 20th century, they just people feel like, wow, I can't be an Acharon. You can't call me an Acharon like in my or like the show or something like that. It's too much. So we'll come back to that. But anyway, these are the sort of terms used for these big intellectual chunks of time and the sort of things that are happening in there. So let's understand what were the Rishonim activities. They were involved in three main activities. They were largely founders, and prodigals. These three groups and these three types of activities were especially important for the Rishonim, and we'll understand them soon. So here's a beautiful picture by an illuminated manuscript of the Guide to the Perplexed. You see there is Maimonides on the right, he's laying still and he's holding up an astrolabe, which is one of the key inventions of the era of the Rishonim. And Rishonim are often pictured holding on to them, their astronomical devices for navigation and things like that. And he's speaking to the streets and notice the artwork around the outside is really fantastic. Commentators. So one of the most important figures, one of the people we regard as the rabbi of all Israel, and in fact, the acronym of his name is Rashi. His name is actually Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, Solomon, the son of Isaac. But it's also sometimes playfully translated as Rabban Shel Yisrael, the rabbi of all Israel. And a brilliant figure who we will have a case speak about next week when we come to the Crusades, who essentially embarked on a massive week of Jewish literature, a tour de
Welcome.
force, very pithy but incisive and clarifying comments on the entire Torah, the entire Tanakh, the entire Talmud. Massive amount of work that he actually repeated several times. He went through several editions. There are, unfortunately, a few lost tractates where either we did not complete it or we've lost it. But otherwise, we have this guide that takes you through all of the major texts of Judaism in the 11th century. And his style is absolutely enlightening. Children study it because it is so clear and gets to the point of the matter. Now, also, his clarity is, you see the art in it because he takes very complicated things and he edits them down to just 3 or 4 words quite often and just gets across the idea. One of the most important things that Rashi did is his commentary on the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And in fact, people say that the correct way to learn Torah is with 2 fingers. One finger following the Hebrew text, the other finger following Rashi's commentary. And in fact, in discussions with the Christian colleagues or Bible scholars, I realize how deeply ingrained it is in Jewish study of the text to always be following along with a commentator. And there are several to choose from, obviously, but Rashi is clearly the king of these commentators. One major element of his intellectual art was his awareness that a major desiderata was to bring the oral Torah, that is Midrash, the Mishnah, some of the esoterica of what we learn, and bring that into the text itself. So when you're learning text of the Torah with Rashi's commentary, you see sometimes, really strange, difficult passages. Rashi will say generally, the oral Torah addresses the questions you were probably having, so bring in these brilliant insights from the oral Torah. So it really makes the study of the Torah of Rashi a complete comprehensive study of the Torah as a whole. One of the interesting engines of Rashi research today, the perennial question, what's bothering, and you figure out the question that Rashi must have had, and it's tremendously satisfying. So Rashi is one of many, he is definitely the king of the era, but he is one of the most important commentators to provide insight into these ancient texts and make them accessible for his generation and for the following millennium. He is as fresh today as he was in the 11th century. The second major group, which are less significant today in terms of people following in their footsteps. There are many people who are writing commentaries upon commentaries. Of course, there are super commentaries on Rashi to this day, but are the counters. In Hebrew, they're called the Nonei HaMitzvot, the counters of the commandments. So, based on a passage in the Talmud, a very well-known passage, in which the description of 613 commandments in the Torah began to say, okay, well, let's make a list. Let's go through the Torah and let us actually provide a list of all 613. Of course, what happens is when you get multiple rabbis working on one problem, frequently you get multiple solutions, right? Three opinions. And in fact, they all have to come up with another 613. That's the number that Talmud says is there. That then they disagree. I said, no, you're counting something that's not a mitzvah. I don't count that mitzvah at all. And everyone says, no, you're counting 2 things as 2 separate mitzvahs. There's really only 1 mitzvah. Or you forgot about these, right? So the counters essentially tries to place kind of systematic order on the commandments that appear in the Torah, and then it's too consequential because it will also lead to the next category. But just to give you an example of one of the Rishonim, is my favorite counter. This is an anonymous counter, often identified with one Aharon of Barcelona, Spain, quite humble, although there's significant pressure not to say something else together. So it's an anonymous called the Book of Phoenix, or the Book of Education. And it is the latest bar mitzvah present ever. This particular rabbi wants to give a bar mitzvah present to his son. So he essentially says, here, I'm going to list out all 613 commandments. I'm going to list them in the sequence in which they appear in the Torah. So when you go to synagogue every week and hear the Torah read, you'll be able to review all of the mitzvahs that occur in that parsha. And that's brilliant. That's great. Really helpful just in itself, isn't it? But what he does after that is so much more amazing. First of all, he locates the mitzvah and a count, and they're literally counted 1 through 613. The English translation is used wisely today as a 3-volume set. And then he tells you a little bit about how the mitzvah is performed. And then he tells you a little bit about, and this is amazing and not so common as you would think, he tells us why you have this mitzvah, this commandment. And that's like so valuable because many of the other authorities from the Talmud on really don't think about that. Or they do think about it, they don't write a lot about it. There's just a sort of religious approach to the text saying, here is the commandment, and it is incumbent upon us to observe it. As the Lord our God commanded us, right? He didn't tell us to think about it. He told us to do it. I'm generalizing here. A lot of people would say, no, we have an obligation to think about it too. At any rate, the Fina provides the why to a lot of these commandments, to all of them actually. We don't necessarily, not all of the Rishonim agree with his response, but it is absolutely brilliant, and like I said, the world's best bar mitzvah present ever. We know that it was a bar mitzvah present, and we know a little bit about him and his son because, he speaks to his son directly in a sense. It's really very sweet and engaging. For example, there were Levites that says, my son, pay attention to this mitzvah because you're a Levi and you're going to have to teach this particular mitzvah in children. And then finally, most significantly, because it flows directly from the counters, are these codifiers. And this is hugely important because essentially these are the people. One of the most important of this is Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher, and as the right. To these commandments, and they say, okay, thank you, for example, anonymous authors of workbooks come out how they appear in the text. But if we're actually going to work with these in a functional way and organize this topic, we've got all the laws of keeping faith in one place, all the laws of keeping Shabbat in the other place, all the laws of, civil, criminal law have to be in one place and things like that. So the codifiers begin to say, all right, organize this here, this is the mitzvah here, this is the mitzvah here. And remember that there's a debate about what exactly is the mitzvah and how to apply and under what circumstances is one exemption. All of these things are really important. So the codifiers create, for example, the rest of a very important commentary called the Alba Turin, the columns or the pillars, which correspond to different aspects of life. They are becoming the source of tremendous dispute and commentaries on the codes. But nevertheless, they are hugely important. The most important of them for contemporary usage is undoubtedly the Shulchan Aruch. We'll speak about them later on. So these are the three main areas that give the Rishonim their distinctive sort of functions. They're really involved in these things, and with the limited exception of counters, all the Achronim afterwards are kind of following in their footsteps. Now, at the same time, what's really fascinating to me as well is that the Rishonim are not uniform at all. They are highly individualized and idiosyncratic. The Rashba and the Ritva and the Rambam, totally different people, different approaches, different personalities, and sometimes they pose questions and provide answers which are shockingly modern. And you say, like, what is going on here? Where did this idea come from? And how come I don't see it in the traditional coaching song? So among those kind of outliers are brilliant figures like Rabbi Abraham Ezra, who was not only a commentator of note, he was also a tremendous poet in Arabic and in Hebrew, and a scientist. There was a crater on the moon named after him. He was the subject, by the way, of some poetry in the English language as well. Here he is holding up some asteroids in his left hand and the compass in his right, which alludes to his kind of early scientific awakening curiosity. He lived a very poor, difficult life, traveled, and it was poverty. He would, and again, this is before printing, so he would literally write out his manuscripts, and then because he was so poor, he would sell his manuscripts, only copies sometimes, and then have to rewrite them entirely from memory to sell them again. And the things he wrote about his poverty are extremely biting, but it also gives you a sense of, wow, this is like so unlike Yashi, so unlike the others. You see also Gersonides. Also,
What up, girl?
Rishon,
Yo, can you hear me?
Today, that brilliant, very
Yo, girl.
the grain kind of commentaries on all kinds of issues which are.
Can you hear me? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome our new friend, Marie Faith, aka Marie Faith. How you doing, Marie Faith? How's your life going? Shout out to Hazelnut Silly and Ali Liam on Spotify. And shout out to Feathers McGraw. Feathers McGraw, can you hear me? Yo, pimp. Ezekiel. Ezekiel. How you living, dog? Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Relevance today. And when you study some of these research and you say, wow, this is like history. Like, what would a civilization if we decided that the law follows Socrates and not, say, the Roche? Very different kind of possibility. Fascinating for us as an organization, I think, when we talk about the scientific revolution and Jews involved in it, but this gives you just a sense of the idea that there are many outliers among the Rishonim. It's hardly a monolithic, singularly orthodox way of looking at the world. The Rishonim had a tremendous scope and spectrum of activities and things. Okay, I see that I got a little bit too excited there and I spoke too long about some of these things. So let's look at Maimonides specifically. And he is really special because, among other things, he is the greatest of the outliers. I mean, he is so amazing unto himself as a scholar, as someone who is active in all of these areas and many more. But at this time, he was the most vilified during time, and especially shortly after that time. So much so, he actually was for burning Maimonides' books. If you can believe that. Look at that story. Here's a sort of a modernized, detailed version of the iconic image of Maimonides that we have today. We have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's sort of like you see that picture of Maimonides. That is his signature up on top, though, which was taken from the Geneva archives. His dates are 1138 to 1204. He was born in Cordoba, Spain. We spoke about it a little bit in the beginning of the Golden Age. But he had to flee Spain as a youth because of the persecution of the North African Muslim tribes that came into the Iberian Peninsula and started demanding a much greater adherence to Muslim orthodoxy, and wanted to stop to the excessive fraternization that they thought was going on between Jews and Muslims and Christians. So his family, which had been in Spain for generations, in his biography, he lists, I think, 10 generations of Guyanists, of judges, of rabbis that preceded him, a very illustrious family. The family had to flee Spain. And over the course of his teenage years, they made their way across the coast of North Africa from one place to another. Along the way from Spain to Egypt, where he ultimately settled, he received a significant education. He actually trained in this, where he went to be a doctor. As we mentioned before, this is kind of like the go-to profession of a Jewish intellectual of the medieval period. It's a portable trade. It's a respectable trade. It's a well-regulated trade, so therefore, Jews offers this as their profession. Although he dedicated himself these years of his youth exclusively to study. The mainstay of their family economically was his brother David, his older brother David, who was a merchant. Fortunately, when he died in a shipwreck and lost all of wealth as well, Maimonides had to work, and so he turned to trade as a physician. He had to abandon his study of Torah in order to support the rest of his family. He is, in many ways, in the sense that, as we discussed in the Golden Age of Spain, he is one of these really unusual people who is world famous for his secular activities, specifically as a medical doctor, and at the same time, he exerted some phenomenal light on all of Jewish intellectual history for the next 1,000 years. He is so incredibly powerful in both areas simultaneously. That's what makes him sort of like the ideal of the Spanish Golden Age. And that's why I think so many schools are named after him, because you want to tell your parent body that if you send your kid to our school, he's going to be like Maimonides, a great scholar of Torah and a great breadwinner in the secular field and so on. I think that's what's kind of the image that they're trying to get across with that. But at the same time, he was exceptional because, as I mentioned, when we talked about the Rishonim, his opinion in halakha is frequently ignored by later commentators. I should say ignored. I should say it was overruled. They'll say, okay, Maimonides thinks this, but two other major figures, the Rif and the Rosh, they disagree with Maimonides, so we're going to go with majority rule, and Maimonides will lose out. He does things that, he approves of things that the rabbis later would disagree with. And so, although he has a phenomenal impact on Jewish history and Jewish thought, many of his ideas were rejected. Just to give you one interesting example, he felt very strongly, based on his long-standing experience in his family, that a person should not receive a check for serving as a rabbi. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Rabbis, if you're watching this, Sephardic congregations sometimes continue this practice. It's much more exceptional in the Ashkenazic way. And there are lots of ways to justify it. Like, for example, if a rabbi does not receive a paycheck, or also teachers, if you're going to teach Torah, you should not get paid to teach Torah. That would essentially sink the business model of so many Jews. That would be terrible. But there are lots of halakhic exceptions. The most important one being that if a rabbi does not have another source of wealth or income, then he would have to leave off being a rabbi in order to be, a plumber or an accountant or something like that. So there is kind of like permission given to pay your rabbis and your teachers so that they are able to rabbi and to teach. But that's like kind of an unpopular opinion. That Maimonides of the Talmud and really emphasizes. By the way, I should mention he is known popularly among Jews as Rambam or the Rambam. which is an acronym of his name, Moses, ben Maimon. The Greek term Maimonides means son of Maimon, that would be his father. Okay, so he's paradigmatic for being like kind of that Spanish golden idea, even though the bulk of his career is not in Spain. It's exceptional because he's frequently disagreed with, and as we shall see, very heavy and beyond. So he's very unusual. Now, what did he write and why was this so important? So this is a beautiful manuscript, an illuminated manuscript of one of his books. Let's break it down to the surface. First of all, in his youth, he composed a very important commentary on the Mishnah, which has a lot of the qualities that he watches with. So it really much appreciated by his audience, and it is standard printing. Even to this day, the standard of the Mishnah includes the commentary of the Rambam. So a little bit more different about Rambam is his very extensive, for example, medical writings in Arabic. He was like the go-to doctor of the age. He performed medical services for the royal house of Egypt. He describes in some of his writings how he gets up early in the morning. He has to commute from Fustat to Cairo, where he treats all of the kids and all the wives in the harem and so on. He works there all day. Then he comes in by donkey to commute back to Fustat. And there's a whole lot of people who ask him all kinds of halachic questions. He has hours and hours answering the question. He wrote extensively in his area of medical disease. Fascinating writings, which are preserved. They are accessible today. And he writes on things like depression and anxiety, sleep disorders, family intimacy, all kinds of issues regarding the use of herbs and various medicinal products and so on. Extremely important medical writing still studied even to this day. He also wrote extensive letters. We have quite a bit of his correspondence to far-flung Jewish communities. Unofficially considered the leader of all the Jews of Egypt and surrounding regions. They would frequently write to him for guidance and support. And some of these letters, in which he's addressing a specific problem, like in particular of one that he writes to Judaism, who feels like being maltreated by the community in which he writes such a passionate, strong defense of the convert's position that it shows personality and shows how he stood up for the lonely. He stood up for the less fortunate. So another passage that occurs to me in Torah, very important, in which he says that it's very that the holiday spend some in charitable fashion, because if you don't take it before you take care of your lavish meal for your family and friends, then you're not celebrating the holiday, you're celebrating your stomach. Really powerful, incisive kind of direction. So this gives you a sense of his regional, maybe even you could say global leadership. But what got him into a lot of trouble were two other groups of writings, and these are the ones that are most widely studied today. The first are his philosophical writings, of which the most famous is undoubtedly the Moreh Nevuchim, translated as the Guide for the Perplexed. This was a work written in Judeo-Arabic, that was essentially Arabic written for Hebrew characters, and it was written for a particular student who was kind of like a type. He was a student who was struggling with the apparent challenges posed by contemporary Islamic philosophy and Judaism, and having a lot of kind of high-level intellectual doubts, and wondering, boy, these Arabs have such great philosophical ideas. These are essentially the great Arabic tradition that flows from Aristotle, the Greeks. And he's wondering, they systematize so many things, and they seem so logical, and does Judaism really make that much sense? So the Guide for the Perplexed, it addresses this student's concerns, essentially within the context of Arabic philosophy. And in this regard, it's a fascinating and brilliant work that essentially defends Judaism from the intellectual challenges of his age. But that was a book written primarily for the elite, for people who were well-learned, people who had a broad intellectual capacity. They're not generally working for a living, but were, sitting around thinking kind of things. His other work, which also got him to huge amount of trouble, was the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah Torah is massive. I'll show you a picture of the kind of standard critical edition used today. This is the edition I have in my own library, the Franco edition. This is a phenomenal restatement of essentially all Judaism in about 20 odd volumes. And what he does is he says, listen, Judaism is complicated, right? You've got the Torah, you've got the Talmud, you've got the Mishnah, you've got all these commentaries and stuff like that, and you want to know how to be a Jew? So I'm going to help you out here. I am going to write out the entire Torah in a code-like format. This is a code, it's a guide for living, and you'll be able to follow every single limit. It's written in really basic Hebrew, like middle school Hebrew. 14-year-old can easily make his way through the Mishnah Torah. The vocabulary is not complex, and it's written in a very straightforward, easy, accessible fashion, which betrays its sophistication. Because when we really get into the weeds of why did he say it this way and not that way, when the Talmud clearly says it this way, why did he change the order of things? You see really what's going on in Maimonides' mind, much like we saw with Rashi. But that goes way beyond the much more modest codes that would eventually exist. For example, Maimonides' code in the Torah deals with all time. Meaning, most of the later codes, like the Shulchan Aruch, they said, okay, there are laws in the Torah about how to offer sacrifices. But we don't have the temple today, so we can't offer sacrifices. So we'll just skip that whole part. And he says, what are you talking about? It's in the Torah. We're going to go through it. Similarly, it's only in the Mishnah Torah that we have the laws of the Messianic era. How to recognize the Messiah. What will it be like in the Messianic era? How are we supposed to conduct ourselves in the Messianic era, right? The other codes say, hey, I think we'll figure that out, get there, but my mom used to say, no, it's in the Torah. I'm going to explain everything. He also made some amazing things that others might do. It's not legislatable. How to have an opinion. What kind of opinions should you have anyways? It's in his code of law, which is good. One of my favorite areas that I'm very attached to is that he wrote on how to repent. And I'll just take a quick moment. It's sort of a book plug, but I guess I can't do that. I have a personal project where I study his laws on teshuvah, which is repentance, every year. And starting in 2012, I wrote up a little translation, and I put it on the internet, and people liked it. So I revised it when I went over it the next year, and then the year after that, so on. And now we are in, I missed some years, now we're in the 8th edition is out, and I'm hoping to work on the 9th edition, and I always release it on the anniversary of my father's passing. But he writes on how to repent, how to take charge of your own behavior, how to change your behavior. These are amazing books, but he got into tremendous trouble over them. For example, and there are several waves of controversy surrounding his work. Some that occurred in his lifetime, and he died in 1204, and several that went on for another couple hundred years. These conflicts especially erupted when the Ibn Tibbon family of translators produced a Hebrew translation of his Judeo-Arabic Guide for the Perplexed, and it circulated in Northern Europe, where the Jews there had no access to the Arabic text. This caused a huge hue and cry against Maimonides. What were the charges? One of the charges was he was overly reliant on Greek wisdom. meaning he has a huge respect for Aristotle, and his Nicomachean ethics had a massive impact on certain sections of humanity's thought, especially the laws of opinion, as I mentioned earlier. He disagrees with Aristotle in some key areas, but otherwise he openly calls him a philosophe, the philosopher. And his synthesis of Greek thought is brilliant. But a lot of the Northern European rabbis said, this is trade, this is not culture. You can't build a Jewish philosophy with such heavy reliance on a non-Jew like Aristotle. Another major charge was that the Mishnah Torah doesn't have any footnotes. So what is going on here? You're looking at this, and here we see how Maimonides tells us to behave. But the way that we've always been studying the law is you look at this opinion, you look at that opinion, you argue about them, you figure it out, you come to a conclusion. And here, Maimonides just told us the conclusion without offering us the background debate. And, it's dangerous. I don't know how you wise it is to see. Secondly, and related to this word, a lot of people accused him of arrogance. Because as he says in the introduction of Mishnah Torah, he says, essentially, look, this big book that I just wrote actually takes care of everything we need. Obviously, you should study in Torah, but if you want to know how to be a Jew, the whole thing is laid out right here. Many rabbis thought this is a type of arrogance. I've spoken in other levels, a little bit running out of time, but there's also economics. He essentially challenges the business model of rabbinic expertise in a very serious way. It turns out to not be that way because an even greater industry was created as commentary on that. But sadly, Jews denounced the works of Maimonides to the Dominican friars, who gladly seized these books, which were charged with heresy, burned them in Paris in 1282. So it was a huge tragedy that some Jews in Northern Europe were so incensed with Maimonides that they preferred to see his books consigned to the flames than to have them studied. 10 years later, there would be another repetition of this, and the Talmud itself would be in exactly the same spot. There are other ramifications. For example, the Spanish rabbis continued discussing this for quite some time, and the only way they sort of compromised on these was they agreed to a Europe-wide ban on the study of philosophy for anyone younger than 25 years. And that was supposed to say that Maimonides has a lot of useful things to say, but he is kind of dangerous. So we want students to achieve a certain level of maturity before they look at something like the perplexed themselves. So that's basically how he remained controversial, but ultimately his overpowered legacy and makes him one of the most towering figures of the Rishonim and future generations to the present day.
But I know that it's an enormous number because I don't interact, and I'm now I've since separated myself so far that I'm kind of not even on social media. I might check it in the morning, I check Twitter in the morning, see whatever's matter.
Before we discuss the experience of Jews in Ashkenaz, I'd like to take.
And when you do that, you feel better. You just feel healthier. You feel better. But when I do check,
take a little bit of a broader approach for a moment to speak about the structure of the Jewish community. What I'm going to describe is something that pertains really to much of the 2,000 years of diaspora history that we've been looking at. There's certainly wide variation between the various communities that we'll be looking at, but by and large, the structure that I'm going to describe to you now helped form most of Jewish communities as far as we can tell, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic, really right from the beginning of the diaspora, right up until the 18th century, as we'll discuss today. And so while there are differences in terminology, to be sure, and sometimes differences in the relative level of authority and invested in particular structures, we nevertheless speaking in broad strokes, this is a major element of the survival of the Jewish people over the 2,000 years in diaspora. And it's remarkable that, in my humble opinion, they've managed to survive after it was far destroyed in the last centuries. But let's understand it writ large, and there will be specific differences when you go to particular towns and particular communities. The name for this community varies again from Sephardic Ashkenazic lands, but one of the most common terms is Tehillah, which means literally congregation, in the sense of to congregate, where the Hebrew word kahal, which is also used sometimes to describe the Tehillah, is really a reference to the bringing together of people. And so this is one of the terms that was used, particularly in Ashkenazic lands, to describe the community. Now, I think at its foundation, one of the most important elements of the Tehillah is the fact that it is based on a system of taxation, that everything takes money to run, and the Tehillah developed early on a form of taxation of Jews living in a particular municipality, and then was able to generate those funds more or less efficiently into a rather remarkable self-government. We're going to be talking today primarily about what we would call, let's say, municipal self-government that would be located to a specific town, in some cases a village or a city even. When you get to the modern period, you begin to see cities supporting more than one Tehillah. The idea of separating a single Tehillah associated with a city into several Tehillah was something that was fraught with controversy, and we'll speak about that when we get to the 19th century in particular. But right now, we're really speaking about how the Jews would organize themselves within a fairly small geographic area associated with one particular town. Okay, let's look at the org chart of the Tehillah. You should begin with the institution known as the Tuvei Ha'ir, which literally means the good people of the city. By good people, that basically means people who are wealthy. That's probably the most important criterion to be in this key group, which is essentially kind of like a board of the organization, like a board of directors of the synagogue. And by the way, the contemporary structure of synagogues today is based very heavily on the design of the Tehillah as well. So the Tehillah would typically wealthy people, almost always they're universally male. There tend to be property owners and so on. Occasionally there would be like a nomination of someone who was a well-known scholar, but that was clearly the exception to the rule. The Tuvei Ha'ir had this unusual kind of responsibility of, on the one hand, they received the honor of being in this august group and recognition for leadership efforts and so on, but at the same time, they are also responsible for coming up with shortfalls if the taxation system did not generate enough funds from the impoverished people of the city. So, of leadership that good people took on in order to support the community, and the honor that was bestowed on them was really a recognition of the time and energy and finances that they would also devote to the upkeep of the city. They would typically take from their group one member who would be the Parnas. And by the way, both of these institutions were democratically elected. So they are typically a multi-year contract, which was not remunerated. This was an unpaid position, but there would be these regular elections, and not everyone could necessarily stand for election, but we're talking about small groups of people, right? When you get to the later period, when you might have several thousand people in a community, it's a little bit more complicated, but small Tehillot, which were the bulk of medieval people, about 500, 2,000 people at most organizations. The parts, or literally the president, you can see that even the relationship between the Hebrew and the English word, was essentially the chief executive officer of the Tehillah. Nominated from the Tuvei Ha'ir, the Parnas, typically male, would be given the responsibility of exercising oversight of the functioning of the entire Tehillah. The Tuvei Ha'ir would also be responsible for the appointment of the rabbi, and the rabbi would assemble the Beit Din. Now, this is a really significant point. Although there were times when the Tuvair had very little say in who appointed the rabbi. For example, we'll see this when we get to the 18th century in Poland in particular. But generally speaking, the community would be responsible to appoint a rabbi and to pay his salary. This meant that there was kind of an unusual relationship where the rabbi was technically the leader of the community on at least a theological level, because the rabbi, who was always a he, of course, had a sense of the nature of Jewish law and how the community should be directed according to it. But in reality, he was supported by the Tuvair, and he had a role. He had a responsibility to adhere to their wishes as well. There were times when the Tuvair or the Parnas came into contact with the rabbi, and this is like in contemporary synagogues when the president of the synagogue wants one thing, the rabbi wants another thing. It can be a real showdown, but nevertheless, the rabbi had tremendous symbolic, often real authority in the states of the time. The rabbi was to be responsible for disputes, which would be assembling of a Beit Din, typically rabbis who involved in discussion. We should realize that the title rabbi does not necessarily mean that person has control of the entire community. The title rabbi could be used in many different contexts, including teaching in schools and for more than one synagogue in a community and things like that. But anyway, both the Parnas and the rabbi used a group of people called the Gabayim to enforce their will. So the term Gabbai literally means collector, and we see that, for example, in Pirkei Avot, it's used in that sense much more clearly. Today, a synagogue Gabbai is kind of like a synagogue functionary who just decides which person gets various honors in which sequence on a Saturday morning. But in the Kehillah, the Gabbai was a tiered individual who was essentially the not exactly the policeman, but the summons deliverer of the Tuvair or of the Beit Din. If you had most commonly an individual who refused to pay the assessed taxes, and this was based essentially on the decision of the Tuvair or of the Parnas exclusively, then the Gabayim would be there to make sure that they collected, the cow or the gold coins or whatever it is that was collected. Or if an individual, for example, refused to appear for a summons before the Beit Din, then the Gabayim would be there to muscle him over there. And we'll talk about this perhaps in a later class, but we should understand that the Gabayim actually had the authority to use corporal punishment with the direction, of course, of the Beit Din. And in some rare occasions, there's even some discussion of capital punishment. Too much for our discussion right now, but we should understand that the Gabayim are hugely significant fixtures in the operation of the Kehillah. Now, in terms of the day-to-day experience of the Kehillah, most of the people involved in the Kehillah, Jewish members of the Kehillah, would experience solely through the yearly taxation that would be assessed by the Tuvair, and they would have to pay what they could for it. There's typically a lot of impoverishment in the Kehillah, and those taxes are not used for self-aggrandizement for the unpaid Tuvair and so on. The money then flows into the actual services provided by the Kehillah, and this is extremely important. This is certainly the largest chunk of the operation was in the forms of chevrot or committees. And unlike most of these other boxes that I've put on the screen so far, the chevrot had a lot of female participation as well. The chevrot essentially provided the services that are remarkable by comparison to later times and to other aspects of a given location, where the Jews, a very small population, nevertheless organized themselves very effectively to take care of the needs that they could find in the community. Let's look at some of the typical chevrot that you find. There is, of course, the king of the Chevra is the Chevra Kadisha, or the holy Chevra. By the way, I would translate Chevra here as, let's say, committee, but it really means colleagues, friends, which is modern Hebrew. So Risha was the holiest tradition, the holy group of friends. There will be one group for men and one group for women, who dealt with the very important issue of how to provide for a proper burial. The Chevra Kadisha tended to wield an outsized power, not only because of the rather dire consequences of their potential refusal to provide a Jewish burial for an individual, but also because it tended to be composed of the most well-respected individuals of the community. It tended to be populated by people who were older, people who were well regarded. We should understand that according to Jewish thought, the person who is passed on, the deceased, is aware of the things happening around him or her during the process of separation for them. And therefore, if there are people who are like ne'er-do-wells or who are disrespectful of the course, this is considered a grave affront to the deceased, and therefore we tended to choose people who would approach the difficult task with the appropriate solemnity and respect for the dead. In fact, one of the last things that they do after they complete the preparations for the dead is the Chevra Kadisha apologize in case they have done anything by accident that was untoward or perceived as disrespectful by the deceased. Anyway, the Chevra Kadisha had a lot of power and was typically the premier of all the various committees. But there are Chevras that are associated with education, very important. The Chevra Shas, which typically was dealing with adult education, was one thing, but they would often organize for children's education, which was typically paid for by tuition on a familiar basis, but there's a huge emphasis on trying to give higher level of literacy, both boys and girls, at least at the very primary ages. We'll speak about specific detail a little bit later on. Also, visiting or examining the those who are ill, and this is associated with providing for health care. Comfort Shabbos, there's a committee, I should say is, these are committees which are still functioning in many Jewish communities today, of course. Essentially a food bank to make sure that people have wherewithal to celebrate Shabbat with the appropriate amount of food. Yaakov Galin, which was very aid more associated with housing for the indigent and feeding them and so on. Nasat Kala, very important committee that was tasked with providing for young families who did not have necessarily the wherewithal to start their life as a married couple. Linat Tzedek for travelers, which is essentially hospitality. Chevra Tehillim, which was one of the most well-known Chevras that would deal with the various pious needs of the community, where Chevra Tehillim would typically bring people together to recite psalms on behalf of those who are ill and sick. And we could literally, go on and on all day talking about the different committees that were set up ad hoc individual communities. But this is just a sampling of some of the many associations that would be set up by men and especially by women in order to meet the needs of the community in their regular function. It's really rather impressive, I think, when you look at the overall structure of the community that was mirrored over and over again in so many different municipalities. And when we look a little bit further down the road at the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, we see actually a high point in Jewish self-government when all of the individual communities joined together in literally a state within the state so that they could actually have kind of like a government to pass legislation that affected all people simultaneously. We'll have to talk about how that worked out later on, but nevertheless, it's a really impressive achievement, I think, in Jewish self-government, and it says a lot about what allowed the Jews to survive through the modern era. Now, speaking about the modern era, we should understand, wow, this is so great, why isn't it happening anymore? Well, we have to understand that the modern Jewish structure is very much predicated on a level of coercion. That is, the Tuvea Ir has the right to assess your taxes, and this is above and beyond what the community as a whole has to pay to the non-Jewish state authorities. By the way, this was typically organized in a clear fashion, meaning that in very rare cases did you have individual people actually having to pay individual taxes to the non-Jewish state. Taxes were typically assessed on the Jews as a whole, and the Jewish community had to translate that into taxes upon individuals. So there's kind of a natural flow from that to taxes to support the Jewish community as well. But there's that one coercive element that comes in the form of taxes. And the other major coercive element is that what we might call religious or non-religious freedom. If you step down from community norm, you face the wrath of the Beit Din, of the rabbi of the city, of the Tuvei who might feel that your behavior was not going to represent community well to the non-Jews in the neighborhood. So these are really important things that help corral Jews within kind of like a set of boundaries for behavior. These would be challenged throughout the entire day that we're looking at, but mostly when we get to the modern era. The attacks on the Jewish communal structure are one of the most important elements of modernity for Jews. We're not there yet in terms of our Jewish History Lab series. It's ahead to understand where we are now. By contrast, this all fell apart in the 18th century, part because of Jewish erosion of the system, that you can see the roots of it, especially from the 15th and 16th century onward, that it really collapses in the wake of the French Revolution, in which French authorities said, wait a second, we can't tolerate a dual system of government within our new republic. I mean, it sounds like these rabbis, they sound like police forces. How do you have a French police force and a separate Jewish French police force? And what you're doing, collecting money from people, even against their will, that sounds a lot like what the state should be doing, not your organization. You want to have voluntary contributions, that's fine, but you want to actually assess taxes? No way. So the French Revolution essentially gave everything to Jews, gave rights to Jews as individuals, but nothing to Jews as communities. And that meant that the Kehillah structure, which had the benefit of really keeping Jews from assimilating outright for much of the medieval period, this came crashing to a halt. Now, Napoleon restored some elements of that. Here you see a rather remarkable image of Napoleon in 1806, restoring the dignity of fallen Jewish women, holding on to the Ten Commandments there, holding up the law, see kind of like the thematic overtones of his self-hatred with Judea in the background, and the menorah, the temple ground, things like that. So there's this idea of somehow restoring Jewish dignity despite modernity. There's another even more amazing image. This is something which Jews who were in favor of emancipation of Napoleon gave to him. On the left, of course, is Napoleon, emperor and king, it says, and on the right, celebrating the reestablishment of the Sanhedrin, the Jewish court, which is not at all like the Sanhedrin of ancient years. And we'll talk about this in a few months. But here is Napoleon on the left, who is literally handing the Ten Commandments to a obsequious and defeated Moses, who's got his left hand held over his heart, saying, "Oh, thank you, great emperor," and reaching out with great deference to Napoleon. I mean, wow, it's like even hard to look at this thing. But nevertheless, that's the conception of for some of what happened with emancipation, that Napoleon actually allowed the Jews to celebrate their religion. When in reality, getting rid of the Kehillah structure meant that he removed the coercive elements of the Kehillah, which also meant that there was going to be a huge lack of authority of the rabbis, of the Jewish elders, and so on, So much more to say about this, but it's really modern. We're focused on pre-modern in the next few weeks at least. Now, let us not think that this was, set in stone and inviolable and that no Jews had any say in it. Complaining about the Tehillah was a very common thing we see in all kinds of archival sources. And there were avenues of appeal. I mean, if you didn't like what the Tuvei taxed you, you could go to the Beit Din and lodge a protest, and there would be some adjudication of it. Yes, it's true that the rabbi is essentially paid by those taxes that you are now protesting, but on the other hand, the rabbi has the great authority of the Torah behind it, and so those values of money versus Torah have to somehow sort themselves out. And there were also ways in which even people who did not have the wherewithal to easily initiate these kinds of legal challenges could nevertheless make their voices heard, especially women. There were various disruptive behaviors that people could engage in, women in particular. One of my favorites is disrupting the Sabbath services, where if a woman felt that she was maltreated by the system, she could, it was definitely highly discouraged, but she could simply walk into the men's section on a Saturday morning and stand right there in front of the Aron, in front of the Holy Ark, and refuse to allow the Torah to be read until her case was heard or until it was made that her case. This was not unheard of, but definitely a very radical way to challenge the system. The voices of women could be heard, albeit in extremists, but nevertheless you do have examples of this disruptive behavior that allow the voices of less powerful people to be heard, despite the very strong authority of the Tuvei and the nation. Okay, for a very quick look at the structure of the Jewish community before the modern era and to some sense of its power base, let's talk about the First Crusade and its impact on Jewish communities in the Bible. Thank you.
We've been talking about urban renewal for how long? Not going to be good for the matriculation of clean water, be great, affordable housing, or just housing in general for people. Yeah, but that's hard.
What were the Crusades? We have to understand the idea of the Crusade.
Well, thank you for doing what you do, brother. And thank you for being such a vocal spokesperson during this time. Because it's really,
which is, of course, in today's parlance, we use the word crusade like some kind of grand venture to improve something. Like you can have a crusade for the environment, or you can have a crusade for, literacy or something like that. The term, of course, comes from the word cross, the word crux, and as the crusaders themselves were traveling under the sign of the cross on their way to Jerusalem. The history is basically like this. In the year 1095, Israel was under the control of the Muslims, and there was a significant conflict between the Muslim Empire and the Byzantine Empire in Constantinople. And the Byzantine Empire, of course, was Christian. And although there was a significant split between the Western Christians, who became Roman Catholics, and the Byzantine Christians, the leader of the Byzantine Christians in Constantinople, now called Istanbul, reached out to the Pope in Rome, shown here Urban II, and said, "Can you help us out? We are finding that we cannot make our to the holy sites in Jerusalem on our pilgrimages." And so Urban II, when he was in France, he called a council, and in 1095 he proclaimed a grand Europe-wide crusade, a gathering of military forces to march all the way to Jerusalem and to take it from the infidel, the non-believer, meaning the Muslim base. It was an audacious goal. We're talking about highly fractionated communities, Christians working with each other. There was a ecumenical motive behind this Christian saying that the Catholic Christians were going to cooperate in adventure. There are also lots of economic and political advantages to doing this. They actually had at the time a glut of young knights at a particular run in the feudal ladder that needed to have some kind of activity to occupy that. I'm not kidding you, there's a lot of this going on. But at any rate, the enterprise caught fire. People loved the idea, and sure enough, they organized themselves all across Europe, and they made their way in a series of crusades. It was not just one, finally down to Jerusalem, where they attacked it and conquered it in 1099, establishing for a very brief period of time, and with some interruptions, a crusader presence in Israel. As you can see from this map here, they not all of the crusades succeeded, and in fact, much of the first crusade, which is especially important for us, was actually brought to its knees not by Muslim defenders, but by Christians who refused to allow the Crusaders to pass through their territory. And quite frequently along the way, the Crusaders traveled past Jewish settlements. So you can see all of the Stars of David here represent larger Jewish communities, and the Urim path in particular is important to us. At the top right there, you see that it goes through northwestern Europe, which is where much of the story is described here today. So that's the idea of the Crusades. They finally get moving in early 1096, and by 1099 they conquer and take over Jerusalem. What this means for the Jews is that there were a huge number of massacres, particularly in the Rhineland. And scholars of the Crusades often overlook this because they tend to think of the Crusaders in terms of the high-level, well-outfitted professional soldiers from the soldiering class who undertook this massive journey, Richard the Lionheart type people. But in reality, there were several stages or waves of crusaders as different levels of socialist to that class. In fact, when you get to the lowest level of crusaders, you have basically hoodlums and ne'er-do-wells and just decided to join on to this cause. Some of them were, kind of stoked by the rhetoric of Peter the Hermit here, who was directing peace. A given goose, in one case, a donkey was actually infused with the Holy Spirit, and Peter the Hermit went around sort of like stoking people's excitement and energy, saying we have to follow the Crusaders all the way to Jerusalem. Meaning you've got like militia soldiers who have armor, and they have a horse, and they have a squire, and then you have just people who are like, yeah, count me in, I'm there. And they have no provisions, and they have no money, and how are they going to cross Europe without actually having any of these things to their name? Here's another image of Peter the Hermit on the left, who is kind of directing the Crusaders to their goal in Jerusalem. That's the on the right is from the 13th century piece of art. Another image of Peter the Hermit directing the Crusaders as they head off. But in reality, the Hermit was not directing the Crusaders. He was typically following behind them, but inspiring the masses to engage in those activities. Now, in terms of the Jews, many of these sort of lower level crusaders, followers of Peter the Hermit, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the non-believer in the Muslims? We have non-believers living right here in the Rhineland Valley. Why do we have to go all the way over there when we can attack the Jews and we can fulfill the sort of religious mandate of the state by attacking our local infidels? Three communities in particular were devastated, amongst about a dozen. Spire Winds and Mines, known as the community Restream. Quite often you'll have little tri-towns. Three towns have close associations and they're geographically proximate. They tend to have an acronym like Shingo. These particular were the epicenter of these massacres that ragtag bands of social Why this becomes so important in Jewish history is largely because of the nature of the Jewish response. And we're not talking about, devastation on the scale of the 19th, certainly not the 20th century. We're speaking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 8,000 people killed. This is a terrible tragedy, no question, but it's a relatively small number when you think about, 50,000 in the 17th century and 6 million just in the middle of the 20th century. But we nevertheless had a very powerful impact on a fairly young community of Ashkenaz that we'll discuss in a moment and in the next lecture if we have time. So the Crusades, let's go through them a little bit more detail. These, by the way, the peak season was right around this time of year. The worst attacks were days before and after the holiday of Shavuot in 1096. So actually a lot of very powerful pieces of the liturgy that specifically remember that and are associated with the Tisha B'Av, the national day of as well. So the Crusaders, again, not the official soldier Crusaders, but these ragtag bands were in the neighborhood of Cologne in April of 1096, and the Jews of that community were quite afraid that there would be violence. So they attempted to respond to an advance by being proactive and provided contributions. In the case of Peter the Hermit, who was there at the time, they offered to provision his followers, meaning the Jewish community of Cologne said, "Oh, look at all you hungry, tired crusaders, let us take care of catering you while you make your way down to Jerusalem." And Peter the Hermit accepted on their behalf. Another one of the more official crusaders is Geoffrey de Bouillon. He accepted a contribution of 500 gold pieces to maintain his troops as well. So contributions, quote unquote, as a kind of a guide to hopefully avoid disaster. It was actually temporarily successful, also because the Jewish community of Cologne also appealed to the emperor, who clearly gave instructions to local officials that there was to be no violence directed against the Jews in that time. As we shall see, the emperor, who was positively disposed towards the Jewish community, was not able to control the violence, to give you a sense of the nature of medieval society. So that's what happened actually in Cologne. But neighboring Jewish communities were worried because these crusaders are making their way along to their communities. And they're worried about the little, isolated acts of violence that they associate with this mob. In the next town, in Speyer, the Jews were much more worried. Because by the time the Crusaders got there, they were more, and by the way, let me reiterate that official historians of the Crusades tend not to regard the followers of the also Crusaded mobs as Crusaders themselves. And indeed, they're quite distinct. This is like mob that's following the larger zeitgeist and the larger movement in society. But in Speyer, the Jews attempted to barrack in the synagogue, hoping that they could get out the violence. The mob actually went to Speyer. They found 11 Jews who were not able to make it into the synagogue, and they were killed. And it was at this point that we have something that is especially unique about the Crusades that has, I think, profound impact for the rest of Ashkenazi history. The Crusaders even this mob had kind of like a filmy covering of religious justification for their behavior, of saying that the Jews were liable to be attacked because they were fundamentally unbelievers. If, however, they were to convert and accept baptism, that would make them believers, and then they would save themselves. And so the Crusaders frequently offered the Jews the choice of baptism or death. We talked a little bit about the difficulty in Christian theology, especially medieval Catholic theology, about forced baptism. In general, the church frowned on forced baptism because, after all, it's supposed to be something that is done with intent. If you're fearful for your life, it's hard to say that you have correct intent. But once baptism was performed, the church was also loath to declare it null and void. We also spoke a few weeks ago about the whole Garden case, where even as late as 1858, you still have this kind of terrible situation. At any rate, in Spire, you have the first example. By the way, we have a number of very solid first-hand accounts that survive the Crusades. There's about a dozen significant narratives from both the Jewish and the non-Jewish perspective on how these events unfolded. So we actually have a lot of good. I will refer to the works of Robert Chazen, who's written extensively on the Crusades. It was inspired the first known case of a woman given the choice of baptism or death, decided to choose death, or as it's called in Hebrew, Kiddush Hashem of the name. And this is a phenomenon that would be associated indelibly with the Crusades and much larger numbers. When they got to Worms, which is again one of those tritowns, the Jews sought refuge with the bishop. And this is something we see over and over again in the Crusades. The church was not the enemy at all here. The church was, in fact, against the violence. And although they definitely approved of the larger goal of the Crusades, attacking the local Jews was not something that the church officially sanctioned at all. It was more of a mass movement that came from strange characters like Peter the Hermit. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishop's compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace themselves and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Worms had a terrible, terrible situation where the Jews over and over again, many of them, we do have numbers of Jews who chose baptism, we'll return to them in a second, but you have these terrible, awful incidents of Jews trapped in a room and fearful of having the synagogue set alight and dying in the flames, or fearful of having them break in and the Jews not being able to withstand the temptation and deciding to convert on pain of death, where many of these Jewish families and communities simply decided to kill each other in acts of mass suicide. Very powerful, poignant descriptions of mothers killing their own children and fathers killing their daughters-in-law, and just horrible, horrible things too, that literally formed part of the liturgy for Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of the event, which was called incidentally Zerat Tasmud, the decree of 1096. In Mainz, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal to do so, and you have an incredible number there of massacres. Perhaps the most powerful examples of massacres and suicides were in that. The rough estimate of the number of deaths is about 5,000, and when you include the surrounding communities, it might go up a little bit more. Another one of these who was kind of like Peter the Hermit is Count Nico. He eventually moved on. It was his troops who were later destroyed by the Hungarians. And one last detail that's quite significant. After this sort of summer of 1096, the emperor actually officially allowed any baptized Jews to simply ignore their forced baptism and return to the Jewish community. There was a papal conflict at this time, and the so-called anti-pope Clement III was very upset with the emperor, but at this point, the church did not have the authority to challenge him, especially not a disputed hope, and so therefore the Jews turned to their faith by secular. Also interesting to note is we had to deal with this question of, are these Baptist Jews allowed to come back? Last others, of course, should in the affirmative, they were welcome back, but it was a subject of debate, and there's a new monograph that came out recently, I believe, by Professor Hamilton. I'm looking forward to reading that and learning a little bit more about the story. But at any rate, there's like this massive wave of violence that swept over the land in association with the Crusades, and it had a very distinct impact on the Jews. Before we spend a little more time looking at the impact on Ashkenaz, let's the Crusaders down to Jerusalem, where they finally put siege to the holy city in the summer, in June of 1099. The Jewish community actually defended Jerusalem side by side with the dominant Muslim population, but after a brutal siege, the walls were breached, and the Jews in Jerusalem were massacred. Many were actually sold into slavery and only redeemed when the slave ships brought them off of Italy, and the Jewish community there was able to take them out of slavery. Absolutely horrific massacre. Obviously, there's huge geopolitical implications to the Crusades, because this was a major point in the cleaving of Europe between the Christian north and the Muslim south. The separation politically and culturally and intellectually of Christians and Muslims continues right up until the present day. In fact, one of the, I'm told, one of the slang derogatory terms for Americans in Iraq is crusader. That the Muslims definitely have the Crusades as a very important part of their historical memory, and it's not a complimentary one to them.
This is part of the problem with, I think it was Apollo 12 or 13, whichever one it was, where they got the footage of the lunar module leaving the moon and going back towards the orbiter. And it looks so fake. It looks so fake.
Okay, so what happened in Ashkenaz after this brief but powerful punctuation of violence that erupted in 10 months?
Allegedly, that's what Mark Sabrell says. Still 1/6 the first gravity.
There are a couple of really important cultural, socioeconomic, and religious responses that you see over the next century or so. And I think they have charted a vector for Ashkenazi Jews that we still see the today. First is a movement called the Hasidic Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is used with regards to Hasidim of the 18th century and onward, like the Chabad Hasidim, Vishnitz and Satmar and so on. These are not the same Hasidim. They use the same term, but it's a separate movement. The Hasidic Ashkenaz, the word Hasid means pious one. The Hasidic Ashkenaz were a movement that gained strength in the 50s following the Crusades, primarily in Mainz. One of the most important literary is Yehuda Hasid, multi-generational family commitment to this particular movement, and he wrote the book on the lecture called Sefer Hasidim. What is fascinating about this brief-lived movement in Jewish intellectualism is that, unlike anything we saw Dead Sea Scrolls maybe some elements we'll see later when we get to Tot and the Kabbalah there, but they emphasize themes of self-denial, lots of fasting, literal rolling in snow to repent for things, an elevation of the concept of martyrdom. Not surprising when you're talking about a community that's only a few decades away from this explosion of violence in the 11th century. But the movement simply did not catch on after a couple hundred years, and it sort of died out naturally, with the big exception of this particular book, Sefer Hasidim, which is an amazing book, kind of complicated, probably put together some different pieces, maybe not all by Yehuda Chassid, but I will mention one passage that you may be familiar with. It is widely reprinted. I printed my own today. Yehuda Chassid left a fairly extensive will, an ethical will for his descendants that lists all kinds of very special practices that they are to engage in. One of my favorite ones you've probably heard of is Rabbi Yehuda Chassid says famously to his sons that none of them should marry a woman who has the same as their mother. And this is something that, for whatever reason, is so widespread in the Jewish world that, if a man meets a young woman and his mother's name is Hannah and her name is Hannah, so she will add a name like Hannah Sarah. She'll change her name, so it's not exactly the same as his mother's. Same thing with women marrying men who have the same name as their fathers. And one of the ironic things is that there's no source for this idea anywhere in the Torah. Nowhere in the Talmud, nowhere in Midrash. It's like the only source for this is in his particular will from the 12th century. And the famous Kotzker Rebbe, a Hasidic rabbi in the 19th century with an incredibly assertive wit, he once said that if Yehuda Chassid had known how strictly people would adhere to the instructions in his will, he would have included the 10 Commandments in there too. Yeah, I think it's very funny. So Hasidic Ashkenaz picks up this strong element of self-mortification with all kinds of strange practices, like, for example, after a person dies, putting in their will that they want their coffin dragged along the ground, not carried to the cemetery to atone for their sins, and strange measures of fasting to atone for sins, calculating the value of a sin in terms of literally caloric value, and then paying for it with calories. Kind of like an unpopular diet, but this is all told, it was really influential for about 150 years, but it kind of like flourishes right after the Crusades. Another thing we should recall is that the major violence was 1096, but incidents of violence, which for various reasons over the next 200 years, we are going to explore shortly medieval anti-Semitism, which is not something that we've talked about extensively before, and it was getting pretty nasty. Shortly after the Crusades, first charge of murder, this bizarre idea Jews need to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus by, God forbid, killing a small child. That occurs in England in 1144, and then added to that, you have this strange concept that the Jews somehow need to consume human blood, with total absurdity and a lie. But nevertheless, these kinds of things keep developing, and believe that the Crusades mark a turning point in Ashkenazi culture in which Jews begin to become much more insular. They begin to regard the outside world as far more toxic, as the regard the possibility of reasonable cultural exchange with non-Jews as less of a possibility, and they start to fold their culture inwards, looking inside at each other, much less than looking to the outside world. Hopefully, over the next few weeks, I'll have the opportunity to explore this thesis and see if it makes sense, especially in contrast with the Sephardic experience, in which they did not have the same kind of like sharp break until you get to the expulsion of 1492, you know, half a millennium later. I think one of the ways in which you see this, and you'll forgive me because this is kind of a new idea for me, and I have not fleshed it out totally, but you see it somewhat in the generational shift between the era of Rashi. Rashi was a very old man when the Crusades occurred, very near the end of his life, and his grandchildren and the larger school that developed around him known as Tosafot. Rashi is typically printed on the inside binding of every Talmudic page, and his grandchildren and their school's commentary on the outside of the Talmudic page. And one of the big differences is that Rashi, as a stylist, tends to be much more straightforward, holding your hand, explaining things one word at a time, one thought at a time, and he seems to be much more open to the simple translation of the text. Tosfot, on the other hand, you see there is a much more inward-looking perspective as the entire world of reality revolves around the text in various places in the Talmud. Whereas Rashi says, what does he say on this page? I'm going to explain to you this, here this means this, here this means this, and so on. Tosfot says, hey, how can what it says here be true when 500 pages later in the Talmud we see something that implies the opposite? And tying together these big analytical links throughout the entire document sort of creates like an internal web of meaning that's entirely self-dependent on the text. So it's not necessarily reach for scientific evidence, geographic evidence, or anything like that, but the arguments are all kind of like internal and self-reinforcing. And I would like to argue that the European Toast represents a literary example, an intellectual example of that inwards that we see in Ashkenazi culture that would ultimately have kind of like an explosion when they finally do release themselves to the outside world in the 18th century. But that brings me to the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for your attention. And for those of you who need to leave, of course, Zoom class dismissed. And for those of you who want to hang around for things, I'm really happy to talk a little further.
That's 100%. Look at that. 100%. That's my same face. Shut the fuck up. Find another one. That's all. I'm just. I don't think all the people that.
We're going to start with a discussion of Jews in the medieval economy, and it's going to be a little bit more broadly focused than some of the other talks, especially the more biographic talks that we've done before. And then we're going to really focus in on a couple of aspects of the Jews in the medieval economy, specifically commerce and then finance. So these three short talks will give you a sense, however, about the nature of the Jewish economy in the medieval period, particularly around the High Middle Ages in particular. So let's start by talking a little bit about agriculture, which is not one of the areas in which Jews were especially active during the medieval period. Historically speaking, Jews have been farmers, not only in the biblical period when this was the main economic mainstay of the Jewish people, as we discussed way back in this Jewish History Lab series, but also in the modern period when we saw modern Israel. And as a matter of pride, the Jews specifically moving to Israel attempted to return to the land. Now, to a certain degree, this was motivated, of course, by the necessity of producing agriculture for this increasing population in the Middle East, but also because it was a reaction to kind of 19th century ideas. Much of the thought in Europe in the 19th century, both from the right wing of the spectrum and the left wing of the spectrum, as both of these areas were developing, kind of like looked down on any people or population not specifically connected to agriculture. There was this idea, for example, of the word socialism, there was this idea that, deriving economic profit from the fecundity of the land was somehow healthier, more normal, more, honest, as it were, than commerce. Because commerce, after all, deals with buying things cheaply and then artificially selling them for a higher price. That's how commerce works. And for much of the medieval period as well, there's been this kind of disdain for commerce. It was always considered some kind of sharp behavior, shrewd behavior. And Jews and Christians, and to my mind, I believe Muslims, all had a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial profit and sought to regulate this. There's the idea, for example, of the so-called just price, the correct amount that an object may be inflated in value in order to cover the cost of the seller, the person who is the middleman. And we have discussions of this in the Talmud as well. By the way, it's something like a 35% markup is considered more or less normal, but there are so many reasons to avoid that or get around that. So anyway, so on the left you have this idea that Jews, being a traditionally urban people for much of their diaspora history, was somehow, like economically unhealthy or even immoral. And on the right wing of the spectrum, then you have the development of this idea of the folk, which would later become a very powerful ally of the idea of race. That somehow the character of a people was formed by their connection with the land. That somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character of the Italians with their things and the Northern European Aryans with their things. And that was like part of like what it meant to be a person was you developed a culture that you had somehow imbibed by having generations of genetic attachment to the land. The Jews, of course, did not have this attachment to the land, and so therefore they were somehow unhuman. They were like not human in the same way as others were human. So there was a very big push in the 19th century to try to get Jews back to the land. And we see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of colonial projects in the Americas, in the Russian Empire, and so on, where there's like encouragement for Jews to engage in farming. And they largely succeeded. I mean, Israel's agricultural output is really impressive and so on. But it contradicts a large trend in Jewish, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that Jews would associate with profitable endeavor. First is that Jews are frequently expelled from regions. France expelled the Jews, I think, it was 4 times in the 14th century or 3 times in the 14th century. It was every other generation you could be expelled from your land. If you had invested income, all of your wealth, then of course it was completely gone because it's hard to run 40 acres on your back. There were areas where Jews were forbidden to own land, but those were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not a very wise investment for Jews, not only agriculture, but even like rental properties, because to say that you'll be able to keep land if the political environment changes and you're dispossessed. Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer reading, and it was horrible. You're bent over in the sun, and you're thirsty, and you're picking, carrots apart from each other, so they all grow at the best rate. I mean, my gosh, who would want to spend 8 hours a day doing that by hand? Really, really hard work. And, if the crops go bad, forget about it. There are lots of reasons why Jews Jews would not want to go into agriculture, and a lot of reasons why other forms of profit. Now, the last and perhaps the most important thing in many ways that could have started with this idea really is the fact that Jews were not, especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the corporate structure of medieval society. I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially, Jews were not expected to become farmers, and Jews as farmers would have been way out of step with their role in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period because the way much of medieval Europe thought, people occupied rural society not so much by their individual identities, as we would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or in America, but by their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied, almost like the Hinduism of Varna, not as extreme, but in that family, where they weren't supposed to be doing anything farming. That wasn't for them. So let me explain a little bit about what this corporate structure of medieval society understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a basic schematic of what corporate society looks like. You have the king, okay, he's the chief officer of the country, and then you have below him the nobility that are typically charged with running particular sections of the country geographically. And then below them, this map is not to scale, a huge, massive amount of peasants. Right? Those are three basic corporations in medieval society. There are more, but these are the basic ones. And the idea is that the king and the nobles provide protection to peasants, right? This is kind of one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's a very old working theory, but the idea is that those elements of the population that were much better, warriors or organizers or leaders, sort of rose to the top, and they took on the responsibility of providing protection for those classes underneath them. And in return for that, because after all, they could not be farming and defending the border at the same time, so the peasants and to a certain degree the nobles provided taxes to the king. Right, the money flows upward and the protection flows downward. So that sounds a little bit like a protection racket. You might not be that far off from the idea of how this works, but nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism is supposed to work. The vassals, the lower classes, and class is not precisely the right word, close, owed fealty to higher classes who in return had to protect them. That is kind of like the compact that held it all together. This was paralleled to a certain degree in the church. You had the Pope, and we're specifically now thinking about Catholic Western Europe, although much of this is broadly generally true for the Eastern world as well. And below the Pope in a hierarchical structure are the clergy. You've got a whole bunch of different groups in the clergy, not just the priesthood, but you also have monks and nuns and so on, and they occupy slightly different roles. And below them, the big mass of Christians. And similar to the arrangement with the kings, nobles, and peasants, you have salvation coming down. That is, the Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services and education as appropriate, and salvific acts that allow the lower classes to achieve their place in heaven. And in return, the lower classes, the Christians in general, and then upwards the clergy and the Pope provide tithes, provide a type of taxation that keeps the entire system working. Now, you might ask, when we look at these two structures, you might ask, well, who is ultimately in charge? And in fact, that's something they worried about as well, because in some periods, it was clear that the king was in charge of a given region. But on a philosophical level, one could make an argument that the Pope really should be in charge of European society and the church sometimes was ascendant, and this meant that there were times when the interests of the king of precedence was typically good for the Jews, and there were times when the interest of precedence, which was typically but not uniformly bad for the Jews. This is essentially how the corporate medieval structure of society looked. But now the biggest question you may have is, where did the Jews fit? What box did they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture, so neither of those boxes. They're not Shia and they're not Christian, so where do they fit? So here's where Jews fit in. It's really important. They occupy a position which was later called Servi Camerai Regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. These ultimately ended up becoming specifically servient only, and that was largely because of their. Here's a really beautiful piece that probably does not depict two Jews, although they're engaged in a classically Jewish occupation. The reason why they're probably not Jews is because the woman here is clearly reading a Christian book that shows a Madonna with child there. There's also, by the way, a little interesting sort of peek in the mirror of the artist probably looking on as he paints this picture. But the idea of this image, which is a 16th century Dutch work, this is a money changer in his life. If you look at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure, who exactly is making the money here? Who exactly is working literally in corn? The peasants certainly not. They're working with goods. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rocks for silver and gold and so on. Who is actually producing and circulating coin in this environment? In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to collect it in different ways. Either taxes in kind, which meant barrels of wheat and hides of foxes and things like that, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in time, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain number of days per week or per month farming the king's large land holdings or the nobles' land holdings. The most valuable, but the hardest to come by, cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their transactions were effected with barter, and when they paid their taxes, they paid it typically either in kind, their agricultural output, or in the sweat of their brow to actually working for the king. So the Jews here occupy this fascinating position as servi cameregis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as serfs or slaves, maybe, of the royal, in which, because their economic activity does involve actual cash money, they collect a lot of very valuable coin, and their taxes to the king are directly to the king. There's no intervention of the nobles at all. So even though they don't actually occupy a box, I showed you, their box, as it were, is kind of stuck off to the side, and there's an arrow going straight to the king because to produce that money. To also point out, I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again, that just like we saw in the Jewish communal structure in the Middle Ages, the king didn't deal with Jews as individuals at all, nor did he deal with them as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire community. Meaning, if you were a Jew that lived in, say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to taxes to the king every year. And that amount of money was collected by your community leaders in the Kehillah, and they would forward direct amount to the king directly. You yourself, exceptional individuals, we'll talk about them very much later, the so-called court Jews, but otherwise it was done entirely on a compassion, and we just had this ambiguous where on the one hand, because they produced so much of cash, they were valuable to the king. But on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected directly by the king. And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake great risks to harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with the king's own revenue stream. So that's the risk and benefit associated with this kind of activity of being Saturday fried egg is actually turned out to be a preservative for the safety of Jews in Europe. Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows with the king and the pope facing to each other, the church-state power often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to impose certain, pious, wished to impose some pious persecution and was not powerful enough to protect them, then he would lose that weapon. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to Jews and would find it much more expedient to cancel his debts from them, and the church powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, theological history by people like St. Augustine saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business. So at this point, I've given you kind of a sense of like where they fit in the economic structure. I'd like to talk next about how they exactly made that money. First, in terms of commerce, and then in terms of finance.
Running through the street now, saying free Iran. Like, yeah, free Iran from a dictatorship, absolutely. But if you're saying, like, wear scarves over your head and be forced to do what the Iranian government wants you to do and live like they live over there, they don't live free. Like, they assassinated the fucking Olympic gold medalist in Russia, in wrestling, rather, in Iran, because he was protesting against the government. But those like national heroes and killed them openly. Like, it's not a good place to live. Right. I'm not saying we should bomb them, but like being in support of the Iranian people, yeah, for sure. But that government is nuts, man.
Okay, so
it's like,
we've already discussed how Jews are not especially so attracted to farms. Right? Not such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in previous classes at the Radhanites, who are probably the most famous of the Jewish travelers and international commercial agents of the 9th century, described by Muslim historiography. This particular map, which kind of like gives you, I think, a little bit of an exaggerated picture, but it errs a little bit on the side of expansion, but the blue routes are the ones associated with the Radhanites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to. But it gives you a sense of how these Radhanites were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network that extended over all of the country. The risks, benefits of commerce. The risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places, people don't necessarily know you there, you've got to get your goods over land or over sea, all kinds of things can go wrong, but the benefits are huge. The profit margin can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like silks, or spices, very popular in the West, and you bring them over there, the markup can be massive, and you can really bring in a lot of cash. There is a huge amount of profit to be had for a relatively smaller amount of effort. Some risk, as we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his worldly goods and the ship sank, and causing Maimonides to have to take up a position as a physician, which he turned out to do very well at, and also as an rabbi. But these commercial sellers had a tremendous amount of possibility of profit if they did it well. And also, it's a collective effort where, it's not so much that you personally have the goods and bring them back. You just have to know the right people who make smaller journeys for behalf, especially as you become more established. The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop and these trade networks, we can actually see how they expand over time. They seem to be profitable by everyone involved, and so they are generally very protected, especially in the Islamic areas where you have everything is under Muslim rule rather than a patchwork of different rules of warring regions. And the Jews have a leg up in this. The Jews, of course, were not the only international travelers. The Jews were not at all the only international commercial agents. But they did have a decided advantage which made them disproportionately important to international trade. This diaspora advantage includes a few things. First of all, the Jews have a common language. So when they are traveling to far-flung regions, you can have a Jew from England communicating with a Jew from Central Asia because they've got a common language in Hebrew. That's an incredibly important thing. Now, they might not be deeply fluent in Hebrew, but they certainly know enough to engage in the basic communication and negotiation for price and goods and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified legal system, and maybe even more important than the system, the norms, expectations, how commerce is done. You can imagine even today, if you ever gone, for example, the Arab Shuk before it was as dangerous as it is now, but if you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mentioned, and you're only supposed to negotiate if you really will buy, all kinds of things like that, you might not know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all Rabbinic traditions with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal, feel that they're being treated appropriately in a natural endeavor, then you have a whole system that allows it. If you can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in what would be contemporary Iraq, he would extremely out of place, especially after the Crusade. Oh my gosh, he was extremely unloving. He would not have the built-in support system there that would be able to take him in and would be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price and protection from being robbed and so on to allow him to do business. The Jews have these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established these far-flung international connections. I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was, I grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada, and every year there was a charity collector for the Base Yaakov of Montreal, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally, the only thing beyond the streets that I lived on was the Arctic Circle or Pole. And he would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when he got up there, he would, my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep in the sofa in the living room. And that's just the way it was, because that was Jewish connection. So the same thing was pertaining in medieval Europe, where Jews are able to travel with much more reliance on Hatmasat or fame, on the hospitality extended to guests and so on, and this was a massive advantage for them. This is, I'm guessing, why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geography with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews, and that almost always the first thing they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, "Okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the right?" And they start to immediately try to develop a connection that makes you plugged into the worldwide tribe of Jews. So this Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a richer network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial. As you can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that held in Manitoba. From the 5th to the 7th century, the most popular item the Jews were selling were luxury items like perfumes, glassware, still very expensive, silks, and the spices we already talked about, the spice from the east. And these things would be brought towards the west, and Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, to have your control both ways. So there's traveling out to the east, from the west to sell to the end, then you can bring things back. You never have your ships empty as they leave port. The 5th to 7th century, 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The 4th decade of the 7th century is when Islam really starts taking off, and by the middle of the 8th century, it's got all of North Africa, Spain, and so on, and quite a bit of the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews take a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. So they're bringing from the west to the east a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. There's a lot of superior steel or iron coming out of Eastern Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available further to the east. So they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the west, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the east. And here's where the more controversial element comes in. In the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen all the way back from the sin of Elvira in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general, but it really has a problem with Jews owning slaves. So there's a lot of bans frequently in medieval history that emphasize the fact that Jews are not allowed to own slaves, and Jews are certainly not allowed to trade in slaves. So when there is a ban on trade in Christian slaves, not only by Jews but by non-Jews as well, so now the Jews become much more important in the slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberian markets under Muslim rule, that is in the south part of the Spanish Portuguese peninsula, in places like Granada and so on. So the actual proportion of the Jews involved in the slave trade is very small. It's only a small number of Jews were engaged in national commerce, and only a small section of the overall commerce was in slaves, but Jews were disproportionate to Christians involved in this, and they were definitely dwarfed by the trade in general, by Christians and by Muslims. On a per capita basis, it's reasonable to assume that just like Jews are overrepresented in commerce in other goods, they're overrepresented in goods like slaves as well. Now, this noxious pattern does not hold true in the same way for the transatlantic slave trade, which was a much larger and in many ways far more exploitative trade when African slaves were sold to the Americas in particular. Certainly there were Jewish traders, but they were again a minority among slavers as a whole, and we should bear in mind that this was in the context of the morality and the practices of that day. As offensive as it may seem to us in the century, not considered especially offensive in the 8th and 10th century, with the exception that Christians, would not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at this time, in fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to the word Slav or slave. It's also possible in non-Slavic languages where it refers very different kind of word, like Lord, like you say Slava, glory be to God. But as Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift further towards Africa, where there are still large of non-Christians available for sale. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time, so it might actually have a climactic reason for it. It could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something that would make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes through northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase, and it's kind of like a cycle of the general expansion of trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish trade, which we're going to just talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international stuff and become much smaller and become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my hometown. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. Here's my father, Allah Shalom, rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in remote Ontario. His father is the Alex in the Alex and son. My father was the son there. He ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like you see the pattern talked about last video, and he ended up going into dry goods sales and connect with lots of men, what they call jobbers in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment of commerce, bringing large, mainly work clothes like that up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the area. And I feel the connection with this particular Jewish history as well. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending.
I'm just saying, at that caliber of celebrity, in that caliber of prominence, you can't go anywhere. If you're Bill Clinton back in the 80s or the 90s, whatever it was, you can't go party. Everybody knows who you are. You got to be protected, right? But you want these experiences.
Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of this section, talking about money lending. Money lending and the medieval churches. Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice in Shakespeare's famous play. Here, appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the badge that he was required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular place. So, the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. Look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20-21. It says very clearly, you shall not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in the Jewish thought, but basically, the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers, non-Jews are not brothers, they are the category foreigners. Again, there are some exceptions where Jewish thinkers who argue that Christians were brothers as well because they used in the same God as the Jews. Others did. For the most part, this is the way it stood, that Jew was allowed to charge to a non. Now, that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, so very good minorities, religious denominations. So the only people who were able to technically lend on interest to Christians, if Christians or each other, is the Jew. Had kind of like a fully on the entire possibility of money lending. The church tried to deal with this in some ways. A first century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a Gemach kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because, after all, there's no profit. You have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became more and more sophisticated, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor. They're not actually bringing in coins, but they've got to buy seed, and they have to wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods and services for. And ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century, the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratian. Here's another, on the left, by the way, you see an illuminated manuscript that illustrates one of the many laws discussed in the Decretum Gratiani. Actually has to do with whom may marry whom in terms of blood relations. But the Law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest. Which means, effectively, Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money lending. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last two segments, about the risks of agriculture, the risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate those rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities would simply negotiate in advance a law de non tolerantes Judaeus, that Jews were not allowed to settle there, more likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in Jewish people live there. They would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot shoes, or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So and those had the trade unions, primitive trade unions often restricted these tasks that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless silly, but it was only they do it according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to be the Christians. Ultimately, the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like the nasty word for money lending? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. It was very, very expensive to borrow money, and so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of profit. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is, something that makes a lot of sense. If you're living like in the place, you can have bankers' hours. You can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility, and it is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this great relationship with the king, right? The Servi Camerai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the structure that held it together, but that's hundreds of years later. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment, because we all have credit cards, and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. And when you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to 0 every month. You see that interest charge, and every month you think, wow, I'm paying so many dollars for nothing. The stuff I bought a long time ago and already, gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from the peasants. When they may borrow small, but they carry an oppressive debt load, and when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who is happy to see the Jews engage in usury and then bringing more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then you can't control the funds. The clergy are often resentful of because it represents kind of like a legal fictional go-around loophole to the law of Gratian, because the law of Gratian clearly allows you to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary? And the nobility and even the king have to show resentment, because it was not all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from the Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like, for example, if they're trying to finance a border war or an expansion of sorts, then it becomes much more expedient to use and cancel their debts. We see this happening frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over basically this issue. So it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews and they have no more source of credit, they need credit to keep their economy growing, so then they invite the Jews back. They end up borrowing a lot of money, becomes too much, they expel the Jews, and they enter into this cycle once again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that are achieved through money lending can be quite ephemeral because of the large-scale resentment that can be built up in the population. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, in the next semester of classes, some of the elements of this become even greater when alcohol is involved, because Eastern Europe, Jews frequently had monopoly on the production of alcohol, something called propaganda, and so people could drink on a tab and then end up having, a huge plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the revolts in the 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for what they. It's a very difficult period, definitely. Now, how does this all come to it? Largely, the Italians pick up and say they've got to get involved in it. So in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and get started. They charge interest, but a small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pieta are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has been pierced. That there is now that the church has officially sanctioned this type of banking, there is no reason why one would still have to go to a Jew. But the fact that the demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash in the Monte Pieta are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued right up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale. Like instead of lending to nobles, Jews were more likely to lend to local peasants, so they could buy, spoons and things like that. There were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was a much smaller affair at this point, and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who was much more local and had much less strenuous demand for collateral. But you did have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, that the Monte di Pieta would make more sense to you. So this is essentially how the monopoly was eliminated by the Italian banking. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in the medieval period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented and would be a growing anti-Semitic surge that next week lectures. That anti-Semitic surge would overwhelm much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east. It is to that subject that we will come next week. thank you very much for participating, and I hope you have an excellent.
Say it now. That's not impeachable. Okay, we want it to be that. That's what people want it to be. Of course, a lot of people don't want it to be that. But I don't want Clinton fucking the kids either, even though that's not.
The great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite was invented. And that speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed even without Jews. Let's have a look, though, at the historical evolution of this bizarre idea, and we're going to specifically look at the medieval period, and then in the next two lectures we'll look at the two major charges that developed in the medieval period.
Welcome, Zoe.
The blood libel.
How you living, Cap?
So, first of all, let's just take one moment to talk about
What's up?
terminology. I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism, and strictly speaking, that is an anachronism. The term anti-Semitism
How are you?
was invented in the late 19th century by an anti-Semite.
Why did you say you were going to come in earlier and play and then you left?
A replacement for a common term at the time known as Judenhass, or
Because why?
meaning hatred of Jews. It was it's kind of like a rude term. It was like using the N-word in contemporary American English. And so he developed an ideology which he said that basically he's not against Jews per se. He is against something called Semitism. Semitism meaning some kind of bizarre philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that grouped the Jews' Middle Eastern languages, like Hebrew, into a Semitic family, but otherwise is completely nonsensical. It used to be spelled, in English anyway, with a hyphen, so that, and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There is no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen and without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors, or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why we use the term anti-Semitism without the hyphen and without the capital S. That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm Marr's late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect, inaccurate to use his term and to try and push it backward. I will do it anyways. I'm going to speak about anti-Semitism, and even though more strictly speaking, there are 4 distinct stages of the bias against Jews that historians have identified, and the use of anti-Semitism is really not correct when we're trying to put it into that context. But let's quickly look at those 4 levels, because I want to put them in the context of the medieval period, which is our focus for today. The first of the 4 broad stages is what I'd like to call ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia, of course, simply means fear of the stranger, fear of that which is different. And much of the Roman period can be placed in that kind of rubric, because the Romans and the Greeks, although many of the writers had really nasty things to say about it, they seem to be kind of cultural misunderstandings or lack of clarity towards a set of practices or beliefs and things like that. There's sort of our manic quality that we'll be looking at in the next in particular. It's more, if you will, a normal hatred, just like, the South Koreans might dislike the Chinese, or the Inuit might dislike the Apache. It's kind of the human condition that we frequently develop fear or even dislike of those who look different from us, behave differently, and so on. So it's kind of like nice, but it's more normal. When you get to the early Christian period, so we're talking now about the further and onward, you have a specific theological entity that we discussed a little bit in the lecture on Adversaries, which arises specifically out of the relationship between the early church and the mother religion, Judaism. As the early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism, there are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more distance, more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and morph into something new, they will often look back with a little bit of anger at their predecessor. Those of you who participate in synagogue forums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway minion, right, you have a large synagogue and then a small group of people are disgruntled with a rabbi or with a Jewish policy or whatever, they break off to form another synagogue. Certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, oh, that was so terrible, they wouldn't have Jewish stuff, things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological conflict between these two groups. The third period is what we're going to talk about today, medieval Jew hatred. And I use this term hatred on purpose because, wow, it is so awful and nasty and so totally different from what we see in the earlier stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is what we get that term today. Again, I'm going to kick down the road, the can of discussing anti-Semitism until we talk about the modern period, but in reality, it's two basic ideas. The introduction of race thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute a separate race rather than a different religious group, and that's really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of the conspiracy theory, the idea that the Jewish race are somehow all involved in this diabolical plot to overturn the world. There are elements of this in the medieval period, but they are really quite minor. And note that modern anti-Semitism, unlike early Christian anti-Judaism, and unlike medieval Jew hatred, does not need any religion. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected with Christianity or any other religion. It can be totally secular. And this is a great example of how anti-Semitism can survive natural challenges, such as, for example, the decline in religion that occurs from the 10th century onward. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. So those are the four main periods, and we're going to focus on the medieval period. What are the basic characteristics of medieval Jew hatred? So the first and most obvious element of medieval Jew hatred is demonic descriptions of Jewish misanthropy. I mean, this just popped into my head because it's so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of people, like hatred of other human beings, right? Anthropos, man. Just misogyny is hatred of women, particularly misanthropy is like people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the period of early Christian anti-Judaism, there's this idea in medieval Jew hatred that you somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they would do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. I mean, wow, that's like an asteroid of hate that suddenly lands in this puddle of, discomfort. Such a bizarre kind of argument. And the ritual murder, the idea that the Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child in particular to suffer that, Like, where did that come from? That's really demonic, and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil. So the term demonic is significant here because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. Think Dante and others like that, and think this particular image which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there of hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about these so-called red Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to overrun all of Europe. I mean, really bizarre things that we see nowhere in earlier forms of anti-Semitic thought. Another major characteristic is that the connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. What I mean by this is that most of the charges, as we'll see shortly, definitely have a connection to religion, but it is often tenuous and epiphenomenal to the need to ascribe that misanthropy to the Jews. The idea that we need an excuse to hate the Jews, so let's find some kind of bizarre story to other them and justify it using religion kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And where you see that really interesting sort of ironic way is that the higher levels of the church were often quite opposed to popular elements of medieval Jew hatred, like the ritual murder charges. And they're saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything. We want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from mob violence because the mob has been kind of whipped up by it with the surging belief that the Jews somehow engage in sexual activities. And it seems very clear that when you contrast it with previous forms of dominant anti-Jew, logical arguments are irrelevant. In line of theological arguments, even Christians have exchanges, could even talk about religious differences with a modicum of so you see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that, Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used to support the hatred. And the third element, which I would like to get into, but I'm going to push it off a little bit till we talk about Spain in a couple of weeks, you see anti-Talmudism appear. Basically, the Talmud is, up until the 13th century, really a closed text for Christianity, and when it is kind of discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy, then it receives a lot more negative attention. You see forced disputations, burnings of the Talmud, and things like that, and they tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century in particular. So these are some of the main elements that you see with medieval Jew hatred that are distinct really from previous forms. But anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of bleed over into the modern period and into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud is teaches Jews about this supposed conspiracy. Now, there are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in religious sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains significant amount of power at this time. And you recall when we talked about the communal center, when we talked about the communal structure of the Jewish people and the medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value as generators of cash income, and the church had ideological reasons to try to hold them down. With the ascendance of the church in the 13th century in particular, and the waning of temporal power under the kings, that represents a weaker point for Jews. Secondly, we also see the negative consequences of Jewish economic activity that we spoke about a lot last week. Jewish money lending, hugely important for the medieval economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-time customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to, wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreasonable to imagine that a lot of the antipathy of Jews is born out of this, resentment over the exploitative practices of Jewish moneylenders. That's not to say in any way that legal behavior somehow allows for violence. It does speak inegalities of the medieval economy, and it's something that we should certainly be aware of, even for our own times. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this is in part a personal makeup of those who finally,
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Very fast. We will have time to discuss
I'm lovely, thank you.
Are
you ready to hit the day?
Advances of information technology in particular.
Alrighty.
The development of
Go get it.
woodcut technology.
God willing. Take care.
The circulation of secular
Bye-bye.
propaganda, which begins to increase after the year 1000. What I mean by secular is that it's not specifically church sponsored. Recall that for medieval people, art was something incredibly precious. We live in an image-saturated time where we're constantly bombarded with images, and not only that, with video, but in the medieval period, people would look at something that we would consider very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder at it. Even wealthy people who could own art would not just display it, they would keep it inside cabinets, and only for important occasions would they open it up and allow people to gaze on a little miniature piece of art. So the cheap distribution of woodcut prints really has a significant impact on the social media spread of these ideas.
It doesn't matter what I say. Guests on the show, for the most part, unless they're famous, nobody knows who they are or what they're doing there. And he's like, so this show is amazing. It's an amazing show, and it's on Hulu Plus, right? That's where it's on? She's like, yeah, so if you upgrade your Hulu to Hulu Plus,
feel constrained to say this to everybody, even though it should be patently obvious. The charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. There is no basis to the idea that the organized Jewish communities, for whatever bizarre reason, God forbid, found children and used and murdered them and then consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly, it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until the present day, all around the world. And despite being disproved so many times, it nevertheless has that kind of staying power that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation in the violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and it remains so to this very day. Here's a map